I declare open this hearing of the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land in which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Monday the 24th of March 2025 as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice in this session. The committee proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general questions of the climate change, energy, the environment and water portfolio. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Questions going to any of the operations or financial positions of the department and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinion on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to the Minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanation of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I particularly wish to remind senators of their obligations under the new Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be switched to silent. And I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade, representing the Minister for Climate Change, Energy and the Minister for Environment and Water. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
Tempted as I am, no.
That is a disappointment, but I respect your choice.
Just deal with your grief.
I would also like to welcome Mr David Fredericks, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Mr Fredericks, would you care to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Also disappointing. Before we commence with corporate matters and general questions, I will remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central, departmental administration such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Just that. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. Okay.
Just a clarification, Chair.
Certainly, so, Senator Dunnigan.
Legal costs, is that included in this section?
I think it would depend on the level of the response you're looking for, so feel free to answer it and feel free to be happy about being directed to another area.
Yes, which I always am, but we'll try it. Okay. And drafting of legislation, would that be this section or would that be in one of the later outcomes?
Depending on the, I think, so on your first one, I think it's going to be in this session. Mm-hmm. On your second one, I think it's going to be in the environment estimates.
Sure, okay. Excellent, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, we will kick off with Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, COP31. What are the status of discussions regarding Australia potentially hosting COP31?
So, Senator, that is one, if it's okay with you, that will belong in the climate group that's coming up at 9:30. Yep.
Done. Happy with that. ANAO. Said to be brief on that. I couldn't be briefer and you couldn't be briefer. Thank you.
Could be here, I think.
Yeah. Financial statements 23, there was a significant increase in employee costs. Was that anticipated and how much was the actual increase from 22-23?
I'll hand that to my colleague, Senator, to start with.
Michelle Crowther, branch head.
Yep.
Our wages and salaries in line with our annual report for 23-24 was 429,709. So that's in thousands, so $429 million. That was an increase from 22-23, which was 244,250, so 244 million.
Okay. And I think the ANA report stated the actual thing was recorded an operating deficit related to higher than anticipated employee costs and shared service costs. What conversations with the Minister about increasing the budget to address that shortfall, that deficit? Was there any?
So the increase from 22-23 to 23-24 was the first year, 22-23 was the first full year for the department. So it was simply about employee growth in line with the department scaling up. We got a lot ASL through budget. So it was about staffing the department appropriately for the size of what it needed to be and to deliver the priorities of government.
Okay, but when the ANA says that there was an operating deficit that were related to costs, were they not budgeted for, or?
The growth was faster than we had anticipated throughout that particular financial year.
Okay.
Senator, perhaps if I could help. You're talking about the period from 22-23 into 23-24.
Yeah, correct, yep.
So you're going back a bit in time, but my recollection, Louise McCulloch, Deputy Secretary, is the operating deficit that we experienced was the result of a couple of things. Some unexpected shipping costs associated with the Antarctic program at that time, which is not unusual for the shipping costs when there's actual events that result in the ship having to travel longer distances, etc. The second issue was, as a new department, we were still establishing our IT functions.
Okay. Yep.
And we needed to address our budget in relation to IT and our shared service offerings. And the third issue was, as Ms Crowther said, we were ramping up our staffing levels as a newly established department.
So we just got bigger quicker than the original plan, so that was... Okay.
Yep.
How are we going now? Are we at the staffing limits we want to be? Are we expecting another significant increase in staffing costs going forward, or...?
So for the for the estimates that we've just publishing in the in pays, so our approved ASL for 24-25 is 4,727, and I think from memory that was an increase of 11 from the previous financial year.
Okay. The 244 million you mentioned, that was for 23-24, that was budgeted, that was the expected raise, or was that above, again, what you were expected to spend on wages? That increase that was just told there from 22-23?
I'd have to take that on notice. 23-24 is a little while back. I'd have to take on notice in the details.
It's the last financial year.
23-24.
Yeah, the answer we just got given then, which they said there was a $244 million increase in wages from 22-23 to 23-24. That was because we ramped up staff numbers as a new department. Right. Was that the expected amount, or was that over and above? I'm trying to ascertain. I know the increase, the reason was you've said that they ramped up and that was to make the department bigger. Was that in line with expectations? Was that the budgeted number for staff we expected, or was that over that?
Senator, I'm not quite understanding your question.
Sorry, I am, but I think we're going to have to take it on notice. Yeah. So you're referring to page 111 of our financial statements, where we say our actual wages and expenses, wages and salary expenditure for 23 is 244 million. That's that figure. Well,
that was that answer, yeah.
Yeah. So we will need to take on notice how that relates to what was budgeted for that year.
Okay. Thank you very much. It goes through that higher anticipated shared services cost contributed to the office. Is that just the shared services cost? Was that just the IT and the thing you mentioned earlier, or were there other costs that have increased?
They were the main drivers.
Pardon?
They were the main drivers of that increase. Staffing accelerating faster than we thought it would, and the shared service costs we were using shared services from the departments that we were kind of formed out of, and so we had our own establishment costs as well as shared service costs.
So those shared service costs...
And the Antarctic shipping.
And the shipping, yes.
Sorry?
And the Antarctic shipping costs. They're the three pressures that we needed to deal with in that year that we're discussing now.
That's fine. With shared service costs, do you see them going forward? If that was while we were establishing the department, are they going to decrease as we go forward, or is there a plan on that budget?
I can just start and then I'll get Ms McCulloch to supplement. So part of the journey over the last 2 years has been for the department to move away from ICT shared services. We had an arrangement with DAF where we mutually drew on their services. That arrangement's now ceased.
Right.
We are now responsible for the delivery of our own ICT services.
That's what I was getting to,
Yeah, and to be really frank, we're confident that that gives us some efficiencies in the management of our own ICT, because it's essentially now managed by our people, led by our Chief Information Officer. And so I think we're pretty confident about that.
Okay. If we could just... It's very hard in a process where we're setting up a new department to know, and things were accelerated quicker, how these shared services costs, how the wages fitted into budget. So on notice, can we have a look at, for I guess, that 22, 23, 23, what the budget was and what the actual things were, so we compare what was anticipated, what was faster, and work out how we're going, because it's comparing wages almost doubling year on year is difficult when...
We'll take that on notice. As Ms Crowther said, just to remind you that 22-23 was a part year.
Yep.
And so comparisons to 23-24 are a full year, so we just need to...
And that's why that comparison to budget would be handy, because it's all those things when you start from scratch are scary.
And we just need to rotate the call.
Okay,
Is that all right?
fine.
We'll go to Senator McKim, who's online.
Oh, good morning, folks. Just checking if you can hear me okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. I heard the response to just Senator Dunyam's check-in around legislation. So can I confirm that you prefer all questions about legislation that's currently being drafted, or amendments that are currently being drafted, to be asked in the relevant groups later on?
That's correct, Senator.
All right, thank you. Can I just ask a very high-level question, though? Do you report to or take directions from the Prime Minister?
Well, Senator, at the end of the day, I have a range of responsibilities, obviously those that exist under legislation, PGP Act, etc., etc. But my immediate relationship is with my two ministers, and at the end of the day, I am directly accountable to my two ministers.
All right, thanks. But I won't ask the hypothetical. Has the department received a request from the Prime Minister to draft legislation this year?
Senator, I think I need to deal with that in environment estimates when the relevant teams available for that environmental question are available.
Well, it's a very general question that didn't go to the topic of the drafting, but I mean, you'd be aware, wouldn't you, if the Prime Minister had asked that a particular piece of legislation be drafted?
Well, Senator, to be fair, I think in fairness, I need a little bit of specificity around that question. I infer that you would be asking about whether we received any instructions in relation to environmental legislation. I think that's going to be an important topic of conversation in environmental estimates. There'll be a range of people to assist in dealing with those questions. You're very proper questions about that, and I think it would be right if we dealt with them at that time.
Okay, no worries. But surely you would be aware if the Prime Minister had asked. I'm just simply asking you, in terms of your level of awareness, has the Prime Minister asked that any legislation or amendments be drafted?
Senator McKim, I think this is your third time having a crack at asking the same question. I wonder if you would just take the answer that you've been given twice, rather than waiting to hear it a third time, and hold over your question to the appropriate section of the agenda.
Sure. Can I ask, and you may have the same response, I guess, but I'll give it a crack. This is around correspondence between the government. I'm unsure as to whether it's the department or the minister, correspondence with UNESCO regarding the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area and the impacts of salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour on the outstanding universal values of that area. Would that be appropriate to ask in corporate?
Again,
or would you
Senator McKim, this, as I went through at the beginning of this session, corporate is a very specific session. It's not a catch-all to get all your questions out of the way at the beginning of the day. You're talking about some very specific issues that relate to the environment portfolio that would be better asked in the environment portfolio program areas.
Sure. I have no further questions for corporate.
Thank you. Senator Dunniam.
Did you...
Can I go back again?
Just to finish his...
Oh, no.
Okay, we'll go back to you and then we'll go to Senator Van. Senator Cadell.
AI use, I noticed in the ANA report, page 482 of Financial Assistance, the department has adopted AA response and has AI policies established. On the review, we couldn't see any view of AI assurance policies in there. Are there AI assurance policies linked to the AI use and AI policies? Hello.
Good morning, Miranda Lello, Branch Head, Portfolio Strategy and Integration Branch. Yes, so DQ is implementing currently the whole of government policy for the responsible use of AI in government.
Yep.
So that policy was released by the DTA and came into effect on the 1st of September 2024. So the department has already taken a number of steps towards implementing that policy, which include, in early steps to implement the policy, we have appointed an accountable official under the policy, which is myself as Chief Data Officer of DQ. We have also established an AI use case register. So that is a register that collects information about AI solutions that are in development across the department. We have a process in place where if something is identified in that register as being a high-risk use case, we will report those to the DTA as per the policy requirements. We are also working on a couple of other documents that will sit under that policy and are required by it. So the first one is an AI transparency statement, which is required to be published at the end of this week, actually, the 28th of February. So that is a statement that will set out the different ways that the department is using AI and our commitments with relation to the use of AI. So, you know, including things like, as required by the policy, human oversight of decision-making and things like that. And we will also be developing an AI ethics and governance policy, which we anticipate releasing down the track.
Can I ask down the track-ish ballpark? I'm not at a specific date.
Yeah, yep. So it's under development right now. So, you know, in the next 1 to 2 months, okay. We're consulting on it internally in the department at the moment. So it's underway.
Thanks. Are there specific AI systems? Is it working on different models? I mean, I'm not getting climate change data from Grok 2, am I? What systems are you using?
So the department utilises AI at the moment across a range of different technological categories, so including deep learning, natural language processing and generative AI. On the generative AI front, we have a guideline for staff about engaging with generative AI systems, for example, not using any official or protected information in public generative AI systems.
But they can still use ChatGPT and these things, like half of university does it now, so we can still get writings from it?
There are restrictions on that in terms of our policies.
Yep.
So you could access ChatGPT and ask it a question or whatever, but staff aren't allowed to enter official information into that system to utilise it, and that's set out in an interim guidance on generative artificial intelligence that the department published in August 2023, and we anticipate that we will update that policy once we've got our other documents.
Okay. So outside the generative stuff, on the deep learning, on the system stuff, is AI used for climate modelling?
No, I'm not. So I think on specific questions about climate modelling, that should be probably addressed to our climate colleagues. Some examples of AI use by the department, and once again, more specific questions could be directed to the relevant areas, are, for example, image processing. So parks, Director of National Parks in particular, using images and working out whether those images show particular vegetation or looking for sort of feral invasive species and things like that. That's a lot of the use of AI in the department at the moment.
Okay. So just down this last point, as you roll out the process and you're looking at the integration of your role, are there parallel processes where you're looking at AI results or reports versus the traditional methods and validating outcomes?
Oh, as in sort of trials where people are comparing the results they get from an AI process as compared to human processing?
If we get the same result with greater efficiencies, that's a good thing or a better thing?
Yeah, so I think we anticipate that the department is currently, we definitely see benefits in AI across the portfolio for different processes, but what we'd be looking at doing would be specific use cases and then comparing that to where humans perform the same process and doing assessments on that. As I say, at the moment there has been some work, but usually there's a human verification process. So we'd see, well, what has the AI identified? And then we say, well, how does that compare to when a human is looking at it, and do we get the same results?
So the rubbish in, rubbish out principle has a human filter to avoid making final decisions based on the AI stuff? Yeah,
that's right. So, I mean, in general, and this will be in our AI transparency statement, the department at the moment is committing to not having, to always having a human operator in the system. Where there's
someone's still to blame when it all goes wrong?
There will still be someone to blame when it all goes wrong.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. If I could please go to a question or notice we received from last estimates, numbered SQ 2400981, relating to travel expenses for COP16. And the answer I received was an aggregate figure relating to the COP16 event in Colombia. The total cost was $158,177 and some related costs. It says to me, though, a breakdown of accommodation cost per traveller is not available. Why is that?
Senator, the relevant people who are going to be able to give you some detail on that are waiting are in climate estimates.
So corporate doesn't deal with the cost of travel?
Well, it does, but relevantly for COP, the people who you will want to speak to are in climate estimates.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll unusually do that. Then if I might ask about the costs, we'll try this anyway. I may have to talk in outcome 2 on this one, or ask in outcome 2. legal costs, costs of external legal advice relating to the Section 10 declaration affecting the McPhillamys gold mine.
Yes, so that will need to be in the environment estimates.
Sure. Okay, all right, we'll come back to that. We've dealt with the drafting of legislation. So if we can then go to the Environmental Defenders Office and that contract. That is here, yes, excellent. So I just wanted to go to the financial statement for the last financial year for the Environmental Defenders Office. Has the department examined that document at all? Anyone in the department?
We might just check. Mr. Hanlon has long been responsible in this area. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right.
So Robert Hanlon, Division Head Property, Infrastructure and Security. So we have had a look at the financial statement, Senator. Do you have a particular question?
Yes. So just with regard to the... why don't we start with the statement that was made by their auditors about concerns around the EDO continuing as a going concern. Is there any provision in the deed of agreement or in any general rules relating to the dispersal of Commonwealth funds that would be impacted by such a concern being raised by an auditor?
We would look at that in particular, but as I understand it, the subsequent event was that a loan was given, an interest-free loan was given to the EDO, which on face value looks like they're solvent. So what I would say, Senator, is that when we look at the next milestone payment, that's when we would look at the financial position of the EDO to give assurance that if the EDO do not use the expenditure as per the grant guidelines, then a milestone payment would not be made.
So has any contact been made with the EDO since the publication of that financial statement seeking further information?
Not by me, no, Senator.
By anyone else in your section?
Not that I'm aware of, but I could check that for you and take it on notice.
If you could let me know by the end of this section, it would be handy to know, because I suspect this is the last time we'll be gathering as a family.
Certainly, can do.
And can I just note one thing, which just is a bit of a signal to Mr. Hanlon as well, which of course, as we have discussed in these estimates before, the administration of the grant is done by the Business Grants Hub. So yes. I think Mr. Hanlon's conveniently helping, but at the end of the day, it's worth just noting Business Grants Hub will ultimately answer a lot of the questions that you're asking. Yes. I would be interested in talking to them, but I'm also interested in just all good ensuring that probity and other arrangements have been put in place. So then if we can go... So you've taken that on notice. I would be very surprised if the answer is no, given what was revealed in that statement. I certainly hope the answer is not no to that question.
I can answer that for you if you like, Senator. So
yes.
The answer is no.
So the department made no contact. Did you ask the Grants Hub, now that they've been referred to make contact with the EDO in relation to this?
So not particularly, because we actually have milestone payments due. So the last payment was made at, I'll give you the exact date, 4th of February. So that was a milestone report from April 24 to September 24, which does cover that financial year. And the next report is due at the 30th of April 25.
So no contact from the department directly to the EDO, and you have not, and as far as you're aware, no one has contacted the EDO, been asked to contact the Business Grants Hub to then contact the EDO on this issue, and nothing will happen until the next milestone report comes in.
So not specifically on this issue, because the last assessment was based on the November 24 milestone report. Payment being made the 4th of Feb, and there's one in progress at the moment. As part of our standard assurance processes, they need to provide financial information, which is, as we've discussed before, which needs to be audited by an independent qualified accountant.
And so when that independent qualified accountant raises something like the concerns around its future as an entity that is a going concern that can sustain itself, does that mean standard arrangements continue to apply, or is there some new level of concern and therefore activity that would kick in?
So if there was concern about solvency, then we would go and have a chat to the EDO, as we would with any other client, to see what their position is. understand whether they can fulfil their obligations. And depending on the outcome of that conversation, we would either proceed with the grant continuing or we have options to terminate.
Yeah, and can I just add, Mr Hanlon keeps saying we, just so we're absolutely clear, we is the Business Grants Hub. Rob, we're just...
Who are an intermediary on behalf of the department.
Well, as
it's
you know,
a policy of this government through this department to provide funding for the EDO.
It's a long-standing arrangement.
Yes.
Intermediary is a fair word. Yeah, it is. But at the end of the day, the thing I just want to keep focusing on is a lot of the evidence that Mr Hanlon is giving about what happens for the
process.
Process is done by the BGH. I think Mr Hanlon's been generous, but it's done by the business.
But if I'm not incorrect, this department drafted the new conditions that were part of this agreement arising out of the review.
I think that is. We certainly lent in to help on that. There's no doubt about that because of the review. Rob?
That is correct. So we did that in conjunction with the Business Grants Hub.
Okay, so there is a degree of ownership of the arrangements in place, which is what I'm asking about. The process managed by the BGH is arising out of conditions that were set by, in part, this department. So I don't think it's unfair for me to...
it's not unfair at all. It's completely legitimate. Just one additional point, just to supplement the assessment about ultimately payment of the progress payment is made by the Business Grants Hub.
Which doesn't happen till sometime into the future, which I find a little odd given their own auditors said we're very concerned about the future of this organisation.
Well, the last payment, though, has only just been made. Rob, just a reminder on when the last payment was made and the assessment done?
The 4th of February. However, though, I would point out that the review and the auditors did not declare the EDO as insolvent.
No, just said concerned about its future.
Correct.
So then, okay, we will talk to the Business Grants Hub, but just to be clear, no contact made, no request for the Business Grants Hub to go and make any further inquiries, notwithstanding that, even though the threshold seems to be they actually have to declare themselves insolvent, not have the auditors say there's a risk of that happening. Yeah. Are you about to rotate the call? Is that what you're... No? Okay.
I'm just listening with intent to your question.
Yeah, that always concerns me when you do that. So just on, you mentioned, Mr Hanlon, a little earlier on, that the provision of an interest-free loan to the EDO offset, without putting words in your mouth, it seemed to sort of clear up the matter of insolvency because they had access to this facility, and I think it was $6.5 million. What knowledge does the department have of any arrangements related to that income, that facility?
Only what's public, which is an interest-free loan, which is due in August 27, as I understand it.
Yes. Are there any conditions in the agreement with the Commonwealth relating to other sources of funding available to the EDO? Because I know sometimes a department might say, you are not to go and apply for state government funding if we provide to you Commonwealth government funding. Are there any conditions of that nature in the agreement that we have with the EDO?
In terms of their general funding, no. So we would seek that they wouldn't apply for state funding for the same things that we are funding. But in terms of general funding to the EDO, there are no conditions on that.
And so the funding, and we'll come back to the source of the interest-free loan, there are prohibitions around the use of the Commonwealth taxpayers' money going to the EDO to repay this loan facility?
Yes, so that would not fit in the conditions of the grant agreement.
Okay, and how do we determine that they are not using that funding to pay off this? Like, what assurance measures are in place to ensure the dollars we give are not the dollars used to pay back these unknown philanthropists and supporters?
So as part of the milestone reporting, they would have to declare what they've spent their funding on, and then they would have to provide evidence. That evidence would then be reviewed by an independent professional.
Okay. And previously we've talked about the EDO receiving funding from overseas entities. You made some inquiries by looking at their website and were satisfied that there was no concern of that nature. Are we satisfied that the $6.5 million that's been provided to the EDO by unknown entities, unspecified, undeclared at this stage, is not coming from a foreign entity or individual?
Well, I don't have any evidence to say yes or no on that, Senator.
Have you inquired
No, I have not.
Okay. Interesting. Minister, just...
Senator, if I may, Louise McCulloch, the EDO in their annual report actually declares all of their donors, so it's actually public in there. And
so who gave the $6.5 million
So I don't know that answer. I haven't actually looked at their financial statements or their annual report, but they have multiple donors, including both government, philanthropic, etc.
So the $6.5 million did come from someone listed in the annual report, which was published when?
I haven't looked, Senator, at their annual report.
So I'm just interested why you're raising that as in response to my questions around the $6.5 million facility.
Because you were asking questions about whether they had disclosed it, and I was saying in their annual report, whenever that is due, they will disclose their donors.
Is it a donation or is it a loan facility?
Senator, I only know what is reported publicly, that it is a loan facility.
So how would that be covered in a donation disclosure in their annual report?
That would be part of their financial statement, Senator.
The financial statement doesn't disclose who has provided the facility. You're talking about the annual report, and so you're certain that the EDO will disclose who provided the loan facility in their annual report when it comes out?
If they are receiving loans, that is a form of donation that would need to be declared in their annual reports.
Right. But to your knowledge, no one's made any inquiries about where it's come from, whether it's an Australian, a domestic entity or a foreign entity?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Just given the previous concern and the fact that Mr Hanlon went and investigated previously, I find it passing strange that we haven't made any inquiries, particularly off the back of this financial report that was provided just a month or two back. So, Minister, I was going to ask you, I mean, obviously it is the government's priority that funding continues to flow to the EDO in perpetuity. It's an item that continues each budget year in, year out. Have you read the financial statement relating to the EDO?
No, I haven't.
Does it concern you when an entity says that they are experiencing financial difficulties and their auditors declare that they may struggle to continue to be an entity that can operate as a going concern?
Well, from the government's perspective, the funding for the EDO has been a constant of Australian government practice for quite some time. It was, I think the Howard government funded the EDO all through the life of the Howard government. The Abbott government cut that along with Medicare, defence spending, a range of other important national priorities at the time.
I'm interested you put EDO and
well, I'm just saying that there was a government.
Yeah, it's interesting to know.
There was a government that cut all sorts of areas of important public expenditure, of which this was a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. Billions of dollars worth of services to Australians that that government hacked into and proposed even deeper cuts. So it's not a surprise that that government knocked over a series of these kind of grant propositions. This government made an election commitment to ensure that that organisation received, I think, a very small part of its operational expenditure. We followed through on that election commitment. If the question is, are we satisfied that I think Mr Fredericks has explained to you how the departments and the business grants hub engage with funding recipients. If the question is, are we satisfied that it's been administered properly, then the answer is yes. I mean, the government has, is the department doing its work appropriately here? The answer is yes. The Minister expressed some concerns about practice in relation to the EDO that widely traversed at the time, and that was appropriate.
Okay, so I have more, but do you want to? I'm happy for you to rotate the call.
I'll just check in. Senator Roberts, do you have any questions in corporate, or are you waiting for the next outcome?
In corporate, Senator Grogan, thank you.
Okay, off you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing today. Answers to my questions on notice, SQ 24-001186, have not been received. Why is the government refusing to answer these questions? And it's been twice now, October last year and May last year.
Senator, are you able to assist us with identifying the subject matter of those questions on notice? I'd understood we'd answered all questions on notice.
Yes, Senator, my understanding is that we have tabled all our questions on notice for our portfolio.
You haven't answered the details. I wanted specific costs on specific programs, and you haven't given them. You've hidden them away. Why are you hiding how much net zero policies are costing Australians? Twice now you've done it.
Senator, I think if the questions on notice you're talking about, if you're seeking further information in relation to those and they're in the climate change part of the portfolio, those people will be along in the next session to be able to deal with that.
So you can assure me that in the climate change section, I will be getting answers to my questions.
I can assure you. I can assure you the people will be here to take your question.
I see the way you dodged that. Why is the Minister...
Senator Roberts, Senator Roberts, there's no need at this early start of the day to be rude to the witnesses. It doesn't help, and it's disrespectful. Your questions, you're totally entitled to ask them. The officials at the table have never dodged those questions. They may not be answered in the way that suits your suits you, but they are answering the questions, and they're answering them on the basis of the facts that are available to them.
That's an old trick, Minister, deflecting. The fact is the Secretary just refused to confirm that the Climate Change Division would actually be able to answer the questions. That's all I wanted to know.
Senator Roberts, can I just say that I did point out at the very beginning of the session, when I know you hadn't quite joined us yet, that we do have a new behaviour code for Australian parliamentarians, and treating witnesses with respect is one of those critical elements. The questions can be asked at a later date. The characterisation that the question had not been answered is not true. The question was answered. You did not like the answer, which is totally fine, and it is your prerogative to ask further questions in the relevant section.
Thank you. Minister, where and how can we obtain costs of Labor's net zero and transition commitments? The whole lot. And I want to know who's responsible for overseeing Labor's massive spending of taxpayers' money devastating our energy grid.
Well, you'll be able to ask questions in relation to the costs and the comparable costs of the energy plan in the appropriate areas, climate change and when energy comes up. And what you'll find is there are people who are delighted to give you answers about these areas of public investment and private expenditure. And of course, we do come up against a period of indolence and failure in energy policy under the previous government, a failure to invest in any new energy or electricity generation capability, projects where disinvestment occurred, and that has of course meant that the government is rebuilding an electricity sector after a period of almost a decade where government sat on its hands. Now we'll be very happy, and I'm sure those public servants who are responsible for that will be delighted to answer your questions. Then.
Thank you, Minister. There are 100 policies that we want costs on, so we'll ask the Climate Change Agency about that.
Well, we've literally got all day, Senator. So we're very happy to go through all of that then.
Sadly, I don't have all day, but I'll ask another question of you, Minister. As well as the monetary cost, are you aware of the strong and stirring regional uprising against wind turbines, industrial solar complexes, and the massive myriad transmission lines destroying the natural environment and the human environment?
Again, Senator Roberts, this is not the right area for you to ask that question. I appreciate that you've just told us that you don't have all day, and it might be convenient for you to ask all your questions here, but it is not the appropriate time. There are other times throughout the day. I've been very, very clear with everyone in this room. We will run through the agenda as it was agreed by the committee throughout the day.
Fair enough, Chair. Minister, what are your directions to your department and agencies on assessing the environmental and human damage due to net zero transition?
I'm not sure. It's not directions from me, of course, Senator Roberts. I'm representing the government. Yes, the government here. The government's directions are what you would expect a government that is in the business of securing the lowest cost, most reliable electricity system for Australia. Of course, we're using the previous government's environmental approval framework. We're seeking to make improvements to that every day. Minister Bowen has been consistent about these questions. I'm somebody who grew up in country Australia, Senator Roberts. I'm very aware of the opportunities and pressures in those communities, and visit them regularly, and can see every time I go there where there are enormous opportunities in the program that the government has embarked upon of modernising the electricity system, in terms of jobs, in terms of local content opportunities for Australian manufacturers, in terms of what it means for regional communities when we can invest in new manufacturing capability driven by lower energy costs, and what a disaster the previous decade of disinvestment and pushing manufacturing offshore was. These are areas that I'm very familiar with, but in terms of this portfolio area, the Minister's been pretty consistent about that. Directions to the department are consistent with the Minister's publicly expressed views.
Thank you. Is the Minister Bowen able to provide the total monetary cost of the whole net zero transition, as well as the environmental and human damage, the damage to the human environment and the environmental environment?
Well, what we know, Senator, is that costings have been released publicly and consistently, and I think there's a fellow later on who's going to be very keen to talk to you and the committee about costings. Very, very keen indeed. The government has been very clear about the costs. The alternative government, of course, has a $600 billion plan for nuclear power stations that would arrive in the 2040s and 2050s and provide about 4% of Australia's electricity needs, emitting millions and millions of tonnes of additional carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and driving up costs for households and businesses from little businesses to big ones, making Australia less competitive and forcing electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore. So this is a government that's very keen to get on with the job of arguing about costings and delivering the lowest cost, possible electricity system and energy system more broadly for Australia. That's what we're doing. In terms of the specific questions about costings, you'll find us very keen to deal with those. In terms of the alternative, the costs of inaction, well, I think that's pretty clear in terms of Australia's competitiveness. And in terms of the environmental damage and in terms of the jobs cost of continuing to sit on our hands, which is what the last government did.
Final brief question, Minister. Are you aware that in every country that has increased solar and wind proportion of their electricity sector generation, the cost of electricity has increased dramatically, and that Australia has never had a higher ratio of solar and wind, and yet we've never had costs higher than we have now. We've got record costs for electricity prices. Well,
Australia is in an environment where a decade of not investing in the electricity system, dozens of coal-fired power plants announcing their closure, and of course the impact of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine has meant that alongside other cost of living pressures, there have been increases in costs to households and to businesses. We are seeing some improvements around those issues, and again, officials will be able to give you more information about that progress. But the reason that Australia has had to work so hard in relation to these issues is because we've had a decade of not only nothing happening in terms of investment in generation capability and transmission capability, but we've seen people, electricity businesses walk away from Australia and invest somewhere else. So the government has worked hard to make sure that there is new generation capability coming into the system, and of course that has led to significant benefits for households. Australians who install rooftop solar get a very significant benefit from doing that. And the only answer to ensuring that we've got an electricity system that is the lowest cost, most reliable system that suits Australia's geography and our climate and our capabilities and our future demand is by having sensible, common sense investments in the electricity system, and that's what's happening under this government. The alternative is a return to the sort of torpor and indolence of the previous government, plus a $600 billion nuclear scheme that would produce 4% of Australia's energy requirements, force electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore, and make household bills go up by $1,200 a year from day one. Pretty stark choices, and we're very happy to engage in that discussion as the Chair keeps insisting at the point where officials are available at the table to do that.
Minister, isn't it true
Senator Roberts, I'm going to have to rotate the call. We're well over time. And
thank you very much, Chair.
10. Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Senator Dunham.
Thanks, Chair. So, Ms McCulloch, I just wanted to go back to your point around the annual report, and the last annual report, which was provided in November, which includes reference to, in note number 1 on page 11, the provision of this interest-free working capital facility, and refers to an agreement with a third party, which at no other point in the document is named. Should that not be, based on what you said, information contained in this report? The identity?
In the annual report, they will name their donors. So whether that donor is specifically linked to an interest-free loan, that's not something I can comment on. I haven't read their annual report.
But this is $6.5 million. As the Minister himself said, it's up there with Medicare and defence spending. This is an important use of taxpayers' money. So I think we should all be very concerned about how it's being used and who might be co-contributing to this organisation, unnamed they may be. So I just wonder whether the department will make inquiries now, because the annual report, which was provided, tabled, made public in November, including financial statements and a full page referring to this interest-free working capital facility. Further on, it does talk about the material uncertainty regarding the entity's future financial performance and ability to pay the expected debt by the due date, etc., etc. Whether the department, which through the Business Grants Hub provides $2.3 or $4 million per annum to this entity of taxpayers' money, has made or intends now to make any inquiries about this. I just find it strange that we'll just wait till the next milestone payment or report date and check it out then.
So can I answer that, Senator?
Yes.
So firstly, I'd just like to point out that the financial statements are in compliance with accounting standards. They have been audited by a qualified accounting firm. Yes. If there were concerns on the source of that loan, I would expect that qualified accounting firm would raise those concerns, as they're obligated to do. Secondly, then, as we've said previously, the milestone reports will be reviewed by the Business Grants Hub, who are also subject to separate independent qualified accountants to have a look at their information. That's why I'm comfortable that we're in a safe position.
Okay, yes. And Grant Thornton Audit Proprietary Limited are the group that did the audit on this and made the points around the material uncertainty of the entity's financial stability, etc. But my question is in relation to, and this is outside of accounting standards, it's outside of, I think, the laws that govern reporting, evidently, because it's not provided here, but there is a degree of public interest, given the taxpayers are providing money to this entity every year ad infinitum, up there with Medicare and Defence, as we've heard, where this loan came from. So my question was, does the department intend to make any inquiries about the source of this funding or not?
No, Senator.
No, we'll just leave it. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Senator, can I take one aspect of your question on notice?
Yes.
Which is, as you stated in your preamble to your question, you said that this issue, i.e. the identification of the nature, if you like, of the donor, is outside of the existing reporting arrangements. I would like to take that on notice, please, and come back to you and answer, because I don't know whether that's true. It could be, but I think in fairness to you, I should give you evidence about that. Yes. And secondly, I would also like to bring in the regulatory framework that comes about because of the EDO being a not-for-profit charity, because as you know, that has another layer of regulatory control in relation to the EDO. So I'd like to come back to you on notice with the best evidence we can.
That's outside of this area's responsibility,
well, it is.
ACNC.
Correct, but in terms of whether the particular issue you're identifying, a source of loans to a charity, can be regulated is regulated as a charity, I think in fairness to you, we should provide you with evidence about that.
Yes, so really, and that would be very helpful because obviously there are elements around public concern in addition to legal requirements which would drive decision makers, be they in an agency or at the ministerial level, to perhaps make inquiries. At this point in time, no one's made any inquiries, not ministerial, not departmental. So I'm just...
Yes, and partly why I'm raising this is because I think Mr Hanlon is endeavouring to give you a sense of the very strong existing regulatory arrangement that, in a sense, means such inquiry is not necessary or not as pertinent as it might be being presented, and the aspect of the EDO being a charity might add to that. So that's why I'd like to give you that additional evidence.
None of those regulatory or legislative regimes would prevent an inquiry from being made.
It would not.
No. So it may not require it, but it wouldn't prevent it. So while I'll appreciate that information, I just, in the public interest, given the importance of the issue, and it's such an important commitment, the government
so I accept that
continues to fund it. Yes,
but
that could be.
I think we'll give some context to the premise.
Senator Duniam, I'll ask how much longer you think you're going to be?
Look, I think I've just got a few more questions on this and one other small issue, maybe 10 or so minutes.
Okay, we are behind in the agenda. You remember the
we'll make it up later
sign off on the
we can
agenda?
have a spillover, perhaps.
Absolutely. Go and get yourself a letter and 3 signatures on it, and I'll think about it.
Can do. So I just wanted to go to the link between the organisation Norton Rose Fulbright and the Environmental Defenders Office. So it was Norton Rose Fulbright who did the audit of the organisation in response to a request from you, or ultimately the Minister, is that right?
It's a very good question. I need to check that.
Yes, that's true, Senator.
Yeah.
Okay. So who, well, in terms of the terms of reference, who determined the terms of reference for the work that Norton Rose Fulbright undertook?
My recollection is that was done by the department in consultation with the BGH. Mr. Hanlon?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Have we been provided a copy of the terms of reference for that work? And if not, could we perhaps receive a copy?
I think we have, but we'll take it on notice.
I know verbally you talked to them, but I just wonder if we could be provided.
Can we take that on notice?
Great, okay. All right, thank you. And if you, as part of that, could you tell us also when those terms of reference were finalised?
Yep.
Was in drafting the terms of reference Norton Rose Fulbright contacted or workshopped with? Any conversations around the terms of reference?
Senator, I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay. What was the process undertaken to select Norton Rose Fulbright to do this work?
Senator, I might just pass to my colleague.
Through the legal panel, whole of government.
Whole of government. So it wasn't a DQ decision, it was this panel. Who's on
we accessed the whole of government legal panel.
Oh, right.
Which they're a member. Yeah.
So, yes, right.
So we would have conducted the procurement, but we would have done it off the finance-approved panel.
So these
of
are the
legal
pre-qualified.
Pre-qualified, yeah.
Okay. So how did you determine Norton Rose Fulbright as opposed to any other entity?
Value for money assessment.
Okay. And that was a decision made at what level?
I'd have to take it on notice, but I suspect it would have been myself as the Chief Finance Officer at the time, but we can confirm that for you.
Okay. And was it at any point disclosed or declared to you or others in the decision-making process that there was a pre-existing relationship between the Environmental Defenders Office and Norton Rose Fulbright?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. Our standard procurement does include conflicts of interest, so we could go back and check that for you.
If you could, I'd be grateful to learn whether it was ever disclosed. In their EDO Impact Report of 2023, Norton Rose Fulbright is mentioned as a firm that works closely with and supports the EDO, so I just find it unusual if they haven't disclosed that or declared that potential or perceived conflict of interest when they're going to conduct a review into their operations. So if you could please let me know whether a conflict of interest was declared, how that was managed, if it was declared, and that, I think, will take me out on that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
And the final cost on that as well.
Yep.
On that review work. My final couple of questions relate to an article that appeared in the Canberra Times on the 21st of February relating to, and it's entitled Departmental Officials Scolded Over Brief Refusal. So are you familiar with that, Secretary?
I am.
Yes, okay. So obviously the ART have suggested that there was perhaps a less than appropriate approach being taken to the management of information in the department to avoid having to provide information through FOI. Is that a directive that's been given to officials in the department to deploy the approach that was taken by this official?
So, Senator, the approach that was taken by the official I support unreservedly in those proceedings.
And so then...
Because at the end of, if I could
go on. Sorry, I thought you'd finished.
Because the reporting is one thing, but I think actually reading the decision puts quite a different reflection on it. As you know, Senator, in FOI law, where the debate is about whether deliberative material should be made public, the question is whether it's in the public interest, whether the deliberative material should be made public. And in a sense, Ms Short made two very, I think, powerful and very fair submissions. Judicial determination of the public interest is always a matter for balance. Minds can differ. It's the same as ministerial determination of the public of public interest. You know that, Senator, in your former capacities. Minds differ on public interest. It's not linear. It's not always easy. At the end of the day, my official essentially made two assertions, or advanced two propositions. One was that it is in the public interest for there to be, for documents not to be released during an interim EPBC assessment phase, because it is interim, and there is a very strong argument it's in the public interest to preserve the integrity of the decision-making process at that point in time. So I think that was a very, very legitimate proposition. I support that proposition as a matter for argument in the proceedings. In fairness, the decision-maker didn't accept that in this instance, but of course, Senator, you will know at this stage that we have the right to consider whether to appeal that consideration. So this is just one of those issues where different minds can form different views about what is in the public interest. In this instance, the decision-maker thought it was in the public interest for the material to be disclosed. It was entirely proper for one of my officials to say that it is not in the public interest that the material be disclosed because of the need to preserve the integrity of a legislative decision-making process. I think Ms Short was absolutely right to put that submission, and I support her unreservedly.
Sure, thank you for that. So, okay, you are back in the approach taken, and that's fine. The ART have made their determination. You're considering your options. You haven't made a decision yet about that. Okay, that's fine.
The period's still running, so
sure.
I should thereafter be careful. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And no changes to administration, if I can use that general term, in response to what the ART found?
None whatsoever. The Ms Short was providing submissions in accordance with the law, and this department applies FOI according to the law. Full stop.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Just for clarification, because it may be in the next one, who is responsible for the language in the climate change statement? Would this be corporate, or will it go in the next one?
That will be in the climate change group.
I'm happy to.
1.1.
Yeah.
1.1.
I was asking right on the cusp, so there'll be a... Well, that's it, Chair.
They're up.
They're done. Quiet thinking music.
Okay. Sorry, we were just seeing if we couldn't reorder ourselves a little. That does conclude the examination of corporate matters of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Thank you very much for your time. I'd now like to call officers from the Department in relation to Outcome 1, Program 1.1, Reducing Australia's Greenhouse Gas Emissions.
So good. Okay, are we ready to go? We might start off with Senator Rennick.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, Chair. Hi guys, how you going? Look, I hope this is the right section. I just wanted an update on the progress of where we are in terms of the 82% getting the 82% of renewables in the grid by 2030, in terms of reaching that target, and where we're at sort of on the 24th of February 2025 in terms of percentage of completion.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Senator, that is in program 1.2, which comes next. So the bifurcation is climate change now, energy next. I know it's not easy, to be fair.
Yeah.
The reason I was looking around was to see if any of the team were here.
Okay, no, that's all right. I can come
back. But they'll be on next.
Sure. I just want to, and there's an article in the Financial Review last week about there's a blowout in transmission lines from about 2.6 billion to about 4.1. I've spoken to you about this before.
You have.
About there's a fixed rate, a regulated rate of return on transmission lines.
Yeah.
Does that regulated rate of return apply to the blowout figure or the initial projected cost?
So what I'll do on that is effectively, thank you for telling us that.
Yeah.
The team will have heard that and they'll be ready to deal with that question when you...
On 1.2.
In 1.2, yep.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, cheers, thanks.
Excellent. Senator Waters.
Good morning, everyone, and hello, Minister. Thanks for your time. Can I just start off with some questions about just one of the Queensland coal mine extensions that was approved right before Christmas, the BHP Caval Ridge mine. It was approved to expand its operations into new areas of land and to mine an additional 159 megatonnes of coal over the next 30 years. And I'm interested particularly in the documentation for this expansion, which provide no information about greenhouse gas emissions from this expansion. Initially, the preliminary documentation documents asked for that information, and then there's a record in BHP Mitsubishi's document saying, following the receipt of the request for information and subsequent discussion with the department, it's understood that responses to emissions information were not required. So my first question is, why did you initially ask for Scope 1, 2 and 3 data for this coal mine expansion, and then after discussions decide that in fact no, you didn't need that data after all?
Good morning, Senator Waters. Edwina Johnson, Branch Head for Safeguard Mechanism and Carbon Leakage Review. Part of your question does actually go to the operations of EPBC colleagues in the department, which is a different outcome. But I am in the position to inform you that on the 19th of December last year, the EPBC Act delegate provided advice to... the approval date was the 19th of December last year. On the 20th of December, the EPBC delegate provided advice to the Secretary, the Minister for Climate Change and also the head of the CCA that the maximum Scope 1 emissions from the Caval Ridge Mine Horse Pit Extension project were 0.12 million tonnes a year and 4.31 million tonnes over the decades between 2025 and 2062. But with apologies, it is the EPBC colleagues that you would need to ask that sort of question about asking about the emissions information. But what I've just quoted you is the emissions information that was provided then by the EPBC delegate to the Secretary and others.
Thank you. So how did you have that data if you had discontinued your request for it?
Well, Senator, that's the part that I'm unable to answer because I sit in the climate change group, not the EPBC group, and that's a question for outcome 2.
Okay. So how would you normally get that information in your group via an EPBC request for expansion for yet more pollution?
We would get it in the same way as we got it from this project, a letter from the EPBC delegate to the Secretary and others.
So the proponent doesn't come directly to you, they go through the EPBC process. Okay,
That's
so
correct.
ergo, if that information is not in the EPBC process, there's no way for you to be informed what the emissions are.
Well, in some way, the emissions did get to the Secretary in this way. So the EPBC colleagues did receive at some point information on emissions that they then provided to the Secretary. So in this instance, we were provided Scope 1 information as required under the Climate Change Act.
So can you just tell me, please, what section I ask the EPBC?
Outcome 2, the EPBC environmental.
Okay, great. Outcome 2. All right, thank you. Just sticking with that particular mine and now asking about the methane emissions, the IEA estimates that coal mine methane emissions, particularly from open cut coal mines like this one are likely to be underestimated by up to 80%. and they assert that coal companies are dramatically underreporting their emissions. So the existing Caval Ridge mine, not the extension that was just approved 6 days before Christmas, but the existing mine reported 314 megatons in 2023 to the Clean Energy Regulator, but there's been some independent investigation that show that it's actually potentially 5 times as much as that. So I'd like to know, please, were methane emission estimates reported in the Caval Ridge's referral or approval for the extension, or in any comms between the Climate and Environment Ministers? Basically, how do you get that information about the Scope 1 methane emissions?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So the information that we receive is on the basis of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that would be using the global warming potential of methane, then converted to a carbon dioxide equivalent. I'd have to take on notice for you if we received anything specific to methane for that project.
Okay. So what is the government doing to fix Australia's coal mine methane reporting problems and ensure that companies are reporting, in fact, the true scope of their gassy methane emissions?
Thanks, Senator. Kath Rowley, Head of the Emissions Reduction Division. Senator, as you know, Australia takes great pride in its greenhouse gas inventory work, and we've got more than 2 decades now of continuous improvement and innovation, including in relation to the estimation of emissions from coal and gas activities, including fugitive methane. We've expanded the coverage of the inventory over time. We go beyond minimum requirements under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement requirements, and we keep a close eye on new research, data and technologies at home and abroad to continue to improve the quality of our inventory. You'll be aware that the Climate Change Authority made a number of recommendations in its most recent review of the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, including in relation to improvements and just kind of better improving our understanding of fugitive methane emissions. And the government released its response to that review last year. We've taken a number of actions in relation to implement the government response. Most recently, just last week, the government announced the remaining members of an expert panel, which is going to provide advice to the government on the role that new technologies and emerging methods can make to estimating fugitive methane emissions from coal and gas facilities. That complements other work that we're doing, including commissioning further research and analysis of different technologies, the different estimates that they generate, and what that tells us about the kind of validity and usefulness of different technologies to estimating those emissions. Also contributions, including internationally, to the International Methane Emissions Observatory, I think it's called, the IMEO, where we collaborate with other countries to better understand technologies and methods for fugitive methane. And in terms of how that all maps back to our domestic emissions reduction, domestic emissions measurement scheme, the ENGA scheme, we've made some changes last year as that first tranche of activity to implement the government response to the CCA review, and we've got a work program that continues for both developing new methods and removing the availability to some of the the more generic methods for estimating those emissions from those facilities. I can go into detail if you like, but that's the big picture.
Yeah, thank you. That is very helpful. Perhaps if you could provide me the detail on notice. I'm interested in the generic measurements that you imply as sort of being phased out as you develop newer, presumably more accurate methods of measuring fugitive methane emissions. So is it the case that those generic measurements will have applied for all of the coal mine approvals essentially to date, and so therefore potentially you've got a whole lot of coal mines that are even more gaseous and producing even more CO2 equivalents than you had initially estimated? What's going to be done about that if our figures are so wrong and these gassy mines that unfortunately keep getting approved and extended by the current government If we've radically underestimated their methane to date, then how are you dealing with that? Not to mention, how's the climate going to deal with that?
Senator, I think that there's an assumption in your question which I wouldn't necessarily agree with. So there are a range of estimates claimed with respect to the emissions from different facilities, including coal and gas operations in Australia. But some of them are made using new technologies which have not been proven to be accurate for the uses that they're put to in the studies that publish those estimates. And indeed, the people who publish those studies acknowledge the significant uncertainty in the estimates arising from the application of these new techniques. Also, when you change the methods that you're using for greenhouse gas emissions estimation, it doesn't necessarily mean that you get a higher estimate. So when we have different tiers of estimation methodologies, and some based on more average emissions factors, and others require more and more detailed direct measurement of the emissions from specific facilities. And in many cases, indeed I think in all of Australia's, for example, underground coal mines, all mines are already using those higher tiered methods. And so it's not that we have a widespread use of methods that would necessarily underestimate the emissions at all. That's not the case.
Okay, it sounds like it's all very speculative, with no disrespect meant to the expertise of the people, no doubt doing their best to try and estimate this. But it sounds like your old methods potentially are underestimating, and your new methods, you're saying, well, they might not be accurate either.
So that's not what if that's the impression you got from my answer,
that's the impression that I got.
No. So I think that the speculation is with respect to the direction of the effect when you move to new methods, and I would say that that's not always that the estimates would go up. Sometimes they would go down, and how that maps through, we regularly revise estimates for greenhouse gas emissions at the national level through our continuous improvement program for the national inventory, and we companies also, as methods are revised and improved, update their own facility level estimates as well.
So why do you keep
the calls if you want to?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple extra on this one, and then I'm finished with that section. So why? I'm not sure if this one better belongs to the minister. Why do you keep approving gassy coal mine expansions when you still don't have a clear picture of precisely how much fugitive methane emissions these gassy coal mines are producing, knowing that methane is, whatever it is, 26 times more potent than CO2?
So, Senator, the emissions from facilities are measured and reported in accordance with the requirements under the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme. The methods that Australia uses are world-class, so we require standards of measurement and reporting which are at the top tier of methods that are available internationally, and indeed in some cases we're the only country applying those high-tier methods to these facilities at all. So Australia already makes the best estimates that are possible for different kinds of facilities and different kinds of emissions, and we are, regardless, always looking for ways to improve those estimates and to make best use of the emerging technologies that continue to become available over time. So I don't think that it's correct to say that the decisions or the work is being done in ignorance of the impacts. We're making the best estimates available based on the international rules under the IPCC and the high-tier requirements that we have translated through to the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme.
Okay, just last question. You mentioned the expert panel on methane reporting that you've just finished appointing people to last week. Given that their work is now presumably going to commence, will the government put in place a moratorium on approving gassy open-cut coal mines until that expert panel assessing measurement of methane can actually finish its work? Surely you want to find out what they're going to say before you keep approving new coal mine expansions.
Senator, we have the highest standards of any country on earth in these questions. I'll put it a bit more colloquially than Ms Rowley put it. She's taken you through, I suspect not for the first time, the department and the government's approach to engaging the best scientific advice. As she's indicated, we have a world-leading approach in Australia, higher standards of any country on earth in relation to these questions. We're not. There's no lack of curiosity and engagement with the scientific community about where improvements and adjustments can be made. As Ms Rowley has indicated to you, there's a lot of noise in this area. There is the world of science and technology engaged in these areas, and of course there are areas of difference and improvement outside of that. There are people who make all sorts of claims in relation to parts of the evidence that they've read on either side of the argument. The job for government here is to work with the processes and frameworks and the experts to deliver the best possible approach, and that's what Australia does.
So no moratorium while that work is underway. You'll just keep approving the coal mine expansions.
Well, we will approve mining and resource projects, wind farm developments, solar. Large-scale solar developments.
I think those ones have methane associated with them, Minister.
All consistent with what is the world's leading environmental regulations, and we will continue to do that in the national interest, and we'll do it in a way that supports Australia's development, but we're doing it in a way that is consistent with the world's best environmental standards.
So no moratorium.
We're going to rotate the call, Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. On to safeguard mechanisms and carbon leakage, if I can. So there was a November slide deck, November consultation paper out on that. Where are we on the process of looking at the carbon leakage?
Thanks very much, Senator. So, as you've referenced, we released the second consultation paper from the carbon leakage review, which was led by Professor Frank Yotso. We released that in early November and accepted submissions until the 3rd of December. So as you're aware, Senator, this has been a particularly sort of complex and technical review. The final report has not yet been provided to government, but we anticipate that will be provided to government soon.
Okay, so carbon leakage is, for those watching home, essentially when, I think your paper, I'll get the actual word, carbon leakage undermines the efforts to reduce emissions in relevant sectors, and the literature suggests that domestic efforts to reduce emissions are typically partially offset by resulting increase in net global. So shut down here, go somewhere else is basically that point. So,
that's correct, Senator.
Okay. So how much of Australia's steel, given that's a very topical thing, how much Australia's steel industry is covered by the safeguard mechanism?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice. Certainly the two, the BlueScope Port Kembla and the Whyalla Steelworks are both covered facilities. I understand also InfraBuild is covered in New South Wales. I just have to take on notice the proportion of any other covered.
For those big two, and I think the InfraBuild processing plant in Newcastle?
Exactly.
Right, okay. How much the cement industry?
Senator, the 100% of domestic cement production.
So when we're seeing government to take action, we're talking about steel and Whyalla specifically recently in the last week. I think on slide 12 on the slide deck, it expects over the next 5 years steel in treated flat products exports are set to decrease by circa 10% by 2030. Is that correct?
Senator, I just have to take on notice which slide deck you're referring to. We did.
Senator, I was going to ask that. Are you able to tell us what slide?
Yeah, part of the consultation process.
Yeah, so we did. We undertook a number of both public webinars and international.
I will take that on notice and ask someone listening in the office to text me.
Yeah.
Or even just bring it up.
Yeah,
Got a copy
that's
of it
right.
and we can table it.
But, well, is that the department's position that steel-flated products exports are set to decrease by 10%? Is that what you're understanding?
I notice. I'm sorry, Senator.
There's been no looking at that so far?
So that any figures on those slides would be subject to a range of assumptions about different carbon prices, both in Australia and internationally. So I just have to take on notice for you exactly the implications.
It was in the November consultation stuff. I'm just being texted.
So I think the difficulty is with. I know you're doing best endeavours to identify source, but right now, as we sit here, we don't know whether the information is departmental information or it could be from the members of the. It could be from the review itself.
Yes, thanks.
Which,
and
of course, is.
Yeah. I would like to give you the assumptions that surround whatever figure it is. Thanks, Senator.
Okay, I'll just talk very slowly while someone's typing a message to me for 2 seconds. So what time are we expecting to have this review consultation, this process given to government?
Soon, Senator.
Soon, like so many reports last at the end of this period of estimates, or that soon, or are we talking months?
I'd say within a couple of weeks, Senator.
Okay, so at the end of estimates. Okay. Was there any economic...
Senator, obviously, we should be a little bit adult about this. There is a review being undertaken. Yep. I'm not close to the review, but there is a little bit going on in global steel markets. The government has undertaken something that I notice Mr Dutton belatedly has supported. It's something he never would have done if he was in government. The government has taken unprecedented action to make sure that Australia has future steelmaking capability in Whyalla. We have supported the aluminium sector to ensure that there is a process going on across global steelmaking and global aluminium manufacturing as companies shift their production processes to lower or zero emissions production processes, largely to do with their use of electricity. The question for Australia from a strategic perspective is that activity going to happen in Australia or is it going to happen somewhere else? It is not up for debate in these companies about what direction, what the direction of travel is for those enterprises, and it is of significance for Australia from an employment perspective, from a strategic perspective, that activity happens in Australia. In terms of carbon leakage, I just point out gently that there are also opportunities in this area to secure low or zero emissions production of products here in Australia because of our unique comparative advantages, all of which is opposed by your side of politics in a sort of boneheaded, anti-Australian, anti-industry, hyper-ideological sort of way. And the implication that the core assumption that sits underneath the Coalition's $600 billion publicly funded electricity plan is to force electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore. That is the core to the position, and it's also core to, as we discovered, if we're talking about slide deck, Senator, Mr Taylor's slide deck that became publicly available a few weeks ago, we was urging, before he came into Parliament, urging the aluminium industry to go offshore because he said they weren't competitive, didn't have confidence in Australian manufacturing. So, we're going to, there will be this review, will take its course. But this is a government that's not going to act according to the estimates schedule or the political schedule. As you tried to observe, we're not deferring these questions until after estimates. we're dealing with these questions in the national interest in a set of areas that are of real strategic importance, and we're not going to play silly politics with it.
Thank you, Chair. I will take the point that, we said respectful. We're using boneheaded by the Minister here. We heard these things. There is one person making this political, and it's you. We are used to the political games of not getting answers before estimates so we can ask the right questions. We're used to the fact that you raise the aluminium program. Why, if we are making the cleanest and cheapest energy in the world, do we have to give $2 billion to the people that are using the cleanest energy in the world? Because it is a falsehood. There is one person playing games here. We are going around handing money to all these people that should benefit from this so-called clean energy and emission stuff, but you characterise it as something else. You don't have to hand out money if it is cheap. So you can choose one choice. One choice. It is cheap energy that will make our industries competitive, or they need to be bailed out because they won't. Pick one and stick to it, because you can't have both. Well, when I come to this other point, and I go to this question, it is the consultation deck number 2, carbon leakage review, second consultation paper, is the slide deck I'm referring to, where it's page 12, and it suggests, your own government papers and departments suggest, we will lose market share to overseas by carbon leakage. Those things I've read. On that page, steel, treated flat products decreased by 10% of exports. Crude steel exports are set to decrease by 7%. Cement clinker exports to imports to increase by 25%. We went through this future made in Australia. It's a future assembled in Australia, because your policies are nothing more than logos. You want to call them boneheaded? No one has sunk to that political level except you here today, when we are trying to get questions specifically on government documents, and you make it political. I will not go any further than that, but on those documents, so on that paper, I go, Ms Johnson, where did those assumptions come from on that document that makes those assumptions?
So, Senator, I don't have that in front of me, but I will say that the illustrated estimates from things like carbon leakage were really set out as for the purposes of being an illustrative example. And so that, for example, assumed no carbon costs in other countries. Now, obviously, that's really at the upper bounds then of any sort of change in production. And so really what I think we were looking at there as part of the review was to aim to identify, so we looked at 73 commodities, and we were looking to identify those that may be at emerging carbon risk, importantly over the medium term rather than to the short term, which, as that deck would have said, showed that the safeguard settings, including things like trade exposed baseline adjustment, the funding under the Powering the Region Fund, are appropriate and sufficient in the short to medium term to manage carbon leakage risk. So really it was about showing the relative differences across commodities rather than looking to fix on a particular figure.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to rotate. And here is the document. I'm happy to rotate the call.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That's just for later. You can table, but yeah, rotate.
Would you like
yeah, thanks, Senator.
I'm sure you've seen many a slide deck. Just maybe easier if you've got it in front of you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, sorry. We will go to Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. The Minister and the Secretary have both individually promised that you'll be able to give me the answers to my questions on costs of climate and energy policy. I've asked about the costings of 76 policies twice, last October and last May.
Do you want
questions on notice
SQ24? Yeah, thank you. Give us the reference of those questions on notice so the officials can have them in front of them.
Sure. SQ24-001186. So here we go. For each policy that I list, please provide the actual amount spent in the last 3 years and the amount to be spent in the forward estimates.
So,
First
Senator
policy
Roberts,
is securing...
Senator Roberts, can I just stop you there? I'm not sure that any of us have the stomach for you to read out all 74 of those policies. Maybe we could go to the substance of the response. and maybe I'm just looking at it now. Maybe the officials could just give you a sense of why they haven't filled in your table.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, thank you, Senators. So Kushla Munro, Deputy Secretary responsible for climate change. So just to confirm, just in relation to your question on notice, Senator Roberts, so SQ 24001186, they were questions directed to the department, and as you know, there are a number of measures that are a responsibility for a number of other departments. In our answer to you, Senator Roberts, what the department did was outline the sort of comprehensive set of climate change policies, and we made reference to that. But the fundamental part to answering the question was, in fact, the reference to the portfolio budget statements, where all the details about those programs are available. So that's both from the department's perspective, and then you also have the broader budget papers themselves.
So you're still refusing to give me the individual costs? I can see it's the last paragraph of your answer.
I mean, happy, Jason Mundy is here. He's happy to elaborate a little bit further at this time.
Well, good morning, Senator. I'm Jason Mundy, the Division Head of Climate Change Policy, Adaptation and Risk. As Ms Munro was outlining there, but part of the complexity in endeavouring to answer this question on notice was that it contains a number of different elements which aren't readily answered in the form that was requested. So under the circumstances, by far the most reliable source for information on spending is the budget papers. So of course, where a program is a significant spending program and it's within the responsibility of this department, it's possible obviously to track expenditure. So for example, Senator, on some of the specific programs that are within the purview of this department, the answers to your questions are available and can be seen in the budget papers, and a couple of examples of those are, for example, in the 22-23 October budget paper number 2, for example, Powering Australia Community Batteries for the household sector will track the spend over the preceding 3 years, demonstrating that there was $46.6 million spent over those 3 years, and it'll also track the forward estimates for expenditure over the forward estimates, demonstrating there's $175.8 million in forward estimates. So really, Senator, the budget papers are very much the best point of reference for answering your question, and that was the substance of our response.
Thank you very much. I read that response. Multiple agencies are discussed. Is there any person or agency, perhaps I direct this to the Minister, is there any person or agency overseeing and coordinating the total cost and the interactions of the various policies? And who is that person?
Of the range of government policies in terms of energy.
There are 76 of them, Minister, that we asked about.
Well, there may be.
Let's just talked about complexity and the most reliable answer. So I'm just concerned about the reliability of what's happening in our country.
Minister, I'm not sure that you've got it in front of you, but I've just had a quick skim of those 74, and there are things like engagement with First Nations community, which I would imagine covers a vast number of the 74 on the list. I think the way you've characterised this, Senator Roberts, would probably make it quite difficult, Minister. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's a list of policies that are relevant in terms of energy, more broadly, electricity, climate, the environment, or it's a list of things that One Nation Party doesn't like. It's very difficult to answer your question, Senator. There may be more of these programs. The truth is that there are a range of course, commitments that the government has made. The previous government signed up to net zero objectives. That was supported by the Labor Party. We have a practical, common sense plan to achieve objectives like getting the electricity system to 82%, to make sure that electricity for households is the lowest cost, most reliable framework, renewables and storage backed up by gas peaking capability. That of course cuts across all sorts of government activity. In terms of the relationship between these areas of production and the risks that Senator Cadell was referring to, of course, in terms of a range of areas that the government's active around, in terms of Australia's future competitiveness, carbon leakage, all these sorts of questions, but also the opportunities for Australia that sit at the nexus of energy policy, what's going on in markets around the world for our mining and resources sectors. Like, these are areas that, of course, engage all of the departments who will be in front of this committee here today, but also the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, the Treasury, the Trade Portfolio, the Prime Minister. This is a cabinet-style government. This is a proper Westminster-style cabinet government where ministers make decisions in accordance with their portfolios, and the budget is administered by the Treasurer and the Finance Minister in the way that you'd expect. A list of programs that sit across government, that perhaps I'm not quite sure what the motivation is for sort of clustering them all together, but you know, the department can answer for the programs that it's responsible for. If there are broad questions about how these matters are coordinated across government, I suppose there's opportunities in Prime Minister and Cabinet estimates and Treasury estimates to traverse those questions as well.
Well, Minister, your government is spending more than $30 billion a year on climate and related energy policies. There's a massive, complex web of regulations, programs, schemes, and what you've just told me is that there's no one who can oversee the lot and put their finger on everything that's happening. We've seen other areas of spending in this government and previous governments derailed, people not knowing where the money's going, and I'm really concerned about that. We've just heard the previous witness talking about the complexity and the reliability. We don't know the impact on the natural environment of these policies, the impact on the human environment, the impact on the economic environment. It just seems that it's out of control. $30 billion plus.
Well,
I'll give you a couple of minutes to respond, Minister, and then we're going to go to a break.
Well, I'll take 10 seconds, just or 20. That's a figure that you assert. I'm not sure what the source for that, whether it's work that your office has done to try and aggregate spending across government in all of the areas that you're concerned about, or whether it's sourced from some other One Nation document, but I have not got that figure in front of me. The truth is, modern government's complex, Senator. Australia is facing a complex environment. Simple one-word or two-word slogans are not a substitute for actually having competent government dealing with these issues in a common sense and sensible and pragmatic kind of way, and that is what the government is doing. That's our job.
Thank you,
We'll
Chair.
now suspend for a tea break, and we will return with Outcome 1, Program 1.1 at 11:05. We will now return to Outcome 1, Program 1.1, and we will go to Senator Bligh for her first line of estimates questioning.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for appearing today. Can the department confirm whether Australia is still on track to submit its 2025 emissions target? 2035. Oh, sorry, 2035. Doing that on time?
So, good to see you, Senator. So as the Minister and the government have stated, what's actually required is advice from the Climate Change Authority, so under the Climate Change Act. And so the chair of the Climate Authority made it clear in December that they were going to be undertaking further analysis. So the government has to await receipt of that advice before it's in a position to consider it and then put forward Australia's updated 2035 target.
Okay, and we're not going to go in line with other countries that have managed to get theirs in. So, you know, how long is the delay going to be?
Yeah, so there's a range of what other countries have done. So I think as at thank you. So as at the 19th of February, it's 15 of 195 Paris Agreement parties have actually communicated their NDCs that include an updated 2035 target. So what we are actually expecting is that countries over 2025 will be put forward their NDCs. And probably a useful clarification from the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, Mr Simon Steele, was that he was really calling for all countries to submit by September, because this will allow the UNFCCC to do a synthesis report prior to the big COP in Brazil that will be happening in November.
Okay, so we can assume that Australia will meet that deadline of September 2025
That's
this
right,
year?
yep.
And just having a look, did the department recommend or approve the website change that removed the February 2025 deadline? Like that date, where because it was due in February 2025, that was changed in December, I believe, on the website.
Yeah, I think we'll just need to take that on notice. But just referring to my earlier comment, Senator, it was a nominal date of February. As I said, it's a much smaller proportion of countries, so 15 of the 195. So Australia is in good stead with other countries this year in terms of the timing for its NDC.
That's all. That's no further questions from me.
Excellent. Senator Darwin.
Thank you. My questions are in relation to the Frontier Nuclear Energy Modelling Report, so whoever is familiar with that.
I think those questions will be best answered in Program 1.2 when we're dealing with energy.
Okay.
The team are waiting, so once we're done with climate change, we'll be on to that one.
Cool. Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. What's the current number on emissions reduction since 2005 baseline?
Thank you, Senator. I'll just get my latest facts and figures. So the latest estimate of Australia's greenhouse gas emissions is 28% below 2005 levels, and that's from our June 2024 quarterly update, which was published last November.
When's the next one due about now?
It's due at the end of this month.
Yep.
We're just finalising it at the moment.
Okay. Some have claimed that emissions are higher for other reasons, for different reasons than they were at the end of the last government, the last quarter there. Is that true? Or
do you want to just elaborate a little?
So how do emissions compare to March quarter of 2022?
So for the year to March 2022, emissions are marginally lower at the moment on our latest estimates.
Yep.
And I think as we discussed at our last estimates hearing, that reflects that there are some quite different trends happening at the sectoral level. And in particular, 2022 was probably the year emissions were most affected by COVID-related restrictions and changes in the economy. And in particular, you can see that in transport emissions, which were at something like a 10-year low. Since those restrictions have been lifted, those emissions have come back to their pre-COVID levels. On the other hand, emissions in electricity, in stationary energy and in industrial processes have all been declining. And so just because COVID was such a confounding factor in trends, if you go back to pre-COVID, the emissions in the year to December 2019 was the kind of last estimate we have that wasn't affected by those COVID trends, and emissions are now around 10% lower than then.
What we've argued around, I know the difference between 10.1 and 10.2 gets clouded in this space of the 42 and the 82, 43 and the 82. The ministers and the government still claiming they're on track to reach 43 by 2030. I think the numbers we had last time is with, I'm trying to get the right phrase you used last time, additional measures I think is the right one. We were at 42.6, I think was the last essence we had the go. Have we found 0.4% more in additional measures that we're confident will reach by 2030?
Okay, so I can speak to the 2024 emissions projections. They were also published in November last year. And they found that, so we've got, that includes a baseline scenario with policies that are now being implemented.
Just for the record, what's baseline now?
And a with additional measures scenario, which has some additional measures related to the government's, particularly related to the Future Made in Australia agenda. And under those 2024 projections, we see in the baseline scenario that emissions over the period 2021 to 2030, which is partly how Australia's target is defined, to be 3% below the targeted budget. And so we're overachieving relative to the target on a budget sense. For the point in time, for 2030, the emissions are projected to be 42.6% below 2005 levels in that baseline scenario.
42.6 with baseline now?
That's right, in the baseline. And that's an improvement from last year, the 2023 projections, where emissions were projected to be 37% below 2005 levels in 2030.
So it's a 5% improvement in reductions in 12 months in baseline predictions.
In the baseline, and that reflects the fact that progress was made in implementing some of the government's key policies and measures.
So some of the additional measures had become baseline?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
So what is baseline would have reduced based on that then? Additional measures would have reduced?
So the with additional measures scenario, again, reflecting the fact that the government's policy intentions continue to evolve. We did the with additional measures scenario. This simply included some of the Future Made in Australia measures, as I said, and that one almost identical. So, and it's because the composition of the economy shifts with those measures, but at the headline level, emissions are projected to be 42.7% below 2005 levels, so just a very small difference in 2030, and the same outcome on a budget basis, so 3% better than budget.
Still under 43?
Just shy of the 43% legislated target, that's right.
Okay.
Which is not unusual when we're currently 5 years out from the target year, and it's not unusual to have a gap in that that far out.
Given the assumptions in the budget looks at performance, a lot of industry sources are out there saying that a key component, I know we're not on energy yet, the 82% renewables cannot be achieved, and I am in that basket. I think it's becoming increasingly difficult. What exposure do we have if that is not met? That's a downside risk. Are you contracting that government policies may not deliver the full 82% renewable contact by 2030 in that estimate?
So the emissions projections assume that policies are implemented as planned, and so in full. That's right. So those estimates reflect the full achievement of the government's 82% renewable target by 2030.
Does the department have additional modelling where those aren't met? Do you look at scenarios where we aren't building at the rate of renewables that we thought we would? There are lower things. There's increased difficulties in getting approvals for things, and it is going slower. Do you have models that look at that?
The emissions projections, as I said, focus on implementation of government policy.
I understand that. Do you have
in the emissions projections, no, we don't.
There are no other models than everything works?
Sorry, I couldn't speak to all of the modelling done. I can just speak to the emissions projections.
There are no emissions projections within the department other than everything works?
We construct the emissions projections in accordance with our international obligations, including the guidance issued under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and that requires the scenarios that we model incorporate the government's policy intentions.
And I get that, but my very specific question, there are no other models of emissions projections within the department other than government policy is carried out in full?
For the work that I can speak to, that's correct. I would note that, however, Senator, you can look at the emissions projections over time, and so we publish these every year, and that shows the cumulative effect of these new policy measures. And so, for example, the 2023 emissions projections did not include the impact of the full capacity investment scheme, which is one of the key measures that's going to help secure 82%, and that achieved a lower level of emissions reductions at that time. Now, lots of things change in the economy and the policy architecture, so it's no longer our best estimate, but that the shift between 2023 and 2024 was in large part due to the implementation of the capacity investment scheme and the implementation of the new vehicle efficiency standards. And details about both of those policies are included in both of those reports if you wanted to get an indication of how important they are.
Slightly cheating on my chair when I said I got one more in this. When you said the emission vehicle standards, I think under the modifications made in legislation, that only was meant to deliver 2/3 or a half of what was originally planned. What, because of the trade-offs at the end, how much was transferred to baseline budget versus what was the additional measure?
So the 2024 emissions projections reflect new vehicle efficiency standards as legislated.
Right, thank you. Last question is that we are now at 42.7, 3% above budget, 42.6 baseline, which is under the 43, suggesting everything works as planned under your model. I don't see that. Given everyone we have here, Snowy Hydro, Curry Peaker, transmission lines, every run runs slow and late, there is no fat, is there? There is no excess comfort, there is no extra insurance policy to get to 43, is there?
I'd say a couple of things, but others might also like to contribute. These are our best estimates based on what we know in last year when we were putting together the projections. All of the assumptions that inform the projections evolve over time. They evolve because of what Australia's doing and the concept that Australia's policy would remain fixed in WACS for the next 5 years is unlikely. It reflects global developments, including global demand for Australia's exports. It reflects what we know about technologies now. Over the next 5 years, I would anticipate that will change as well. And they can go up as well as down, but the projections reflect our best estimates based on what we know now. And as the policy mix changes, as the technology mix changes, as global action changes, we will continue to revise those estimates and publish our best attempt every year.
So I get as policies change, as global things change, we'll reassess. We're all looking at all these international policies. No one's looking at from what I'm understanding, no one's modelling what's actually happening. They're only modelling the policies. Is that correct?
I would say that we are modelling, so each year we update in light of what is stated with respect to the timing of projects, and so as project timing shifts or as project performance or specifications changes, we map that through to the projections.
I remember my first estimates here where we argued about the modelling that created this came from an external source, and it was great fun. I think our first one where the source of the modelling from an outsource, I think it was Frontier Economics, the same people. These are the same people that said we're going to get $275 cheaper energy bills they're the same that did these projections on emissions and 82% renewables. Given one hasn't been met, what confidence have we got that the other side of that's going to be met?
Well, Senator, I think it's fair to say that the government has legislated its commitment to 43% reductions by 2030. It continues to track its progress towards that target, including through statements to Parliament each year by the Climate Change Minister. And it will continue to revise its policies and measures in light of how it's tracking to that target.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Waters.
Questions will be for you again, Ms Rowley, covering some of the issues that we spoke about before. So in 2023, Queensland's Caval Ridge open cut coal mine reported emissions of 314,000 tonnes to the Clean Energy Regulator, but satellite monitoring by the Al Gore-backed emissions monitoring project Climate Trace records emissions from that mine to be 1.8 million tonnes, more than 5 times what the mine is reporting to government. What action are you taking to reconcile that discrepancy?
So, thank you, Senator. As I referred to earlier in my comments, sorry, I'm just going to get my notes so that I have the details here. We take great care in compiling the inventory, the rules for facility level emissions reporting, and we continue to improve them as technologies improve. We're aware of studies by a range of organisations that seek to estimate emissions from fossil fuel projects. I'm not familiar with the specific study you referred to, but I'm familiar with similar ones. And we've been engaging with those groups and other experts. This is from IEA, from international studies, and from domestic experts like those at the Superpower Institute, to really understand what they're doing and how they get those estimates. They typically employ top-down or satellite-based estimation methods, coupled with some different sampling and modelling approaches applied under a range of conditions. They're often also time-specific, so they might just involve a few data points over time, or in some cases even single ones that then get extrapolated to estimate for example, annual emissions. Study authors, as I said earlier, typically acknowledge that there's very high uncertainty associated with these methods. And they're not the methods that are prescribed and required to be used by countries, including Australia, under the UNFCCC and under the IPCC guidelines. So these methods are not ones that we use in our national inventory, and so the numbers aren't directly comparable. However, we've taken a strong interest in satellite-based estimates for things like fugitive emissions. We use satellites as one of the inputs to compiling our land inventory and have for many, many years. And we've commissioned research to understand what that technology can do better. And we have also, given the level of interest and the kind of the very divergent estimates that come from these technologies, in its response to the CCA review that I referred to earlier, the government has established an expert panel. It's led by Australia's former Chief Scientist, Dr. Cathy Foley, and that committee has been tasked to take a close look at these new technologies and to advise the government on the potential role that those measurement approaches could play, both in our National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, which is the facility level estimates, and the National Greenhouse Accounts more broadly.
Okay, so basically you're just saying their methodology's dodgy and you'll just believe what the companies say?
No, Senator. What I'm saying is that their methodology uses new technologies which are not part of the international rules for national greenhouse gas accounting, We're interested in it. We're keen to learn more about how those technologies can be appropriately used in deriving rigorous estimates, both at the facility level and to inform the national level. And we're very actively involved in both through this expert panel that's been established and commissioning our own research to understand it better so that we can put it to appropriate use. I think that the difference is that when there's a new technology, it doesn't necessarily always give you, rigorous estimates from day one, including because it's got constraints, it's got limitations, and we need to understand it so that we can use it properly.
So is the expert panel now looking at how to incorporate satellite-based methane measurement?
So the expert panel's terms of reference have been published and they're available on our website. In a nutshell, it's to provide advice to the government on the current scientific understanding of atmospheric approaches for estimating fugitive methane emissions, the role that they could play in the NGA, National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, and our greenhouse accounts, and the improvements in scientific understanding, technology and Australian capability that we'd need for optimal use of these approaches into the future.
Okay, that does sound like very useful information, but you're not stopping approving coal mines while you're gathering that information.
So my understanding is it's not the government's policy to that new projects are subject to normal environmental, social and other approvals processes, and new project proposals need to go through those processes.
Yeah, which don't have climate elements to them. Okay. Just on that change of methodology, I found a useful report in the break by an org called EMBA, which is entitled How an Accounting Shift Could Conceal Millions of Tonnes of Coal Mine Emissions. And it talks about that change from method 1 to method 2 that we covered earlier. Although it uses some terminology that I found useful. So essentially it says that company-led emissions estimates, which apparently, and this is what I'll ask you, are the style of estimation that you're now moving towards, that the company-led emissions estimates are miraculously finding that they're less methane intensive. How convenient for those companies that when they do the reporting themselves, they find, hey, there's no problem here, go back to sleep. What verification do you do of that company-led estimate of methane?
So companies that have obligations to report their greenhouse gas emissions at the facility level under the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme are subject to the requirements of that law, the associated rules, and it's overseen by the Clean Energy Regulator, an independent statutory authority that administers that scheme. They might be better placed to speak to the details of the verification arrangements, both firm-led but also the checks that the regulator itself conducts with respect to the kind of accuracy and veracity of those reports.
Is there any legal prohibition on false or misleading information in the provision of that methane estimate?
There are definitely penalties for non-compliance with obligations under the law and the statutory rules. The Clean Energy Regulator could probably speak more specifically to
but
those.
Is there a prohibition on false or misleading information? There's not in the EPBC Act, but I'm just asking about this other legislative regime that the CER is overseeing.
I'd need to take the details on notice.
Okay,
I'm very happy to provide further
hope there
information
is.
on that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so just this report says the Australian government's proposed shift towards unverified company-led emissions estimates could render millions of tonnes of methane invisible, while satellite measurements continue to raise serious under-reporting concerns. I want to get your reaction to that. And the other statement was expanding the existing under-regulated approach to self-led reporting without holistic improvements to Australia's sovereign methane measurement and verification capacity will only further undermine the integrity of our emissions inventory and also increase sectoral unfairness across the safeguard mechanism. What do you say to those contentions?
I think the main thing I'd note is that we're doing quite a lot of work and this continues many years' practice of continuous improvement, both in the national inventory and in the NGA scheme, the facility level reporting. And just a few examples, so, and this picks up the discussion we were having earlier. So last year, the government amended the NGA scheme to introduce, phase out the use of method 1, which is the most kind of generic method for estimating fugitive emissions from coal extraction for open cut mines covered by the safeguard mechanism.
Yes.
We introduced an additional method 2, which is a higher tier.
the company-led self-reporting one,
to incentivise uptake of more accurate methods for estimating fugitive methane emissions from flaring of gas in natural gas production. And we updated method 2 for estimating fugitive methane emissions from produced formation water occurring in an oil or gas operations to better reflect on-site operations and incentivise on-site abatement. We also require the Clean Energy Regulator to publish the methods that are used by safeguard mechanism facilities to estimate their emissions, so that there is that additional transparency with respect to what sits behind the emissions estimates that companies provide. Facilities are required, you're correct, to say, to report on their emissions in the same way that I guess I'm required to report on my tax arrangements to the tax office.
But the tax office can verify with you, and I'm interested in the verification that happens.
Reports are governed by law, they are administered by an independent regulator, and there are penalties for non-compliance.
Okay, but you're not sure what verification process the CER uses, and I have to now ask them whether they check what the companies say is accurate, or whether they're just taking the company's word for it. The department doesn't have any oversight of that.
The Clean Energy Regulator is responsible for the administration of the law and can speak at their best place to speak to their compliance and enforcement practices. As I said, I'm very happy to take on notice and provide additional information with respect to the requirements of the law, but I just don't have those details here with me.
And has the department ever, last question, Chair, has the department ever actually asked the CER to tell you, the department, what verification they use about these claims that coal companies make?
I've had briefings over the course of the last 3 years as the executive responsible for the NGA scheme, including from our Clean Energy Regulator colleagues, including where they've talked about their compliance practices. But as I say, I don't have that detail, and they are much better placed to speak to their practices than I am.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Very quickly, I hope it's you. The IFLM, are you guys doing that?
Yes.
Land management. So what's the current update? Where are we at on land management systems? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I might get started, and my colleague might want to add some specifics. But IFLM, for those who don't speak, acronym is the Integrated Farm and Land Management Method, which is being developed under the Australian Carbon Credit Unit scheme. And sorry, I'm just going to get it. That's department-led. Okay, so this has been under development in consultation with stakeholders, including industry, experts, academics and others for some time now. And we've had many rounds of workshops with particularly an industry working group, but with broader stakeholders as well, to inform the development of that method. It will cover activities including native plantings, revegetation and soil carbon on farmland, and it's the first method that is going to stack those multiple activities onto a single parcel of land, what we call a framework method, that you can have different activities in a single ACCU project. And we are planning to have a plain English version of that method released by the end of Q1, so by the end of March. And we aim to release an exposure draft of that method by mid-year.
Okay. Some of the landholders specifically are concerned, in consultation with my office, that the 3 areas they thought were all sequestration. It was biomass sequestration, soil carbon sequestration, and measurement approach. There's no review and the scope doesn't look at mitigation, where they're actually doing. Is there any opportunity to increase scope at the moment?
So the scope of the method is, as I said, abatement from regeneration and plantings and improvements to soil carbon. And we are planning to finalise this first version of the method with that scope. As I said, it is a framework method, and following one of the recommendations of the independent review of the ACCU scheme led by Professor Ian Chubb, there's a concept of what we call modules that could be added to methods over time, and there would be, potential through proposals led by proponents or industry or academics or others to add additional activities to that method over time.
Over time, but not in this. So specifically, if I was looking, I'll make something up. I might grab something. If I was talking about intensive grazing, where there's manure collection and using it for fuel or other use, where there is mitigation, that's not in this specifically. We can't look at that here.
There's no intention to include that in the first version of the integrated farm and land management method. As I noted, it's been under development for some time, and there is strong interest from the industry in getting a method landed so that these activities can projects doing these activities can get underway. We do have other methods that deal with things like waste management, including manure management, and so projects can still happen for those activities. But as I said, it's a framework method, and there is the potential to add additional modules over time.
Okay. Specifically, this will be a question I need, even though we won't be getting it back for this Parliament, I don't think, to take on notice. Can I get a list of organisations and experts that have been consulted on the grazing suppression part of the ILM in the rangelands ecosystems?
Sorry.
There's been a lot of experts spoken to. Miss Lee Perry.
Thank you. I'm Kate Lee Perry, branch head of the carbon crediting branch. Thank you for your question. Yes, we have been engaging with a range of experts and stakeholders through the development of the integrated farm and land management method. And that includes experts from the academic community, some of the industry participants that engage in the scheme and are interested in using the method once it's available, and that does include also stakeholders in the livestock sector as well. So yes, we could take on notice a list of those stakeholders that have been engaged through the process to date.
And a date, if you can just apply that when they were.
Yep.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Chair.
Great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. We will now release program 1.1. And I will call officers from the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee, including Professor Karen Hussey as the chair, to come to the table. Professor Hussey, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator. I'm conscious of time, so happy to go straight to questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Senator Dunniam.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Thanks for coming along. If I can go to the announcement of 4 methods that were approved under the proponent-led development approach for, so including the native forest management in multiple use public forests, savanna fire management in the northern arid zone, improved avoided clearing of native regrowth, and reducing disturbance of coastal and floodplain wetlands. You're familiar with that, obviously, those 4 methodologies. Can I just understand the process for the preparation and provision of advice to the Minister relating to those 4 and how they went on to where they are?
Yes, thank you, Senator. And for the record, Professor Karen Hussey, Chair of the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee. So following the independent review of the ACCU scheme, which was referred to earlier, led by Professor Ian Chubb, there was a decision made by the government to shift from government-led method development to proponent-led method development on the basis that that would encourage greater innovation and identify methods that were more likely to be taken up at scale. In that context, the government announced last year that they would run this proponent-led method development process, and they granted powers to the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee to provide advice to the Minister in relation to the potential prioritisation of expressions of interest received by the Minister. So we were invited by the Minister to provide that advice in relation to prioritisation. We had two sets of criteria to look at. The first was in relation to the potential for each of the expressions of interest to comply with the offset's integrity standards, of which there are 6. And then the second suite of criteria was called a triage criteria, which was set by the government and included the scale, the complexity, the co-benefits, the adverse impacts, and the innovation associated with each of the expressions of interest. So we were asked to design a robust and meaningful and comprehensive assessment process of those expressions of interest. There were 39 received. So we pretty promptly put out an information paper that spoke to our interpretation and application of the triage criteria and the weighting afforded to each of those criterion. We were then in a sort of an assessment process, if you like, Senator, where the department provided preliminary assessment and advice to the committee, which was informed by feedback from various parts of the government, predominantly within the context of DQ, and predominantly those in the inventory branch who could speak specifically to the eligibility of the proposed carbon abatement to be achieved, and also advice from the Clean Energy Regulator, particularly in relation to the complexity criterion. So all of that material was assessed in a preliminary assessment that was prepared by the Secretariat in the Department, and then provided to us as a committee, and we deliberated over each of those 39 expressions of interest at our meeting in September last year.
Okay, thank you. So with this preliminary assessment, or I should ask, is it the committee's job to provide to the Minister advice on these things, or is that back through the department?
So there's two components. So the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee provided advice in relation to a ranking for prioritisation of those expressions of interest. So we had 4 categories, and at risk of reminding everyone of their school days, if you received an A, we had agreed that the expression of interest had excellent alignment with the triage criteria and should be prioritised for development subject to other advice received. A B was excellent alignment with the criteria, should be prioritised for development should new resources become available. C was really good alignment with the standards or potential to meet the standards and alignment with the triage criteria, not quite there yet. And that could be for a number of reasons. Yes, working toward, but not quite there. That, yes. And then, regrettably, of course, there were 21 that received a D, and there were a number of reasons for a D. Not all of it that they weren't very good, but simply that they may not have been fit for purpose for the ACCU scheme, which, as you know, is a particular beast. So we provided our advice in relation to the ranking of those expressions of interest, and then my understanding is that the department provided advice in parallel in relation to the expressions of interest potential impacts on economic, social and environmental factors.
Did you see that, or did the committee see that advice? It was provided entirely separately?
Yeah.
So 2 documents provided together, ostensibly to the Minister to make determinations on?
So we provided ours directly to the Minister.
Okay.
And then I understand there was a parallel process which would have been run by the department.
And Ms Rowley, are you best to speak to that?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so Professor Hussey's just talked through what the committee did and what they provided to the Minister. In parallel, what did the department do?
So the department has two roles here. So the department provides secretariat services to the Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee, and so there's teams within my division whose work is directly geared to the committee's work, and we also have policy responsibility for the ACCU scheme, and so we provide our advice to the Minister on a whole range of issues relating to the ACCU scheme, including method development, and so we obviously took account of the ERAC's advice and analysis and assessment and provided our advice to the Assistant Minister with respect to the next steps, including the kind of process under the statute.
And the advice was consistent between the department and the committee? They weren't contradictory?
No. And the Assistant Minister made his decision in light of the advice from the department and the committee.
And it's this Assistant Minister?
No.
It's a different one.
Sadly, I was looking forward to giving you much more detail.
Well, we can go there if you'd like.
I'm occasionally tempted to go, on for a long time, but no, not this Assistant Minister.
Never lost for a word. But
That was the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Josh Wilson.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So was there a draft set of advice provided to the Minister at any point on the way through prior to the final brief being provided to the Minister for decision?
Of our advice?
Well, either.
No.
An interim brief?
No. Well, not of our advice.
We may have provided an update on the process, including just outlining the process, but there was not an interim advice on the final decision, no.
Okay. And in the development of the criteria and the weighting given to these elements of the decision-making process, were there many changes on the way through, or once it had been decided this is how we will triage, prioritise, rank, etc., we stuck with it?
We provided it as information to the Minister and I think the Assistant at the time. It was the Minister rather than the Assistant Minister, I think. No, there was no toing and froing on how to weight the criteria. We had, as a committee, discussed what we do with the criteria. We were given headline words,
yes,
which we felt needed some elaboration and explanation to help proponents understand how to address those within the context of the template, and in doing so allocated weightings according to them, and then provided that as information to the Minister.
Okay, and so once those weightings had been determined, that was it? They were static from that point on? There were no changes made?
For that round, yes.
Yes.
It's conceivable that one would change them in a future round, but for that round...
Sure, but for that round, yes. It was as they were at the beginning, that's how they were when the document went forward.
And it was entirely on IRAC to decide how they would be weighted.
Yep, okay, understood. And so we've stepped through the process to achieve the, or determine the weightings. So just in terms of weightings again, so who determined or how did you reach the conclusion that there was a certain weighting given to the scale of potential abatement, but not as much weighting given to whether the abatement would actually materialise once a project was on foot? How did we determine that?
So the committee had... I'll deal with the first question first and then the second.
Sure.
So the committee had allocated very intentionally 35% to the scale criterion, 35% to the complexity criterion, and then 10% for the other three. And the reason for that heavy weighting at the beginning around scale and complexity was that the scheme has benefited from an enormous number of methods, but has each of those methods have not all lived up to their potential, shall we say. They have not all delivered.
Of course.
And so there was a strong feeling coming out of the ACCU scheme review, which was done by Chubb, that we should be really trying to make sure that methods that go forward are giving us bang for buck. An enormous amount of effort goes in from the department, from stakeholders in developing each of these methods. And if you're going to put that kind of public investment into them, then they really ought to be delivering in terms of scale and uptake. So that takes me to the second question. How did we have a look at whether or not the abatement that was projected to be achieved under the expressions of interest would be achieved? So we looked at, it varied according to each of the methods, obviously. We looked at the extent to which there was scientific evidence to say that the activity was in demand, whether it was on decline. In terms of the two methods that I suspect you're interested in, because you mentioned them at the outset, there was significant deliberation over the fact that native forest harvesting has declined significantly over the last couple of decades, but it has eased off. That decline has eased off since 2011, and so notwithstanding a fairly dynamic policy architecture, we were confident that there was still significant abatement potential. That said, Senator, one of the things we did reflect in our assessment is there were two native forest expressions of interest received.
Yes.
One was from the New South Wales government, which was exclusively in relation to ceasing or deferring harvesting activities. And the other was from Forestry Australia, which was, and I should say that first one was also exclusively in relation to multiple-use publicly owned forests, so state forests, right? Which is a relatively small percentage. Significant abatement potential, but nevertheless a small percentage.
Yes.
The other one was tenure agnostic, and so would bring into play or scope private forests. It was also not limited to deferring as an activity. It brought in things like adaptation, restoration, repair and the like, even forest as fire management as an eligible activity. It was the committee's view that there would be most abatement realised if the two methods were to be looked at as linked. And that is to say, taking on the framework approach that was referred to earlier, start with that which is far more well developed in terms of the EOI that we had in front of us, which was the improved native forest from multiple use forests piece, but then add, once more research had been done, to really get our hands around, our arms around the uncertainties associated with the abatement potential of each of the activities that were listed in the Forestry Australia proposal, add that in so that by the time you get to the end of it, you have a very nice mosaic of tenures and eligible activities to support the native forestry industry. So that was our advice, and we ranked them quite similarly. So the first one was ranked third, and then the second one around enhanced native forest resilience was ranked fifth.
Okay, thank you very much. So just on the weightings, though, that was purely designed by the committee? There was no external input into that. Perfect. All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Darman.
Thank you. Just, I guess more broadly, if you could talk a bit about why it's important to have an independent integrity committee with a full-time chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So integrity is everybody's business in the ACCU scheme, and as you will have seen, it's been a particular area of interest for the last few years. The committee's responsibilities are not insignificant in so much as we're responsible for monitoring the compliance of ACCU scheme methods vis-a-vis the offset's integrity standards. We provide advice, so we're overwhelmingly an advisory committee, but we do have one particular power under Section 27A, which relates to a situation where the committee feels it has reasonable evidence in front of us to suggest that a method no longer complies with one or more of the offset's integrity standards. And in that situation, the committee can instruct the clean energy regulator to no longer process eligible applications against the method while for a period of time, so we press pause or we suspend the processing of those applications long enough for us to have a good look at whether those integrity matters are as material as we think they are, and consequently what to do about them, or conversely that we jumped and they're not as material as we thought. So in those circumstances, Senator, I think it's vitally important that we have an independent statutory committee, ideally with an independent secretariat reporting to the chair as recommended by Professor Chubb, so that the committee has the opportunity to be able to provide that oversight and that scrutiny vis-a-vis all of the methods, and then provide really well-informed, independent, objective advice off the back of comprehensive, well-resourced periodic reviews in order to support the overarching integrity of the scheme. So as Ms Riley referred to, the Secretariat at the moment provides our advice and does a very good job of doing so, but the Statutory Committee itself is independent.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You talked quite a bit about the process with regards to assessing method proposals just before. What was your overall impression with the effort that the various stakeholders went to in developing their ideas?
Thank you, Senator. So I think we might even have put this in our letter to the Minister. We were enormously impressed by the quality of the majority of the applications that came, or expressions of interest that came through the committee. We're blessed in this country, as all of you know, with an outstanding research and development sector, but we also have very committed, informed and experienced industry stakeholders in the ACCU scheme who are very, very in touch with what the latest technology is, what the latest measurement and modelling techniques might be, and it was really apparent through those expressions of interest that a lot of time, energy, effort had been put into quite a number of those expressions of interest.
Mm. And so if stakeholders have issues about the integrity in the scheme that they want to raise, how would they go about doing that?
If it's at the method level, it takes a degree of expertise to understand the ACCU scheme, but if it's at the method level, then those concerns should be raised through the IRAC's Secretariat. If it's broader integrity concerns, then you're either looking at the Clean Energy Regulator or the Department.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you. I don't have any questions for this committee, outcome 1.2.
Okay, sorry, I thought you had questions for these guys.
Nope.
Nope. Yes, you may.
Is that okay? And I'm hoping it's in the right section.
Let's give it a whirl.
This is just in relation to recent events in South Australia, particularly Whyalla, and obviously there's been some government funding that's going to go into the steel making plant there. In terms of the hydrogen project that the state government in South Australia was planning, they've announced that that's going to be shelved. I'm just wondering if AEMO had included that hydrogen plant in their projections.
That would be a question for AEMO.
Okay.
This is the Emissions Reductions Assurance Committee section, so that is 1.2.
That's 1.2, but later? Okay. Yep. Brilliant. No worries.
Professor Hussey, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. That wasn't nearly as painful as I thought.
Maybe next time.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much. So you are now released from the program, and I would like to call officers of program 1.2, support reliable, secure, affordable energy. Oh, okay. We sat there so patiently. Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Duggan. Do you have any opening statement or anything you want to say before we kick in?
No, Chair. Just ready to get into it.
Excellent. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few questions to Mr Duggan and his team. Specifically, they're questions, I guess, that best described as arising out of the Energy Planning and Regulation in Australia inquiry that was run late last year. And I should say up front, forgive the voice. Hopefully it will hold up, because at least it will keep my questions brief. Mr Duggan, you would have seen, you followed the inquiry. There was quite a few criticisms, many criticisms, right, from various interested stakeholders about the ISP throughout the inquiry. I don't mean to, or don't tend to, or wish to prosecute all of those, because it wouldn't be relevant with the different stakeholders. One of the pieces of information that was put before us was your review of the integrated system plan, which I want to congratulate you on. I think was an exceptional piece of work. I wish I had been aware of it earlier in the inquiry. Probably would have, or before the inquiry, I might have even saved us having one. But that aside, it was a great piece of work. What I found most interesting about it was that while it didn't couch anything in terms critical of the ISP, it very much belled the cat about issues that have been long-standing within the ISP. Would that be a fair way to summarise the whole review?
Yeah, so thank you, Senator. Simon Duggan, Deputy Secretary, Energy Group. So, Senator, the way I'd characterise it is, so the ISP, we found, is effectively fulfilling the role that it's intended to fill, but we found that there is an opportunity for the ISP effectively to be improved in various different ways. And just at a very high level terms, taking more of an energy system view to the transition in particular, so not just focused on electricity, but bringing in the considerations, the broader transition considerations, in particular around gas, but a few other areas as well. So I'd say broad way of characterising it is ISP doing its job, but opportunities for improvement.
We might disagree on the ISP doing its job or not. I think if you accept, and I don't, that it should just be a transmission plan versus a system plan, I think it falls down fairly majorly and is, I think, in danger of making sure that Australia doesn't meet or get through the transition in the most economically sustainable way that we can, I think is the best way to put it. For example, your report, and I'm just going to pick out a few things here, and these are all things that I've raised in this forum with the department and with various agencies over the years. So they're nothing new to you, nothing new to me. Yet some of the things that you pulled out seem to be of a huge surprise to AEMO. Things such as integration of gas. It was a big part of your review, that it's failing to, I think your report said, a lack of foresight or acknowledgement in the ISP has failed to sufficiently firm VRE, variable renewable energy. That's a fairly damning omission in the ISP, wouldn't you agree?
So, Senator, the finding effectively of the ISP review was there was an opportunity for a more thorough consideration of a broader set of issues to the ISP. I think reasonable to sort of characterise the ISP as essentially over time it has broadened and strengthened, and I think the ISP review identified a number of areas where that pathway could continue. So specifically on the broader set of factors that we found could or should be considered by the ISP. You're right, so better integrating gas and electricity planning, so thinking about likely development pathways for the gas sector and considering the impacts on electricity networks that would result. That was one of the key thematics. Second one is, and this gets to an earlier comment that you made, expanding consideration of distribution, storage and energy demand, so ensuring that the relevant trade-offs for emerging technologies and approaches are better understood. And the third element is the opportunity we see for process enhancements, and I think AEMO would agree with this, to improve the transparency, accessibility and deliverability of the ISP. So we want to make sure that the ISP is understood for what it is, but also understood for what it isn't. And so being able to communicate clearly what the ISP aims to do, so that when it's interpreted by stakeholders and commentators, that people really understand what the analysis is intended to show.
Thank you very much, and I agree with all that. But it's worth pulling out some of those points you just raised, because they were certainly large gaps, and as late as the 2024 ISP, which came out after your review, there certainly still are large gaps. I mean, for example, consumer energy resources. Some of the issues that we're seeing in the NEM at the moment in terms of negative wholesale prices, record minimum demand, and all the stresses that puts on system security, come about because consumer energy resources, particularly rooftop solar, weren't planned into the system. It almost looked like AEMO turned its head around on its shoulder one day and went, "Oh, where did all that rooftop PV come from?" We've been crowing about it as a country, rightly, that we've put so much rooftop PV on, and it's over 20 gigawatts of our generation now. But it's not integrated into either into the NEM or into the integrated system plan in any meaningful way, is it?
So it is part of the system build-out under the optimal development pathway for the integrated system plan out to 2030 and out to 2050. And it's recognised as being the largest or second largest source of generation capacity. I actually think this is one of the success stories of the transition, that households have been so participatory in taking advantage of the opportunities of household solar, and for some households taking advantage of batteries as well, so that they're able to take more agency in their own energy future. So I actually think it is pretty well embedded, pretty well integrated into the ISP.
Why then is AEMO seeking powers or a rule change to having the ability to curtail rooftop solar, residential rooftop PV?
Yeah. I think, Senator, as you're moving from what was a very highly centralised electricity generation sector, so one that was dominated by frankly, about a dozen major sources of generation capacity, you're moving to a much more distributed system, be that utility scale wind and solar, or be it household scale solar. The sort of technology shifts that need to accompany that in order to be able for AEMO to be able to operate the system, that they will change over time. The way consumers interact with the market will change over time. So, through the CER roadmap, through the work that the AEMC does in considering rule change requests, the work is never done. When you're in a transition, you need to continue to attend to the market to ensure that you're maximising outcomes for consumers.
I agree with you 100%. It just doesn't seem that AEMO has been forward-looking on any of this stuff and seeing these patterns evolving and integrating that into the ISP. The other part of it is demand management, demand side practices. We've got this glut of solar energy in the middle of the day, a lot of which is just getting spilled or is knocking out the investment signals for further utility scale wind and solar. I mean, this just doesn't seem to be the sort of plan that you'd be expecting, given that and people in this room, Minister, have regularly talked about AEMO as the experts. Wouldn't we expect to see a bit more vision and a bit more foresight? I mean, that's 4 ISPs over 6 years. They've had plenty of time to work some of these things through. We still don't see enough storage in the system. Still seems to be myopic on transmission, particularly the large-scale interregional interconnectors.
So, Senator, I think the point I'd make is that, the ISP is a very rigorous process. It goes through a draft process, as you know, very transparent on the assumptions that go in, so they produce an assumptions report, and then there's an extensive process of peer review, and then it's very much a forward-looking document. So it's then based on multiple projections pathways under a variety of different scenarios around electricity demand in particular. So I would say that in fact it's very forward-looking. It does benefit from the best thinking, not only within AEMO, but frankly the best thinking in the sector around how to think about those development pathways. But as I said before, it will always continue to evolve and improve over time. You raised the specific issue around demand-side factors. So in the middle of last year, Minister Bowen made a number of rule change requests to the AEMC in response to the ISP review. One of them was improving consideration of demand-side factors in the integrated system plan. So we are attentive to that issue, the need to continue to bolster that, improve capability in that area. AEMO would, I think, recognise that as well, and there's a rule change request that gives light to that.
Thank you. I'll leave it there. I think I don't want to flog a dead horse any longer, but I think all I can say is I hope that AEMO do take into account your review, and hopefully they take more views from other external parties.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for your team. Great piece of work.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Going on to some costings and cost of electricity. Moody's recent announcement, their assessment went through that the growing risks in the energy market, and it's certainly around affordability. And have you seen the Moody's report or examined their assessment of the Australian energy market and Australian energy infrastructure?
Senator, can you give me a few more details?
Moody's did a whole assessment of the Australian energy stuff going forward. They've actually put a whole lot of commitments about what's going on in the costings. It was probably put out about a month ago.
About a month ago.
Yeah.
Senator, I'm sure I saw the report
I'll
at the time.
get an exact date for you again, and I'll put that through.
Yep.
If the department don't have that in front of
I can ask different questions.
You might need to
I might
put
come
some
back
of
to
those
it.
on
Absolutely.
notice.
Yep.
And I'll come back specifically on the costings they put around the NEM and stuff like that. But the government's recently come out and they keep saying that the entire cost is just $122 billion through to 2050. Is that still currently the cost of that's been given by government?
Yeah, so Senator, important to understand. So that cost is derived from the integrated system plan. So that $122 billion is the discounted annualised upfront capital of all new generation storage and transmission assets to 2050.
Yep. Now, given this is where we have this interesting spar every time, the cost of and I know Senator Ayres may be somewhat gun-shy after being on Sky and the cost of the plan of the total system plan versus the ISP. Rewiring the Nation announcement, it's claimed it will support $78 billion in projects by 2031 at announcement. Capacity Investment Scheme will support $67 billion in renewables and storage by 2030. Now, outside, if I just add those two together, that's $145 billion in those two projects alone, which is higher than the $122 billion that the ISP says it will claim. So that's just two policies to 2031, and they are $30 billion more than the government saying it will spend till 2050. Explain that to me. How does that add up?
Senator, there's a very simple explanation for that. So the cost to 2030 are the cost to 2030, the things that you've just talked about there. So the ongoing capital cost, for example, of a project supported through the Capacity Investment Scheme, those projects will have 20 to 30-year lives associated with them. So the total cost over the life of that capital asset will be larger than the life incurred to 2030. So when you're talking about adding those two numbers up,
so depreciation
you need to
versus
think about
expenditure.
That's right. You need to think about the economic life of the asset.
But why aren't we doing that with nuclear when we're judging it at 30 compared to 80 in the lifespan of it nuclear, and they're judging it at 30 under the Gen Cost reports?
Sorry, Senator, can you repeat the question?
Gen Cost reports, or they go out there, they say that nuclear has a life of 30 when all the current plants have a life of 80? How come we're doing it for one class of asset, we're not doing it for another?
Yeah, I think Senator, so, I mean, that detailed questions on Gen Cost are best put to CSIRO, but on that particular question, CSIRO have made the point, so they looked into that as part of updating the Gen Cost report this time, because people have pointed out that the operational life and the economic life of a nuclear power plant could be longer than the 30-year assumption that they make in the Gen Cost report. What they found is if you look at the extension from 30 years to, be it 50 years or 80 years, whatever it might be, you incur another set of very significant capital costs to do that. And so what they found is effectively the cost differential, by taking that into consideration when you convert it through to an LCOE, was not very significant.
So if we're looking at cost versus expenditure, I'll ask a different question. What is the expenditure up to 2050 required for the ISP?
So up to 2050, so if you take essentially the 122 billion that we talked about, which talks specifically about all new generation storage and transmission upfront capital costs, you then need to take into consideration fuel costs and other operating costs. And so again, in the ISP, it produces a figure for that. So taking into account those costs, which also includes operating costs, maintenance costs, etc., you get a figure of 191 billion. 100
on expenditure for those things. What about things that, I think from memory, and some would have moved, things that were already planning or already in progress aren't factored into the ISP. Is that still the case?
So factored into the ISP for the purposes of the system plan.
Yep.
But things where there's already been a capital cost incurred,
but aren't part of the system yet.
Yeah, so don't include the cost of any committed or anticipated projects. They are not.
So what do you have a cost of anticipated or costed projects on top of that, on top of the 190 odd million?
Well, so what it's trying to ascertain, Senator, is what is the forward-looking cost of the different development pathways.
Expenditure.
And so if those costs have been already incurred, they're sunk costs. They're not forward-looking costs of the transition.
Do you have some of those sunk costs? Has the department got a sum of the sunk costs that aren't included on top of the 122 plus the fuel costs?
It's not produced in the integrated system plan, to my knowledge, Senator.
I'm not asking is it in the integrated system plan. I'm asking, does the department have a cost of these projects?
So Senator, what you're effectively asking for is what is the total asset base of the Australian energy system?
No, I'm asking what's the expenditure required by investors in the government on these projects that aren't included in the ISP that are sunk costs or underway.
Yeah. Senator, so just to understand, so what you're effectively saying is there's a certain level of generation capacity that's needed by 2030 to meet generation demand. That will be met by a whole range of generation assets.
Great.
Some of it will be coal, some of it will be gas, some of it will be renewables, some of it will be transmission, etc. So effectively what you're asking for is, unless you're specifically interested in a specific generation technology type.
No, a category. A category of undertaken or approved or being developed, not yet. Like I can walk up to Bayswater, have a look at what I used to tell my sons was a cloud factory. I know it's there. One of them got in trouble for kindergarten saying that's where clouds came from. But I can see that's there. The things that are not yet in place or in the system that have a cost associated with them that aren't included in the ISP, do you have a category for that?
Senator, I don't have that figure in front of me. I'll have to take that.
Do you have a figure somewhere for that?
I'll look to my colleagues, but I don't know.
I don't think so, Senator. And you'd have to say at what point is it included in terms of what you're saying, anticipated or committed. So you're saying something where a financial investment decision has been made and that expenditure has not yet been incurred in full.
Yeah, and not for part of the ISP.
Yes. Yeah. So, and essentially the ISP operates on that slightly different basis, and anything which is committed or anticipated is assumed to occur in every scenario and therefore not assumed to be part of that forward view. It's a slightly different kind of conception that you're talking about now, and I can understand where you're going here, but I'm not sure we know all private investment decisions across the whole of the energy system, what's been incurred, if that makes sense. Yeah, what expenditure has an investor incurred to date versus what might come in the future. And then there's a separate question about how that impacts customers, for example, or consumers in the national electricity market or the WEM, because these are private sector investments that we're discussing here.
So when we get to the...
So hang on just one sec. Can I ask you to put your name and your position on the record, please?
Yes, apologies, Chair. It's Kirsty Gowans, Head of Electricity.
Very well done. Yeah. So I get that. If we don't know all of these things, we're giving costs out, and I notice a difference of cost versus expenditure, of course, retained value. I will be more alert to that in my questions from now on. When we get to cost to consumer, and this is where we get funny again, because we get rebates, we get this, we get the other. We harp on all the time, and I'm sure the Minister hates us saying there was 275 price reduction promised before the last election. Do you monitor actual prices to consumers under categories and stuff like that across the department from what they were?
So we do monitor. So if the question is, do we monitor electricity prices? The answer to that is yes.
So what is the price differential per kilowatt hour from, let's go March quarter 2022 to now?
Yeah, I can get that for you, Senator.
Okay. Retail, not wholesale.
Oh, retail?
Yep.
So retail, Senator, as you know, I mean, most customers...
Default market would be fine.
Households will effectively get either a standing offer or a market offer offered to them once a financial year.
Yep.
And so your question will go to a full financial year cost. And it differs between jurisdiction and it differs between region. But if you're in New South Wales, for example, the standing offer in New South Wales for the current financial year equates to an electricity bill of $2,095 per annum.
And what would have been back in end of 22 or end of 21?
So the earliest figure I have on me, Senator, is... And so all of this, of course, is pre-rebate. So if I were to take the rebate off the current figure, I have a figure of $1,795 as the electricity bill that someone who receives the rebate would pay. If I go back to fiscal year 23, so 22-23, the equivalent figure without rebates, of course, was $1,742.
So which one's excess? 2,045, you said? Pre-rebate?
So pre-rebate 2,095,
okay.
Post-rebate 1,795.
Okay, thank you. If I have to rotate, I'll come back to that.
Okay, Senator Frank.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And good morning. Or afternoon, that's right, my apologies, afternoon. I was just wondering if you could provide an update on the progress of where you're getting to in terms of your 82% renewables by 2030, how far along that track you are.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning. So, Senator, I think in previous estimates appearances when we've answered this question, we've made the point that we anticipated the pathway to 82% would be a non-linear pathway and that we would expect to see an acceleration occur as investors responded to the incentives that were being put in place by the government. So we're now in a position where I can say we are starting to see that acceleration. So effectively, compared to 2023, we're at 35% renewables. Q4 of last year, we're at 46%. So quite a significant increase.
So you're up to 46% of the grid's now powered by renewable energy?
That's correct.
Yep. Okay.
That's for Q4 of last year.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So what we need in order to get to 82 is about 6 gigawatts a year of grid-scale renewable capacity on average each year. We effectively saw that occur last year. So if I go to data from the Clean Energy Regulator, they approved an additional 7.4 gigawatts of renewable capacity last year. And on top of that, they saw a further 4.3 gigawatts of additional capacity that went to final investment decision last year. And the other thing I'd just note, Senator, is we also, of course, administer the Capacity Investment Scheme. And there we have a good sense of the pipeline of activity that's coming through. We've received bids worth many multiples of the tenders that we're putting forward. So, for example, if I go to the tender one, so the NEM generation tender, we were tendering for 6 gigawatts. We attracted bids 4.5 times that amount. So we're starting to see a really strong pipeline coming through, which is giving us more confidence we'll get that acceleration we need to see through to 2030.
Okay, cheers, thank you. Could I get, so it's 40% quarter four last year, 46%, sorry, quarter four last year. So how much was that a jump in 1 year from the quarter four 23?
So I only have average figures for 2023, unless one of my colleagues has the Q4 figures. The average figure was 35%.
Right, okay, so you jumped about 10%.
About that.
In 1 year. Right, okay, no, that's good to know. My next question is, there was a report in last week's Australian Financial Review about a blowout in building a transmission line of about $1.5 billion. Yep. And just back to that regulated rate of return issue with transmission lines, is regulated rate of return based on the final cost, including the blowout, or the initial estimated cost?
So, Senator, I might go to the specifics of this particular project that was commented on, and I'll ask one of my colleagues to talk about how that translates to the regulated asset base. So that was an announcement by Transgrid that their component of Project Energy Connect had increased from 2.1 to 3.6 billion.
Yeah.
As we understand it, Transgrid has yet to confirm with the AER the process to assess whether the increase in cost meets the efficient and prudent test. Right. For them to be counted in the regulatory asset base. So we don't, until it goes through that process, what of that $1.5 billion increase will go through to consumers is yet to be determined.
Okay, so you do have checks and balances in that regulatory process that if there's blowouts, they're not going to get 8% of the blowout.
They need to show that the increase in expenditure is deemed to be efficient and prudent, and they need to satisfy the AER of that. That's right.
Okay, thanks. And just to confirm, is the regulated rate of return, I said 8%, why did I have that? Is it 8% or is it 6%? What is the regulated rate of return, sorry?
Defer to one of my colleagues on that.
Paul Johnson, Principal Advisor, Electricity Division. I can't tell you the exact figures, Senator, but the AER sets what it calls the rate of return instrument every 4 years, and this sets out the methodology by which the rate of return on equity and debt is determined during that 4-year period, and that binds the AER's decisions. It takes account of it's influenced by movements in the capital markets during the period. At the time that it set it 2 years ago, I think the figure was something between 6 and 7%, but it will have moved with movements in capital markets.
Okay, thanks. And final question: do you track how much foreign immigration you have to do, how much foreign labour is involved in building these transmission lines?
So, Senator, no, we don't track that information.
Right. Okay. So you got no idea. I'll go back to Home Affairs on
that. Yeah. So I think anything relating to immigration is best directed to Home Affairs.
Okay. Cheers. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darman. Thanks. So take two of my questions about the frontier modelling. I've got some questions about what the modelling takes account of or what it doesn't. So maybe in the interest of time, I'll just list off a couple of the queries I had. So wondering if the modelling takes account of the cost of extending coal-fired power stations, whether it takes into account the time or cost needed to deliver nuclear power regulatory and safety systems, the cost of nuclear waste storage, or whether the modelling accounts for the existence of water availability constraints at the sites that have been identified.
So, Senator, I mean, we are at a bit of a disadvantage on these questions because, of course, we can only answer on the basis of what was transparently published in the Frontier report. Some of the issues that you go to were not specifically mentioned. It's not our modelling, so we're not in a position to be able to comment in detail on whether or not things that weren't disclosed in the written report were actually part of the modelling that was produced. So, Senator, I'm hesitant to offer you an opinion on that because we simply just don't have that information.
In terms of the report that you've seen, though, can you make any comment about what you've seen in the report?
So, Senator, of course, we have seen the report, and we have fielded various queries and questions from Minister Bowen and his office on aspects of the report. So, I mean, we are familiar with the report itself, and as I said, but only on the basis of what was produced. And I make the point that any report, unless you really understand the assumptions, it's very difficult to interpret the outputs.
Couldn't Minister Bowen give you some assumptions like he did last time?
You did mention in your first answer that it didn't cover some of the items I mentioned. What were they that you were referring to?
So, Senator, you're asking questions at a level of detail about that report that certainly I'm not familiar with, but Mr. Plant might be able to help you.
Sure. Justin Plant, Acting Branch Head, Office of Energy Economics. One thing that we, when reviewing the report, noticed that wasn't covered was the potential for first-of-a-kind costs to be incurred by nuclear capacity. Now, that's something that GenCost highlights in the CSIRO report, highlights that is a potential issue. And based on our review of the Frontier report, there was no inclusion of first-of-a-kind costs, specifically for nuclear capacity.
And what sort of cost would that be, would you say?
I suppose going back to the CSIRO GenCost report, they report up to 100% increase is possible, but that is just the upper bound, and there's a whole range that they provide.
What's the lower bound?
I might have to take that on notice, or you might have to talk to CSIRO about that.
Just to add to that, add to Mr. Plant's answer there. So, I mean, it's implicit in the label, first of a kind. So that 100% that CSIRO talks about, it is an up to amount, and it is for the first piece of generation that's put in. So I wouldn't apply that across the whole.
Yeah.
It has been, as has been well traversed, I think, a feature of every single nuclear reactor construction since the turn of the century in a Western country, that they have blown out by an enormous amount. These are not first-of-a-kind projects. They are first in some decades projects for economies that have an existing nuclear sector. But for all sorts of reasons in those economies, they have blown out in terms of cost, blown out in terms of time. The consequences of that for householders and businesses is, of course, that electricity becomes far more expensive. Of course, for Australia, these are first of a kind of propositions in many respects, including the fact that beyond the facility at Lucas Heights in Sydney, which is not an electricity generation facility, Australia doesn't have an existing nuclear industry, and there would be very substantial costs and economy-wide problems associated with doing the kind of exercise that is set out in that, and that's why it's a highly risky, impractical, and costly venture for Australia.
Thank you. So just noting what you've said in terms of not your report, etc., just going to extending coal-fired power stations, was that traversed in the report? Is that your understanding or not?
So Senator, from what we gather from the report, we couldn't find anything that went specifically that essentially disaggregated any costs associated with extending coal-fired power stations. Now, those costs could be significant capital maintenance costs, significant capital spend costs. They could be operating costs. So again, there wasn't anything transparently in the report that demonstrated that. Now, there are lots of things that are aggregated in the report, so whether it's in the totals, I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Just a question about insurance in terms of that report. My understanding is in every country with nuclear power, the cost of insuring the industry and local communities is largely borne by taxpayers. Do you know whether the report has taken into account any cost to taxpayers of public nuclear power insurance, including insuring local communities?
Not that we're aware of.
No. Okay.
I think it'd be pretty hard to approach the insurance industry to try and work out. I mean, these projects in Muswellbrook, for example, since the coalition announced,
Just one second, Minister.
This is meant to be examination of government policy and government things. This is not a question that is in the scope of.
I understand the high level of sensitivity about these questions.
This is not government policy.
Senator Cadell. This report has been churned through a range of estimates,
I understand.
scenarios,
It wasn't right then.
It is a report that looks to the future
Chair,
of
it is not
policy.
government policy, it is not government thing, it is not scope of the estimates or government expenditure. I'd ask
Thank
Ms.
you,
Secretary.
Senator Cadell.
I'd ask for a private meeting on this.
Very sensitive, very sensitive
We will
indeed.
suspend and we will have a private meeting where Senator Cadell and I can hash out our differences. And given that we're close to the lunch break, we will actually break for lunch. We will turn at 1:45 p.m. We'll get started. Thank you. Welcome back. We will continue with program 1.2. But before we do, I'll just advise that we have released the Clean Energy Regulator, Threatened Species Scientific Committee, the Australian Institute of Marine Science and the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority. Those agencies will not be required today. Thank you. Over to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question's around the gas inquiry, December 2024 interim report. In January, the ACCC released this report which projected that there was the potential for structural gas shortfalls on the East Coast from 2027. End quote. The agency recommended that the government develop a gas market system plan to prepare for future shortages. I understand that the government has the future gas strategy to inform gas's role in the transition to net zero, but does the government or does the department know if the government intends to develop a plan in line with ACCC's recommendation for the gas market system?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Earlier today, we had a series of questions that were around the energy planning process more broadly, and in that context, I answered questions around the integrated system plan. In that sense, in reviewing the work that's done on the east coast of Australia by AEMO, one of the clear recommendations coming out of the review there was that we better integrate thinking around future gas needs with future electricity needs. So there is a recognition that we need to essentially have a gas planning framework that is broadly equivalent to what we now have today in the electricity sector. So yes, there is a recognition of the need to do that, absolutely.
Is there a timeline on when that might take place? Because obviously 2027 isn't too far away.
Yeah, so Senator, just on that, so what you're referring to there is the most recent report published by the ACCC in December. So there, just to make sure people understand, the East Coast gas market is anticipated to have a surplus in 2025 in the order of 77 to 112 petajoules. But when looking forward, one of the things that AEMO does through its gas statement of opportunities is to identify where there's an opportunity for more investment to bring on more gas supply in order to meet projections of demand. And so in that context, at the moment, they are forecasting that there could be effectively more demand than there is supply out in 2027. But importantly, they make the point that the additional supply commitments that the government secured through the mandatory code of conduct would be sufficient to push that back from 2027 to 2028. So at the moment, we have 604 petajoules of gas that have been committed, additional petajoules of gas committed to the domestic market to 2033, 269 petajoules to 2027. So that's helped to, in a sense, delay the point at which gas demand exceeds gas supply.
And beyond the 2028, what potential action will we be taking, or will the government take to ensure that there's that reliable supply of gas for Australians?
So this was a key theme of the future gas strategy that you referred to earlier, Senator, which is the recognition of the need to ensure that we're continuing to invest in gas supply to meet our own domestic gas needs, but also to meet the contractual needs of the LNG exporters. So, the future gas strategy effectively talked to the sorts of issues that would need to be considered on the supply side. So it gets to issues like unlocking new gas fields, exploration, etc. from that point of view. And so really it's, the future gas strategy, in a sense, laid out the broad strategic framework. In addition to that, at the last Energy and Climate Ministerial Council meeting that was held in December, this was a key topic of discussion. And coming out of that work, or that discussion, ministers tasked their senior officials, so both the Commonwealth and the states and territories, with working together to come back to them with options for addressing projected gas supply shortfall risks. We're in the process of putting together that advice with the states and territories at the moment, with the intent of coming back to the first Energy and Climate Ministerial Council meeting this year, which is scheduled for the 14th of March.
14th of March, okay.
Yep.
14th of March, we'll keep an eye out for that one. How much gas did Australia use last year? Are you able to give me a breakdown by state and territory?
So, Senator, if you bear with me for a moment.
No worries.
I may have that information for you. So I could give you a total fuel consumption figure for gas in 2022-2023. So in petajoules, 1,518 petajoules of gas was consumed in Australia in that financial year.
2022-23. We don't
right.
have the figures for 23-24.
That comes from the Australian energy statistics, and unless one of my colleagues corrects me, I think that's the latest data that has been published.
And on notice, are you able to provide the breakdown by state and territory?
Let me just see, Senator, whether I have that for you now. If
No
not,
worries.
no, I don't. I'll have to take that one on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And maybe on notice as well, how much gas did Australia export last year or in the financial year of 2022-23? And if we can also have a breakdown by state and territory.
Great. Thank you, Senator. I'll take that on
Thank you.
notice.
That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Billick.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk about nuclear. I understand some representatives from the department attended the House Committee inquiry into nuclear power generation last year. Were you there, Mr Duggan?
Yes, I was, Senator.
You were? Great. I'll just wait till the others get to the table. So thank you. I'm just wondering if you could remind us of the expected timelines required to progress a nuclear power station from concept to design, community and government engagement, and right through to approval.
So I will give my colleague the opportunity to answer that question, who answered it so expertly in the House inquiry.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you very much, Senator. Claire McLaughlin, Head of Division, Energy Performance and Security. The answer is at least a decade to put in place the regulatory and other systems to support nuclear power in Australia.
At least?
Yep.
Minimum?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell me what's the average lifespan of a coal fire station?
So on average, a coal-fired power station, this is work, I believe, coming out of the Clean Energy Council, looked at it, and the average life of a coal-fired power station is about 42 years.
42?
That's correct.
And sorry, I'm a bit deaf in one ear, so. What about the average age of coal-fired power fleet in Australia?
So the average age today of our existing coal-fired power fleet is 35 years.
And what's the average cost of extending them beyond their productive life? Does it require significant investment?
Yeah, so Senator, we haven't done cost calculations of the cost of extending coal-fired power for the reason that we support the government to implement its policies, and it's not the government's policy to extend coal-fired power stations.
Okay. So if Australia's energy grid was to extend coal until 2040, when the experts are saying that nuclear could begin delivering power, are you able to tell me what cost would that be in terms of, I suppose, reliability and also in terms of maintenance?
Yeah, so Senator, we're now at the point where we have, it's in the order of a dozen coal-fired power facilities. The answer to that question will be different for each of them. They're all at different stages of their productive life. In order to do a cost calculation like that, you need to understand their operations and their technologies fairly well. It's not something that we've done calculations of. From a qualitative point of view, I mean, clearly, were you to seek to extend any type of electricity generation asset beyond its existing productive life to have it in the system for longer, you'd anticipate there to be rising maintenance costs. The older the kit, the more maintenance it requires, but also you get to a point where at some point you would need a significant capital investment in the plant in order for that to then remain a productive, reliable plant going forward. But as I said earlier, we haven't done the calculations for me to be able to say what the cost of that would be per se.
Okay. Just the Australian Energy Market Operator and the ISP is the basis for a lot of the government departments' decision-making when it comes to the energy system mix. So can you explain how this and the electricity statement of opportunities deal with our changing energy mix in coming years?
Yeah, so the integrated system plan effectively provides a set of what's described as least cost development pathway for consumers over different time horizons that are consistent with government policies. So important, of course, set of government policies in that regard, both state and federal, are the emissions reduction policies. So essentially what the integrated system plan does is provide different scenarios for how you could achieve that objective and different costs associated with those scenarios. So that, in a sense, provides a pathway of new generation, storage, transmission assets, etc., gas-fired firming capacity that you need in order to meet projections of electricity demand in 2030 and 2050. The electricity statement of opportunities published by AEMO looks at the extent to which, on the basis of the existing and committed projects, we're able to meet the level of demand that's projected to a very high level of reliability. So at the moment, under the interim reliability standard, the objective there is to achieve 99.9998% reliability in the grid. So meet the energy needs of the electricity grid 99.9998% of the time. Based on those standards, then AEMO produce, in a sense, an estimate of unmet need, so that 0.0002%, and they project whether or not there is a need for additional investment in order to close that gap. And what we've seen over time is that often industry will respond because they'll see a market opportunity, and so you'll see industry invest in order to close that perceived reliability gap over time.
Do current government policy settings, including the capacity investment scheme, provide for projected energy needs until 2030? And how much new energy is required?
Yeah, so Senator, the capacity investment scheme is designed effectively to achieve the pathway to 82%, effectively replacing the coal generation assets that we anticipate will retire over that period. So AEMO anticipates that around 90% of the existing coal generation fleet will retire over the next decade. The capacity investment scheme provides the firmed renewable generation capacity that will provide for the electricity supply prior to that departure of those coal-fired power assets. So in a sense, it's trying to get the supply in to ensure that we retain reliability while coal-fired power is effectively scaling down and coming out of the system. So it's expected to support in the order of $70 billion worth of investment over time. The expectation is that in the AEMO's electricity statement of opportunities, they've factored in the first tender from the capacity investment scheme, but not all the subsequent tenders. Once those subsequent tenders were factored in and we see the projects come through the capacity investment scheme, you'd anticipate that that will make a significant contribution to reliability in the system.
Does the CIS represent value for money? Does it provide policy certainty to encourage investment in renewable energy?
Yeah, so the capacity investment scheme, what it is effectively a revenue underwriting instrument. So what it does is it effectively, there are a number of course unknowns in the energy transition. One of those unknowns, for example, is the time period over which the capacity that it's seeking to replace, so largely coal-fired power generation, will exit the market. That uncertainty has significant implications for projections that investors make when they think about what the revenue outlook would be of a new investment. Other uncertainties, of course, are depending on how the transition unfolds, what sort of new generation technologies will have entered the system, so the proportion of gas-fired power generation, wind generation, solar generation. Each of those different technologies produce at different costs at different times of day. And so if you're a proponent of one of those technologies, there is a level of uncertainty about what your revenue outlook will look like. So what the Capacity Investment Scheme does is invites competitive bids from the market to provide the minimum amount of revenue underwriting support that is necessary in order to get those investments through to a final investment decision. And so it is a highly competitive auction process. I think I mentioned in response to an earlier question, we've had bids that are sort of 4.5 times the amount of capacity that we're auctioning. And so we're very satisfied that the price that we're paying through the Capacity Investment Scheme on behalf of Australian taxpayers is the lowest price needed in order to provide that additional capacity.
And so that lower price helps provide that certainty?
Yeah, so that provides the certainty for the investors to take the investment decision that's necessary to get that generation capacity online.
There's also been a lot of discussion about baseload power. In the Australian context, where we have the world's largest energy grid, highest rooftop solar penetration and world-class wind and sun resources, what's that mean for traditional ideas of baseload, such as coal or nuclear, versus the more flexible firming options?
Yeah, I think Senator, we are moving to a different type of electricity supply to meet projections of electricity demand. So we still have, it's in the order of about 35 to 40% of our electricity supply is still provided by coal-fired power, which operates at a very high capacity factor, and that's typically the way you would define what a baseload generator would be, so one that's operating most of the time, because it's not very flexible in its ability to flex with changes in demand through the course of a day or a week. But over time, where the system is evolving to is one where there's still, as I said, still 40-odd%, but we've also got more variable renewable energy coming into the system. So that's your solar, that's your wind, but firmed by two important things, well, three. One is batteries. So a lot of, when we do our Capacity Investment Scheme auctions, a lot of the bids that come through for solar projects will often have a battery attached to it. So it, in a sense, is providing its own additional storage capacity at the time. You've got also, large pumped hydro projects like Snowy 2.0, providing effectively like a large battery into the grid, more firming capacity. And then we've got gas-fired power generation also providing firming capacity as well. So that combination of more variable, low cost, low marginal cost renewable energy, so combined with battery storage, pumped hydro storage, combined with gas peaking, means that the system is moving away from, over time, and this will happen gradually, away from baseload power into a more flexible system.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We were on pricing before, and you gave me those prices about the 2095 average bill before any levies, and now before it was at 1,700. So it seems to have gone up a bit over $350. What's the wholesale from quarter one? You're looking at wholesale earlier, quarter one 2022 to say Q4, if you got that by quarters, because I think the promise was that they would go down 18%.
Yeah. So Senator, wholesale prices thus far in 2025 have averaged $104.20 per megawatt hour.
Yep.
In 2024, they averaged $131 a megawatt hour.
Yep.
In 2023, it was $93 per megawatt hour.
Yep.
In 2022, it was $193 per megawatt hour.
So from going through, what was it in 21?
Let me just see whether I have that.
Last full term of us.
$76.
$76. Okay. So that hasn't gone down. How much, given the government came in with three big promises, they would lower the price of electricity, they would go with 82% of renewables and therefore link that to 43%. How, given we aren't meeting 82%, are you confident we'll reach 82% by 2030?
So, Senator, in response to an earlier question, I talked about the fact that we are seeing an acceleration now in the
I understand that. I accept that.
That is consistent with the run rate that we need from this point to get to 82%.
Will we be at 2030? at 82%?
Will we be there? So we certainly would anticipate if the current, what we're seeing coming through the investment pipeline, we would anticipate that, yes, we're a very good prospect of getting to 82.
I've got concerns that we're able to hear, and we're taking these questions on a nuclear model, that we're spending time doing that, and there's specific political stuff here. We aren't able to get costings on what a total system costs off. We refer to the ISP and what's not included in there, and the works in that. When I asked specifically what the questions were, works in progress or works anticipated that weren't in that, I was given, no, we don't look at that. We don't have those answers. When we're talking about work of, are we going to get to 43? Are we going to meet 100% of the government's things to get that? I'm told we don't look at that. How is there time to look at, how much time is the Minister devoting that you look at our policies rather than doing the thing that mattered to everyday Australians, such as costs, such as these things?
Senator, I think in fairness, that's not a question that Mr Duggan can answer.
Well, when you get the, if you
Senator,
look at even
Senator, you know he can't answer that question.
The annual climate change statement on your website lists the current words, the means that Australians cannot wait delivery for unaffordable and risky nuclear reactors. Why is that? Are we not seeing independence shattered here? What do we tell our AUKUS partners when we're saying on government website that nuclear reactors are risky? Where is the independence to look at these things if that is the DQ's position?
So, Senator, I think Mr Duggan's given ample evidence about the amount of work that this department does on government policy. Ample evidence on that. And as you and he have discussed in many estimates, it's premised on the advice received from AEMO on the ISP and on the optimal path to reach the government's targets. It's premised on the department doing all the work necessary to provide advice and then run programs which are designed to fulfil the ISP and, as a consequence, to reach those targets. That's the work of the department, and that's the work that the department does.
Senator, I think I understand the sensitivity to transparency. I understand the effort here to try and cover up what an appalling proposal nuclear is for Australia. I understand that you don't want people to reach the conclusion.
You are politicising a good department by making them use language that is politically charged for an outcome.
Senator Cadell, I haven't talked over the top of you.
One at a time.
It is an extraordinarily expensive and risky proposal for Australia. Your
and offshore wind is not risky.
Your record...
Floating offshore wind is good.
Again, Chair,
I haven't asked him a question.
No, okay.
I'm answering your question.
We will do this in a respectful manner. You've asked a question that you've asked a question that the Secretary has said it's not appropriate for Mr Duggan to answer. He's answered to his ability. The Secretary has redirected you. The Minister is now hopping in to respond, as that is the way this works. You can ask public servants one question and you can ask ministers different questions. I asked the department about their decision-making and are they being asked to do this. I didn't ask the government. I asked, my concern was about the politicisation.
I'm entitled to intervene, and I'm intervening.
Who's covering up what then?
Well,
who's covering up what? If you need to ask, are you politicising the department?
It's a very interesting question, Senator. Who's covering up what?
It is.
This government, legislated targets, annual statements, transparency here about all of these questions. People can ask sensible questions. They can ask dopey questions. No problems. We're here to answer your questions. The contrast is the sleazy cover-up that Mr Taylor engaged in prior to the last election, where he hid from Australians, went through all of the contrivances to cover up the fact that electricity prices were about to go up by 16%.
Sleazy of personal reflection?
It was an utterly sleazy partisan effort by Mr Taylor to cover up what they should have known before the last election.
Minister, just one moment. I would ask you to withdraw that reflection.
Cheerfully withdraw.
Thank you kindly.
This is what we are getting to here, is that every time we ask for costings and stuff and the best work, we go, oh, it's the ISP. But the ISP is mandated to meet the government policy of 82%, isn't it, Mr Duggan?
That's correct.
If they said tomorrow it's 100%, that ISP would be out the window because you'd have to come up with a new one, correct?
So, yeah, so the ISP is the optimal development pathway to meet government
policy.
policies.
So it's hamstrung by government policy. So who makes the decision? Does Senator Grogan, the chair here, have to be concerned if they're going to build submarines in South Australia now that risky nuclear reactors will be close to her constituents? Is this what we have to do on your department in this language? Are we now saying to people in Western Australia have to be clear because DQ thinks they're risky nuclear developments?
So, Senator, we have never described that. That is
on your website, DQ Annual Climate Change Statement 2024.
Senator Cadell,
let them
answer the question without interruption.
So,
please.
Senator, I've never provided any advice which says that has used that language.
Mr. Fredericks?
Never.
On that website?
Senator,
Annual Climate Change Statement 2024.
Which I understand, Minister, would have been
that's
the
a minister's
document.
So on but it's on your website.
But it's the minister's statement.
I just got to deal with a couple of issues that you've raised, if you would allow me to. Inferentially, you made a comment, perhaps you didn't intend it, but to suggest that this department has been politicised. I've been the secretary of this department and its various iterations under both governments. And I can tell you as the secretary, my department conducts itself exactly the same way today as it did 3 years ago and 5 years ago. So I don't feel there's been any change in the way my department conducts itself under my leadership. We conduct ourselves to implement government policy, and we do it very, very well, and we did it very, very well under the previous government. We conduct ourselves, if a minister asks us for information, then we provide the minister with information. That's the same as what I've done with all my ministers. It's not a politicisation for a minister to ask the department for information, and we provide it in good faith. So at the end of the day, I sit here in very good conscience, knowing that my senior leadership and my department conduct ourselves consistently with how we have for 5 years.
And Mr. Fredericks, I hope I said at the beginning, I believe your department tries to do the right thing. I believe it's being pressured into this.
I have to be honest with you. I just don't feel, can I be really honest with you, Sam? I don't feel like I'm under any pressure. I didn't feel like I was under any pressure under coalition ministers, and I don't feel like it under Labor ministers.
But when we get here and everything comes back to it's government policy, we can't, we have to assume that we achieve 82%. Is there no independent? Patton said, if everyone's thinking the same, someone's not thinking. Where is the independent thought that goes into looking at things to make a better Australian energy policy?
But Senator, it's not. You just got to be careful using the language independent. What a department like ours provides, and it's been consistent, is professional advice. So of course we provide professional, objective advice to government about how to implement its policies. We've always done that. We also provide professional, objective advice about other policies that it could consider where we see a problem emerging. We have always done that. So it's not a case of us sitting here and not having the capacity to understand, challenge, identify the challenge and identify potential solutions to that challenge whilst implementing the government's policy. That's how government departments work.
That's why on
that independence point, look, I think Mr Fredericks has outlined the public services responsibility here very well. I think you unintentionally, the minister is free to describe bad proposals as bad proposals, risky proposals as risky proposals. He's entitled to use that language, and I think in this case he's right to use that language for all the reasons that we'll no doubt traverse. If you're interested in independent advice, well, you don't have to wait too long, because the Climate Change Authority will be here shortly, and they will have plenty of independent advice that you can ask them questions about, and I'm looking forward to it.
And if we're relying on that for independent advice, I think we're in a whole lot of more trouble. But
well, there you go again.
If you want to send a press release out on the day you're appearing before estimates, you forgo your independence.
The problem is, if you formulate policy in the hope that people aren't going to subject it to some scrutiny, well, welcome to first grade, because that is what is going to happen in Canberra is when you have very expensive proposals that force industry offshore and lift costs for ordinary households, you can expect some scrutiny. And I know your side of politics don't like it, but that is what is going to happen. And you can try and shut down criticism and estimates. You can yell at people outside, which is what Mr Dutton and Mr Taylor do, but it will be subject to scrutiny. It is impossible for you to get through the next few months without this very bad proposal being exposed for what it is.
So just for winding up on that, this document is a ministerial document. It's not a departmental document, even though it's got your...
But Senator, at the end of the day, the Australian climate change statement is a statement by the Minister.
That's what I'm saying.
It absolutely
is. It's a political document.
It's a statement by which he reports to Parliament, as I recall. But has always been the case, of course, when our Minister makes a statement, particularly one as significant as that, then we ensure that it is available publicly through our website.
With your logo and departmental...
There's nothing unusual about that.
I understand, but you can see how a person would say that this is a government department putting out this when there's only the forward by the Minister.
Yeah, well, I think you look at that, sure. But once you go into it and understand it's a ministerial document, that's how it's provided to Parliament. Okay. My recollection is it's provided under the force of law.
Yes, correct.
So at the end of the day, I'm very, very comfortable today, as I would have been 4 years ago, in having a document like that on my website with my department's crest on it. It's standard practice,
Happy to hear that.
and nothing's changed.
Okay. Happy to rotate.
No, we're all done.
Well, going on that, if we go back to the things that Minister Ayres just said about we're talking about driving costs and businesses overseas under different policies, today when I was asking specifically about a document, another document, it was a slide presentation on Departmental 2 where the department's talking about 25% more imports of clinker, was talking about 10% less exports of steel, 18% less exports of steel. When we talk of those things, they're the policies that you are looking now under government policies.
No, Senator. Like you couldn't be more wrong.
I'm sorry.
You could not be more wrong.
They were your documents with your numbers. I haven't finished my question.
Do not mischaracterise the evidence that was given.
So he can interrupt me.
No, because he's right, because you are mischaracterising
the evidence that was given. The evidence that was given was that the assumptions for that material, which is there to support good decision making, right? Focusing on issues like, don't interrupt, focusing on issues like...
You're interrupting my question, Minister. Who is the cover-up here? Why can't you handle the truth on this?
Senator Goodell, if you don't stop shouting, I will stop this now.
Apparently he can interrupt me and I can't interrupt him.
Well, okay, you made an assertion that...
Minister. Senator Goodell, I could see that you were mischaracterising the evidence that was given to you but a few moments before, and I think that you know that you're doing that. So let's just all take a breath. Appreciate you want to make some points here, but I can assure you I've been working around and in and outside of governments for decades, and the kind of issues you're raising here are standard practice that have been going on forever and ever and ever. And my encounters with this department, both when I've been in opposition, when I've been outside of this circus, and when I've been in government, they are deeply honest, hard-working, professional people who do a great job.
I'm not saying anything about that. I'm saying when the department brings up documentation about driving work overseas in their own document, says the climate shrinkage risk is 25% more imports on concrete, is 10% less steel exports, and someone else wants to characterise a policy that hasn't been gone through in detail as being the major risk to it.
This is the problem.
So now we'll allow the Minister to respond.
The question is...
And I think, to be fair to Senator Goodell, sometimes he does know when he's mischaracterising it, sometimes he doesn't know that he's mischaracterising it, but you're certainly mischaracterising it. That is material, and the department has undertaken to come back to you about what the assumptions were that sat under that, but is material that is designed to support government making decisions to ensure that manufacturing stays on shore, to support government decision making, to ensure that the framework here supports low-cost, reliable electricity for industry. So they are entitled to come back to you about that, and they will. The alternative, and the reason I object so much is that your plan, core to your plan, it doesn't go anywhere without it, is that 50% of industrial loads for electricity-intensive industry has to move offshore. That's Mr Taylor and poor old Mr O'Brien and Mr Dutton's plan. Their dodgy, risky nuclear plan requires Australian manufacturing to close and go offshore in order to make room for expensive nuclear reactors that would start providing electricity in the mid-2040s. So don't mischaracterise the work that these people are doing to try and create a fig leaf over your... it's not a mischaracterisation. It is core to the Dutton nuclear plan, is forcing electricity-intensive manufacturing offshore.
Okay.
It's there in black and white.
Senator Davey, you don't have the call. All right. Senator Cadell, this is your last question, and we are rotating because Senator Van has some other questions. Thank you, Minister. Senator Cadell, if you have one last question.
So you have all the assumptions to make comments on our policy, and you can do that off the cuff now, but you don't have the assumptions on all these other things that are actually your policy and in your documents to give full detailed answers now. That's what you're saying to me.
Mr Duggan can answer your questions in enormous detail.
No, you just said then, assumptions in nuclear, you know it all right, we're sending 50% offshore, we know all this, you've got that down pat.
Well,
but I have to give time, so assumptions of a document your government produced and requested
it's in black and white.
Can be given to me.
It's in black and white in the Dutton document.
It's in black and white in my document.
Nuclear plan that sends manufacturing offshore. That's what it's all about.
Okay, and now we are going to rotate the call to Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Duggan, or it might be better off going to Mr Plant, so he's Head of the Office of Energy Economics. On a question on notice, could you provide us with a breakdown of the utilisation of the existing interstate interconnectors by use, let's say, an average per day over a 12-month period?
Yeah, Senator, we can take that one on notice.
Is that clear and enough?
Yep.
Great,
Notice,
thank you. Appreciate it.
Senator Blythe.
Thank you. We'll sort of move, I guess, into gas and the cost of gas prices currently in the market. So, given the uncertainty around energy demand and the transition to renewables, can the department confirm that gas generation is still a necessary part of Australia's energy mix in all scenarios, particularly as a reliable backup to renewables during peak demand periods and extreme weather events?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So, I mean, absolutely. So as we transition away from coal, we do think that gas will continue to play an important role in Australia's electricity sector. So again, that is part of the optimal development path that we've been talking about in the integrated system plan. So effectively, what's projected in the integrated system plan is that we'll need in the order of 15 gigawatts of gas-fired power generation capacity for peak loads and firming by 2050. So when you break that down, we've got about 11.5 gigawatts of capacity, gas-fired power capacity at the moment. About 9.3 gigawatts is forecast or announced to retire. So you'd need that capacity to be replaced and another 3.5 gigawatts added. But again, one distinct difference here is we're moving to a more flexible use of gas in the future. So the expectation is that that gas, when it operates, it will be very important to provide the firming, in a sense, the security to the electricity system. But we expect it to just operate broadly around 5% of its total potential. So, as I said, critical when it's needed, but not needed very often. And I should say, and implicit in my answer about it being part of the optimal development pathway, renewable energy generation supported by that peaking gas-fired power generation is the lowest cost pathway, we think, in order to take us through to net zero in 2050.
Thank you. And I guess moving along to the ACCC report, which is showing the current gas price at around $15, and there was supposed to be a price cap of $12 in the gas code. Based on that, do you think the gas code is working?
Senator, yes, I do. I think so. There's a couple of elements around the gas code that are really important to keep in mind. One is, as you referred to it, the reasonable price benchmark of $12. that's in there, $12 per gigajoule. But alongside that, the opportunity for additional gas supply into the market for producers of that additional gas supply to come to the government and seek a ministerial exemption from that reasonable price benchmark of $12. And as I indicated in my earlier evidence, what we've seen is that has worked. So we've got an additional 604 petajoules of gas to 2033 now coming forward as a result of those ministerial exemptions from the reasonable price mechanism of the code. What that gas will do, that additional gas supply, it will put downward pressure on prices into the medium term. So for any given level of demand, the gas code, by bringing forward more supply, will put downward pressure on price.
When do you think consumers will actually see that
so I think
reduced?
consumers are seeing that today, Senator, because if I compare that to what in a sense, if you're an LNG exporter and you face a choice between either exporting your gas into Asia or selling into the domestic market, the domestic market price at the moment is around $13 per gigajoule. The price that they can get when we net it back to their cost structure in Australia, they could get $19 in Asia. So I do think we are seeing Australians paying lower gas prices as a consequence a consequence of this regulatory framework.
And I guess, sorry, I'll just... with there's some...
Sorry to interrupt, Senator Blythe. I mean, it's probably useful to point out Mr Duggan's outline of the prices now, of course, is absolutely correct about now. Prices were, when we were elected in 2022, prices were north of $31. The impact of that illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine, in terms of its impact on gas prices, was very substantial, and a considerable amount of work has been done. But we've come from some very high and challenging numbers for industry.
And I guess the assumptions about a projected shortfall in the market, you're saying that you don't see that as being the case?
So what those additional supply commitments have done, as I said in earlier evidence, is it's pushed back the projections for when we'll reach the point where demand could potentially outstrip supply. But as I mentioned, one of the reasons AEMO produces the gas statement of opportunities is precisely to communicate to the market where there's the opportunity for more investment. And so we would expect to see more come forward. And in fact, we can see a pipeline of activity there that will support more gas supply into the market. But I indicated earlier that energy ministers have asked their senior officials to come back to them with advice at the first meeting of this year with additional options for them in order to ensure that we don't see any gas supply shortfalls into the medium term, including thinking about an extension of AEMO's powers. So AEMO at the moment has the capacity to operate in the market to deal with emergency. What this piece of advice asks us to do is to consider whether we can expand that so AEMO has more of a role into the medium term to ensure that those shortfall risks aren't realised into the future.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you. I think we are all done. Thank you very much. We will now release program 1.2. And I will ask officers from the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to come to the table. David, do you have questions for these guys? Check in towards the end, see if something's come up. I'll check in towards the end, see if anything's come up. Leah? So I've got to ask yourself, why are they here? Oh. We'll hold the fort until you... Do you want to... Welcome, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Not that there's a huge amount of choice, of course, but, thanks anyway. Would you care to make an opening statement?
Senator, we've tabled an opening statement. I won't read it out today. But
we don't have it.
You don't have it? Okay, we'll send it over.
Okay. Do you want to maybe, given that you wrote one, you may have thought
I think we can
to
leave it. I think it's
contextualise where you're at?
Reasonably generic.
Okay.
We can just
Super.
get straight into it. Thanks.
All right. We'll go to Senator Dullman.
Thank you. I wondered if you could start with perhaps giving us a bit of an overview of the benefits of the changes to the Arena Act that were put in place at the end of last year.
Sure, Senator. A variety of changes. Probably the most significant elements to that would be the opportunity for the first time in Arena's existence to have a general right to employ our own staff. We've been operating on 2 employees, and all of our resources have then, beyond that, have been made available by the department and/or consisted of consultants and contractors. So that's probably the most significant internal operational change that'll be of benefit to the agency. We've also had funding that was appropriated to Arena added to a table in the Act, which has provided statutory a greater degree of certainty to the availability of funding to the market. And other changes including board composition, length of board terms, and a variety of other amendments, which I'm happy to go through in more detail if you'd like.
Maybe just in terms of the value of the statutory funding, what was that? And if you could talk a bit about how this helps investment.
So I think it was in the order of $6.2 billion of funding in a table over a number of years that sets out the funding available for a variety of programs, including what's known as our baseline funding, which is essentially funding that can be applied by the board in accordance with its general funding strategy and investment plan from time to time. And then a variety of budget measure programs over the years that have been appropriated to Arena, including an additional set of baseline funding, Solar Sunshot Program, Battery Breakthrough Initiative, Future Made in Australia funding, and the like.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Solar Sunshot. Why, in particular, is it important to support the solar manufacturing supply chain? Can you talk a bit about that?
Well, Senator, I can give you our perspective on that, which is that solar is a critical technology for Australia's energy future and economic future. Supply chains are currently, as you'd be aware, highly concentrated in one particular country, that's China. And with just the volume of solar deployment that we foresee in Australia, there's a benefit in Australia having some say and skill set in that supply chain, and I think that's the primary underlying driver and rationale that we see as Arena for that program.
Yeah. And just in terms of the Future Made in Australia community benefit principles, can you talk about how you propose to implement these, and also whether or not you already take many of the issues into account when you support into account with your existing programs?
Yeah, so we first implemented community benefit principles overtly, if you like, in our Hydrogen Head Start program, where we have quite an in-depth requirement for projects to engage meaningfully with communities and apply the principles of local economic advantage, jobs, and good engagement with the local communities as part of what they do. And those principles are now applied formally to the Future Made in Australia programs like Solar Sunshot, Battery Breakthrough Initiative and the like. What I would say is that in Arena's history, we've always required these kinds of things and always been mindful of the impact on local communities. It's now been formalised in these principles, and it gives us an additional impetus to make sure that the projects are doing everything that's reasonable and meaningful for the local communities and creating local economic advantage.
Okay, so a continuation of the status quo, it sounds like.
And a formalisation, if you like, of those core principles that we would have been implied in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much.
You mentioned the Hydrogen Head Start program, which is great because now I will continue on that line. That program, which was announced in December 2023, and ideally, if it comes to fruition, would like to see the driest continent in the world essentially export water to other continents. That's me simplifying it. But we haven't had any updates since its initial announcement. Can you provide us with an update on the progress of that program?
Senator, I think since the initial announcement there have been some updates. I think the most recent update, if you like, would have been the announcement of 6 projects that were taken to full application stage and have been assessed by ARENA's advisory panel, have been endorsed projects in that 6. Amongst those 6 have been endorsed by the board, and advice and approval has been provided, or advice to the minister. We are very, very close to announcing at least the first successful project under that round, and perhaps more than the first. But certain processes need to take place before we're in a position to announce the winner or winners publicly.
So, of those 6 projects, however, 3 appear to have fallen over or are at least encountering very significant hurdles, such as there are reports that BP's Kwinana project has stood down workers. Origin appears to have pulled out of the Hunter Valley project. We've seen the Queensland government step away from the Central Queensland project, and just last week the South Australian government has taken the hydrogen funding from Whyalla to support the Whyalla Steelworks. So are we going to have an update saying that the 6 is now 3 or potentially 3 less than 3?
Well, Senator, we were always very clear, and the market is very clear, that the funding available in Hydrogen Head Start Round 1 we thought would be sufficient to see 1 to 2 projects be selected. And as I said to you, we've down selected to 6, and we have provided advice and are working through the processes to announce who we've been in a position to provide funding to. I, if you would allow me, would prefer not to provide a commentary on the specific projects. We have very, very strict probity guidelines and processes to follow, and I would rather make the information available publicly when it is appropriate to do so.
But just to be clear, so the Hydrogen Head Start program was only ever designed to fund 1 or 2 projects.
It was ARENA's estimation that that amount of funding and the project size that we were looking at and the economic equation, if you like, of hydrogen at the stage it's at would allow us to support 1 to 2 projects out of the first $2 billion of funding available.
And I appreciate that you don't want to, and nor should you, discuss any commercial sensitive information, but given, I mean, the collapse of the Central Queensland hydrogen project has been very publicly discussed. So given that, in light of that, how does ARENA assess the current risk of the Hydrogen Head Start program and its ability to meet its original objectives?
Senator, I remain confident that we'll meet the objectives of the program. That's not to say that hydrogen is easy. It's an extremely difficult technology to get going. It's taken a huge amount of effort from ARENA, the departments, DQ, the applicants who've come forward, but I'm very confident that the rationale for the program as it was at the beginning and the progress we made are well thought through and a solid foundation for the work that'll come following the announcements in the weeks and months ahead.
So has ARENA had to adjust its strategy to support the remaining projects at all, or to encourage a sustainable long-term Australian hydrogen industry?
Well, Senator, we're always re-evaluating the best way to move forward in any technology, and hydrogen is no different. We have strategy sessions that we run constantly inside the agency, that we run with the board, advice I provide to the Minister. But in terms of the Hydrogen Head Start program, the thought process behind it, I think it's extremely well thought through and is still the right course of action, and we haven't had to change strategy on that program at all. It is just taking time.
So you're still looking forward to sending water from Australia elsewhere?
Well, I don't know if it's sending water. It's certainly energy content, and that's what Australia can do best into the future, is manufacture energy and embed energy in products and have that available to other parts of the world that don't have the natural resources that we have, and that's the objective behind the program.
Just quickly, I'm very aware that I'm hearing some throat clearing, but very quickly, I just want to move to the community battery program. Can you just give us an update, given the scale of the community batteries initiative? How many batteries have been installed so far? Community batteries?
Senator, I'd have to take on notice that's the answer precisely to the question you've asked about how many have been installed, but we have made very good progress on that program. In fact, we were oversubscribed and delivered more batteries than we were requested to deliver for the funding available. We've signed up 16. We've signed up contracts with 16 counterparties for over 340 batteries, and we have funding left over for a second round, in fact, which we're hoping to deploy soon. So we allocated $143 million to 370 batteries. I think our target was 342 batteries. And as I said, I think there's about 20 counterparties or 19 counterparties, and 16 of those have been signed up already.
So during the last election campaign, there were 58 locations promised by the Labor government. Have those 58 locations all been serviced?
Senator, I'll let the department answer that, because those batteries, because they were specified in terms of particular locations, ARENA wasn't able to help with that. We are, as an independent agency, not able to be instructed to fund a particular project, so the department took on the task of delivering those 58 batteries. So ARENA's cohort of batteries were in addition to the 58 to make up the full number.
Those 58 locations
were not
election
ARENA's
commitments, which were not funded by ARENA.
They had nothing to do with ARENA, so I have no knowledge of how they're going.
So any locations that ARENA has serviced, do you know how many individual locations? Because 314 batteries, how many individual locations?
It would be the number of locations would be the same as the number of batteries. Every battery stands geographically on its own.
So they're not battery banks?
No.
Like the Tesla battery in South Australia, which is
Each community battery has its own piece of land, whether that's on a nature strip or in a park or at a substation or behind the meter at someone's facility or a sports stadium and the like. So the 370 batteries that ARENA has committed to fund or approved for funding, that's 370 separate locations.
Okay. And to the department, of the 58 election promises, how many have been delivered?
So that was in the previous outcome 1.2, those officials, so we can take that on notice.
Right, this is where it gets frustrating. Okay, so there's no one here that could step up.
Officials have gone. It's ARENA here at the moment.
Would it be possible to get that advice from the department by the end of the day?
I'm not sure. We will endeavour to do our best to get you that information.
I would appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Very much, Chair. Thanks for your time, and thank you for all the work that you and your team are doing. I've got some questions about the electrification accelerators announced a month or so ago by Minister Bowen. As I understand it, the Minister wrote to ARENA to exercise his referral powers under Section 11 of the Act in August last year, so six months ago. And I was just keen to get an update of what's happening, where are you up to in terms of the ARENA process?
Yeah, sure. So, Senator, we received a letter, Section 11 letter from the Minister. I think we replied to that letter in very early November, and we've released some public information on our website to give the industry an indication what they should do if they have projects that meet those criteria, or from their perspective meet those criteria. And I believe we've had a number of direct approaches from the industry and the market, and my team who handle the distribution energy side of the business at ARENA have been in contact with those people to talk about the ARENA process and understand a bit more about those projects. And we're per our statement on our website, open to innovation, open to the principles that are put forward in that letter. I'd note that we also make the point that we have funded, the Minister asked us to seek to fund electrification projects like the 2515 project down in Thirroul in other states. So we note we've sort of got the one underway in New South Wales. We've got a very similar project underway in South Australia, so we're very keen to see similar projects come forward from other states and territories, so we can, in a sense, ensure we tick off every state and territory of Australia in a similar fashion.
Thank you. Would it be possible to table a copy of that letter in response to the Minister? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure. What do you think, Mr. Farris?
Senator Bogut, Chris Farris, Chief Operating Officer. The Section 11 letters are, I'd say, sort of semi-public. We need to report them in our annual report. I might just take a short piece of advice, but no objection in principle. But if you could give me sort of half an hour to check that, that'd be appreciated.
And just to confirm, it's a project in every state and territory that you're proceeding with?
That was the request from the Minister, and that's what we're looking at doing. Yeah.
And just, my team was looking at the funding opportunities section of your website, and the accelerators don't come up alongside the other opportunities. I was interested if there's a reason for this, and will they be put up on the website so community groups can see?
Yeah, Senator. So the funding that we would make available to electrification projects falls under our baseline funding. So there's no specific budget program like we might find with Driving the Nation or microgrids program. So it's essentially the majority of our funding is through baseline funding, and then we have a specific program called Advancing Renewables Program, which sets the guidelines that we would use to fund electrification projects. And then the key document that people have available to them, which is sets out our strategy in terms of electrification, is our investment plan, which talks specifically about the lens of demand flexibility in the distribution energy space. So really unless we have a specific program and a specific funding envelope that we put against it, we would ask people to review our investment plan and review the guidelines of the Advancing Renewables Program, which tell people what kind of topics and how to apply for funding. So we're really open for business. We don't need a specific funding program, funding page like we do for some budget measures.
And so how will community groups sort of understand what they need to do and go through the process, given this isn't their bread and butter?
Yeah, well, like I said, we have been in contact with some already who've been calling and leaving submissions on our website. And my team has been engaging with them and giving them some guidance how to approach ARENA with projects. So that's underway.
And so do you have it's good to hear, but do you have a team that can help community groups work through the process?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I guess that's good to hear. Just to pass on some feedback I'm hearing is that when you go to the website, it's hard to actually find the opportunities for this, and I understand it's not a dedicated stream, it's coming out of your existing funding. Yep. But I think it'd be good for groups to be able to see.
I'll take a look to see if there's something we can do to make it appear easier for people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure.
Cheers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Miller, for appearing with us again. Just some congratulations. Last week you released the National Roadmap for Bidirectional EV charging. An important piece of work, something I've been arguing for 4 or 5 years now, so it's nice to finally see some progress being made on that. Can you tell the committee about what are the next steps from here, and probably also touch on why is bidirectional charging, or V2G, so important both for our energy bills, our energy use and our emissions reduction.
Well, thanks, Senator. I mean, like you and many others, we've long been intrigued by the opportunity for vehicles and the sizable batteries that essentially power those electric vehicles to be available to provide power to homes and through the home connection back out to the grid, to provide cost reductions for homeowners, to provide energy resilience in terms of system security support like frequency control, but also energy when the market needs it. You know, we as Australians have a choice to make about how much we invest in home infrastructure, whether that's batteries or solar panels or energy efficiency. But vehicles have a distinct advantage that you're buying a vehicle for a transport end use and essentially might be getting a battery for free for your home use. The key issue that needed to be resolved is electrical and Australian standards to allow those batteries in vehicles to be connected, both technically and from a compliance perspective into the home, and another set of complexities around whether the energy is available to be exported from the home back out to the grid. And there has not been a national standardised approach to setting those standards and having essentially enough volume in the market for an overseas manufacturer looking at a small Australian market to make a choice whether to direct their product to Australia versus 16 different states and territories and different grids. And if you can imagine that the situation today where you have 16 different DNSPs and grid operators all setting different rules for vehicle to grid, it must be very difficult to get enough scale into any one of those to justify having your product certified for a particular market. So I think the bidirectional roadmap comes out with some strong recommendations that we should have a unified approach for Australia, and if we can do that, then we provide a weight of evidence, if you like, or a weight of a market to overseas manufacturers to make their vehicles and make their charges available for this market, which has been lacking so far.
Thank you, and I hope it's not just the foreign-made EV chargers that are getting a look in here. There's some very good Australian-made ones as well. One of the other things that is touched on in the roadmap or looked at in the roadmap is time pricing, time of day pricing of electricity. You know, this has some enormous significance for the NEM, given the perverse supply-demand curves that we're seeing in the middle of the day at the moment. Can you talk about the need and what work's being done to try and change that time of day pricing in order to allow consumers to charge their car at work or at the shopping centre and then bring it home and discharge it to run their air conditioner or whatever they need to do when they get home at night?
Senator, there's work being done, and others like AEMC and the AER and the various retailers and the networks are the primary people responsible for setting network tariffs and responding to the national energy rules. I would say, if I was to try and answer your question, I'd be doing as a layperson, not as ARENA, and I think that's not really the job for ARENA to try and help you with the answer to that question.
No, yeah. Fair enough. Minister, you may or may not know, but is the Minister through the ECMC doing any work on trying to harmonise all this, and particularly with the distributors, given the sheer number of them, that people will be able to connect their electric vehicle to their home?
I'm always happy to cheerfully confess when I don't know the answer to that question. And I'm sorry, Senator Van, I don't know if we can provide directly to you any update. I'm sure the Minister's office will be very happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alden. Excellent. Thank you so much for your time. Really, really appreciate it. And we will let you go.
Thanks.
And we will move on to the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. If those we could approach the table, that would be great. Who's up for CFC? Welcome, Mr Learmonth. Thank you for coming.
Pleasure. Thank you for having us.
Do you have an opening statement that you'd like to address?
I do. Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
And thank you for the opportunity of being able to provide this opening statement. We very much welcome and thank the Parliament for the recent additional $2 billion of capital allocated to the CFC's general portfolio and additional funding also to the Rewiring the Nation Fund, which was included in the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook and was passed by Parliament in relevant appropriation bills receiving royal assent on the 14th of February. This is the first instance in the investment capacity of the CFC's general portfolio since we were established in 2012. CFC's investment commitments through the general portfolio include renewable energy generation, storage, property, electric vehicles, infrastructure and natural capital. It also includes capital for our asset finance programs, which provide discounted finance to households, small businesses and farmers across approximately 80,000 smaller scale clean energy investments. CFC has been very active in the first 6 months of this financial year, the 6 months to December 2024, with investment commitments of $1.1 billion made through the general portfolio, with total transaction value of $6.3 billion, representing an additional $4.85 of private sector dollars for each dollar of CFC capital committed, a strong indication of market interest in a diverse range of clean energy investment opportunities. We expect this additional capital to be particularly important for increasing our investment in much-needed renewable energy generation and storage projects. And storage projects, both of which are central to delivering on our investment mandate and the government's emission reduction targets. The government has also provided a top-up, as mentioned, for the Rewiring the Nation Fund, affecting the government's intentions for further Rewiring the Nation works. Rewiring the Nation invests to modernise our electricity grid and deliver new and augmented grid infrastructure. Late last year, in fact, CFC announced approximately $2 billion of capital to Transgrid for construction of HumeLink and VNI West early works in New South Wales. It represents CFC's largest single investment commitment. The infrastructure will deliver up to 2 gigawatts, 2,000 megawatts of pump storage to major population centres, being Snowy 2.0, with Transgrid modelling estimating this vast firming capacity will also enable the grid transmission of an additional 2,570 megawatts of renewable energy. We see these additional capital allocations as an important demonstration of the Parliament's support for the work of the CEFC, and I thank the committee and look forward to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Learmonth. We will go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that opening statement. Just first things from your opening statement, and hearing some of them first time shows poor preparation by me, but I'll go there. Of the $2 billion to Transgrid, we just heard evidence this morning of, regulated rate of returns between 6 and 7% specifically on that. So are Transgrid getting a discounted finance rate that they're getting a guaranteed rate of return on?
Their rate of return through their regulated asset base is something that's determined by the Australian energy regulators.
We got that this morning. Yeah, that was this morning. Yep.
And the finance that we're providing, in some part, is concessional. So some part of that capital is concessional. It's a combination of hybrid notes that allow Transgrid to kind of comply with its rating agency requirements and senior debt as well alongside other banks.
So even though they were getting a regulated rate of return between 6 and 7%, they couldn't name the absolute figure. We are subsidising some of it and potentially letting them get commercial loans at a lower rate by mixing their loan ratios as well.
Well, this capital is sort of provided in a kind of flexible way, and in some parties is concessional, but to allow shareholders or allow Transgrid to kind of meet its required business case and therefore accelerate and bring forward this project, which will ultimately be good for consumers and should ultimately reduce the cost of transmission and electricity to consumers.
I get that. It just seems odd that, when you've got a guaranteed rate of return, you're just getting your money cheaper, you're making profit. It's just making extra profit for them, surely. The margin. Well,
there's Transgrid, as you know, is a privatised company with shareholders, and now the AER has gone through some changes and introduced financeability changes that
the
take
capital
that into
contribution.
account.
Yeah.
That's right, but this predates that.
Right, understood. Thank you very much. So let's go. Sorry, that was just an aside from the opening statements. Going back to how much funding has been given under different projects and how much remains, can I just go through those one by one? So rewiring the nation, top up, how much has been contracted to date and how much remains unallocated?
I would take that on notice. Well, we can go through those projects if you wish. Let me just call them up.
Approximately $2.8 billion, Senator. Andrew Powell, I'm the CFO for Clean.
I'm okay with approximately,
Right, $2.8 billion of committed funding, including the approximately $2 billion to Transgrid.
Yep. How much unallocated?
Unallocated is around $16.2 billion.
Billion?
Billion.
Yep.
Yes.
Community Batteries Initiative? No funding?
We're not, no funding of community batteries.
Household Energy Upgrades Fund?
No, that's a separate fund of $1 billion, of which I think allocated to dates, let's have a look at it.
I think we have left
345.
That's right.
345 million of the billion has been committed to date, Senator.
So 655 still to go, roughly?
Correct.
Do you know when the next round of that will be?
The next round?
Yeah, are they going? Right?
Well, we've got a whole, an allocation of $1 billion, so we're constantly kind of reviewing proposals as they come forth. So we've got a number of...
So anyone can put in any time and you'll assess it when it comes through. There's not formal.
That's true. We look, to kick it off, we ran an RFP process, got a very good response, and we've now implemented 4 transactions which represent that 345 million. But in terms of the balance of it and completing it, we would hope that would take place over the next 18 months or so.
Okay.
And just in the interest of transparency, Senator, 531 million of that original billion has not yet been credited to the CEFC special account. So whilst there's 655 remaining, we're still waiting for that 531 to come.
So you've got 124 in cash each year. Right, okay. My maths teacher will be proud. In rolling either of these programs, are there any unexpected delays or barriers, state approvals or anything like this on contracting and getting money out the door?
Sorry, Senator, you're
in either of those rounds, in Rewiring the Nation or...
well, they're quite different things, of course. So with Rewiring the Nation, they're large-scale transmission projects in most cases.
Yep.
So they will take time, and some of them, there are delays from time to time in terms of reaching FID with those projects. So, and that will continue to be the case, as I say.
And community consultation's big in these areas.
Community consultation is a significant part of that. With the Household Energy Upgrade Fund, it's really more a case of processing the various applications or proposals that we receive. So then they're less kind of driven by community consultation or other external factors. It's really our engagement with the market.
Okay. Moving quickly on while the chair doesn't notice. On the extra $2 billion, on the extra $2 billion allocation, what's the scope of that?
Well, as mentioned in the opening statement, it goes into our general portfolio, which covers a very, quite a broad range of sectors. As I say, renewable energy, transport, infrastructure, natural capital, for example. We do anticipate, though, a considerable degree of demand for wind, solar and storage in terms of helping the government deliver on the capacity investment scheme and to try and reach 82% renewables. So we have, we do see a considerable amount of that $2 billion will be used in that sector.
So things that are already under the CIS may be funded again or financed under this as well?
Potentially. There are other projects that may not even apply under the CIS that may be, a renewable energy project that we would support. So we're not confining ourselves to capacity investment scheme projects.
I would hope not.
No, but it's not necessarily unexpected that we would support a project that would bid into the CIS.
I've got a concern after that answer and the Transgrid thing that there are many different buckets, shall we say, of funding between guaranteed rate of return, a capacity investment scheme, CFC finance, that people are double dipping their nuggets, so to speak, going, I'll take your guaranteed rate of return, I'll get discounted finance. I'll go to the capacity investment scheme and get money from there and then get dedicated finance here. Are taxpayers propping up private businesses twice in many of these instances where they're getting these guaranteed rate returns and cheaper finance? So they're really double dipping or more. There's multiple places.
Not necessarily, Senator. I don't believe that's right. I mean, the capacity investment scheme obviously is a mechanism that's allowing various proponents to bid into a particular program to bid a certain degree of revenue underwriting, particularly to help them go and raise debt for these projects, in many cases limited recourse project finance debt. These projects are getting bigger and bigger. There's a sort of very significant demand on the capital markets, on the banking markets here in Australia. So they may also borrow in excess of what the capacity investment scheme would underwrite. So it's not really it's not a case of covering all their risks of return and revenue. And at the same time, our participation in those projects in some cases may help the private banking market have confidence in these projects. May also, as I say, because there's such large-scale projects that so many banks are being called on, that we can help play our particular role. And also, we don't expect to use concessionality necessarily. We'll be lending in many, if not most cases, on market terms. So there's not really a sense of, as you say, kind of drawing on concessional or beneficial arrangements in that regard.
Transgrid had some form of concessionality?
Transgrid had some form of concessionality, that is true.
Okay. Personal commentary slightly. I have some concerns when a lot of my constituents, people come to us and they're getting compulsory acquisition for transmission lines and all fear of that. I'd much rather make their income tax-free from that than give it to the company that's doing that to them. Do you look at the consultation process? Do you have criteria on the companies processing going out, like Transgrid, for example, how they engage with communities, meeting those guidelines to qualify? Is there certain hurdles they have to meet in how they treat communities?
We are very focused on social licence and community engagement, but with all the large infrastructure projects that we're engaged in, and particularly counterparties like Transgrid, who are undertaking some very large projects, of course, here in New South Wales. So yes, Senator, very focused on that. We make sure that they're engaged early in the right ways. So it's something that's a very significant issue for the CEFC.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Senator Van, do you have any questions?
Quickly, I guess, the Rewiring the Nation Fund. So far there's 3 or 4 large transmission projects, is that correct?
Yes, we've announced 4, I believe.
So Project Energy Connect, VNI West, HumeLink and Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone, is that?
Project Energy Connect was in fact announced before Rewiring the Nation, which was with Transgrid. We've announced Central West Arana financing, which we've done with Energy Co, the New South Wales owned entity that's kind of in some ways delivering that project. Yes, as you mentioned, AEMO, we've done kind of a financing there, the HumeLink VNI West project, and the fourth one.
The fourth one is the New South Wales electricity early works.
Oh yes, we provide a liquidity facility, the scheme financial vehicle in New South Wales as well, as another means of kind of helping roll out New South Wales RTN program. So yes, four projects have been announced so far.
But so far, all transmission projects.
All relate to transmission, that is true, yes.
Given that it's accepted that transmission only solves a small part of the problems we're facing with the transition, is there, you do have scope within the RTN fund to fund generation and storage, do you not?
We do, particularly long duration storage is contemplated under the investment mandate for rewiring the nation. To date, we haven't made committed capital into one of those projects, but we are engaging for.
Senator, that's why the general portfolio recapitalisation that's why the general portfolio recapitalisation is so important, because that's where most of the generation and storage that we fund comes out of that bucket rather than rewiring the nation. So that original, it's a great story. The CFC was originally capitalised with $10 billion, and that $10 billion it's actually on its second rotation, and the government's given us another two to kind of keep the movement going.
Terrific. So rewiring the RTN fund will only be used for transmission, is that?
Not exclusively. As I say, long duration storage is included in there. But we do have a very significant pipeline of transmission projects. So AEMO in their ISP say that there's $16 billion worth of transmission that needs building under the ISP. You've got $19 billion to spend. Either you're funding all of it or there's going to be funds spare. Any thoughts on where those investments might go? Yeah, well, we as mentioned, have a pipeline, of course, and in many cases informed by the letters of intent that have been struck between the government and respective state energy ministers, most notably New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia, the Northern Territory and Tasmania have all entered into LOIs. So, there are a number of projects that have come out of that, notably big projects like Marinus Link, for example, very big projects. So there's a pipeline that is informed by, the government's plans that they have undertaken with the states, as well as, as you mentioned, AEMO's ISP as a guide to the sort of key projects that the RTN monies should be investing in. So. We've got a pretty full order book, if you like, a fairly large pipeline of deals that will fit into our $19 billion envelope at this stage.
So going above and beyond what AEMO have set forward as our transmission needs?
Well, I mean, the ISP is done for a certain sort of outcome, if you like. With the Rewiring the Nation pipeline, there are, there's $3 billion in WA for projects up in the Pilbara that we hope to be doing. That may not necessarily be in the ISP, for example.
Yep, that makes sense. And the RTN is subject to you've got a higher risk appetite for the funds invested in there. Does that then allow you to look at, it's shelved now, but the Pioneer Burdekin pumped hydro project, would that have been kept on
It certainly is in scope, Senator. Yeah, I mean, it's a pump storage project, long duration storage project. It would be within scope of the RTN if it was, a live project. But yes, and the the
was
risk.
that brought to the CFC?
Only in a very preliminary way. It's not currently on our list of projects.
Great, thank you, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Van. Now, you guys have been around quite a long time.
We have.
Yes. How has your have you seen any changes in your sort of investments or how you're operating or the return you're providing to government over that period of time? Can you just maybe talk us through that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, we've been going about 13 years or so investing, I'd have to say very successfully in this very significant clean energy transition that we've been going through. And we started off with $10 billion investing. And in our early years, I guess we had a very strong focus, of course, on the electricity sector. I mean, we still do, but it was the lowest cost of abatement, and it was where Australia's, most of Australia's emissions, or a great proportion of Australia's emissions were coming from. So our investment activity in the early days, the first wave of solar and wind in Australia, a little bit later storage, but equally investing in other kind of carbon-reducing pathways like, the built environment, infrastructure, agriculture, transportation. So that's where we were focused for many years, and we were set a target return. I think you were asking about maybe return and how they've changed. We had a portfolio target return for many years of 3 to 4% above the 5-year government bond rate, which is very high. It's now changed. It's now dropped to 2 to 3% for this general portfolio. Which is now about where we are, kind of that portfolio is now targeted, or now tracking, if you like, cumulatively since inception. So we were sort of probably 1% below the original target because it was very high for a number of years, and now the general portfolio, those activities that I covered, we're squarely within. With the change of government, the most recent Albanese government, of course, we were increased somewhat in size by $20.5 billion, so we've sort of increased substantially. And we've got an additional $19 billion for rewiring the nation. We've got another $1 billion for household energy upgrades, and we've got another $500 million for a thing called the Powering Australia Technology Fund, which was about investing in high impact, earlier stage companies. So. And then even, only a couple of weeks ago, we got a further $2 billion for that general portfolio. So that's meant, with those additional funds, if you like, and sort of dedicated areas that we have been given further appropriations, we've had to build out our teams, specialisation and skill. I think we've done a terrific job in rolling out the first phase of Rewiring the Nation, Household Energy Upgrade, and even the Powering Australia Technology Fund. We've made significant investments across all of those areas, as well as maintained our activities in the general portfolio around wind, solar, storage, household batteries, working with banks, non-bank lenders, and putting solar on people's roofs in a cost-effective way, and targeting, also a various range of demographics to do that. And I guess one thing, just coming back to your point of how's our investment returns or targets change, with the large infrastructure projects around Rewiring the Nation, some of those big infrastructure financings are being done at a concessional long-term rate. So that will show, will have an impact, a non-cash impact in our accounts. But in terms of cash terms, they're all very positive investments for the taxpayer, and they will be successful investments.
And so that concessionality, now, my recollection that the government has sponsored a rule change to ensure that gets passed on, so the concessionality that's being provided doesn't actually just go into the pockets of the transmission companies.
Yeah, the Australian Energy Regulator has introduced a financeability rule change, which means that if concessionality is provided to a transmission company, that's taken into account in determining the weighted average cost of capital, so that back to your point, that we particularly, and many of the financings that we're doing are with state-owned transmission companies, so where we provide concessionality, that is going straight through to consumers, and we are reducing the cost of electricity and the network charges that will be ultimately borne by consumers around the countryside.
That's good to know. How do you address the risk that you face in the investments that you're making and the projects that you're pursuing to protect your finances and obviously to protect the Commonwealth?
Yeah, thank you. Well, as you'd expect, we have highly skilled professionals out there looking for deals and, structuring those investments. They go through a very rigorous investment committee which operates under delegation from the board. If the transactions are too large or they have particular risk, we'll actually take them to our board, which of course is full of highly skilled investment professionals, lawyers, and so on. And particularly with the Rewiring the Nation projects, which are in some cases multi-billion-dollar deals in a very specific area, we have the board's created a specialist subcommittee with representatives on that that may have been in in the transmission kind of sector, that would sit in on that committee to give it another sort of set of eyes. So that we make sure we make the right decisions when we're putting, very substantial amount of taxpayers' dollars into investments. And if I look back at the history of the CFC's investment over the 13 years or so, it has been very, very successful, and only really a very, very small number of loans have become impaired or been written off. Almost kind of, I think it'd be less than
5.
Sorry, less than
3 loans in the
two fully written off and 1 partly written off over the entire life of the CEFC.
Okay, so for those who don't know, how many years is that?
13.
13 years.
13 years, cumulative investments in the order of about $17 billion.
Wow.
So it has been very, very successful, and so we're very proud of that. But at the same time, we are still out there trying to fill gaps, taking risks that others won't take, so we can kind of crowd in the private sector.
So I remember when you guys were first set up, there was an expectation of a much higher default rate, wasn't there?
There was, Senator, and I believe in the originating bill, the explanatory memorandum had losses estimated of about 7%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it has been financially very successful. And even if you look at our returns for many years now, even if you take our sort of net operating surplus, you take the implied cost of capital, the capital that we use, because we're equity funded, so it doesn't show a cost of capital, we still make a return for the taxpayer. So we're sort of self-funded in that sense.
Oh, it's a testament to the skill and expertise of your organisation. Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions?
2 follow-ups on that.
Yeah, please.
When you just raised the implied cost of capital, are any of your concessional-like loans below your implied cost of capital?
There have been, not very often, Senator.
Not within the general portfolio, only within
Rewiring Nation.
Yeah.
To what, without knowing the individual ones, not commercial confidentially, what percentage of the funding roughly would be under implied cost of capital?
Very, because even before...
It would be a very, very small portion, because ultimately we're trying to recover the cost of capital and our own operating costs, and so you have to make a margin above the cost of capital to cover your costs.
Last question, I forgot in my other ones going through, you mentioned the industrial fund and reminded me how much has been allocated and how much, or contracted, and how much is allocated in the emerging...
In which fund?
In the industrial fund, the emerging technology fund.
Oh, the Powering Australia Technology Fund, yeah, that's $500 million, probably about 150...
Yeah, there's 328 million remaining, so...
Yeah, just under 150.
172 mil used.
172.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think just following on from that answer and just listening to the responses to those last questions, it just does remind me that over the last couple of years we've heard all sorts of criticisms of these kind of funds, about the National Reconstruction Fund, a range of these things. Mr Fletcher said in 2012 about the CFC bill, it is extraordinarily difficult to understand how anybody could imagine that this is going to be anything other than a spectacular financial disaster. It sounds a lot like what Mr Fletcher has said about a range of these kind of programs. And here we are at a point in time where exactly the same kind of fund has funded very important infrastructure for Australians, has delivered a significant return to taxpayers, and has built all sorts of industry capability that we didn't have before. It might cause some people to reflect on their hyper-partisan pessimism about Australians' capacity to do things.
On that note, Minister, Again, congratulations, Mr. Loomer, to you and your team. It certainly is a very, very successful and productive organisation that you run and achieving great things for the future of Australia. Given we are so close to the break time, I'm not going to call on the next agency until after the break. We will break now until 3:45 and we will return with the Climate Change Authority.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to Officers for the Climate Change Authority, and particularly welcome to the Honourable Mr Matt Keane, the Chair. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No, fine to get straight into it.
No? Okay.
Chair.
Excellent. Look, I saw your media release this morning. Has everybody seen? I might table that just so everyone's got it. Do you want to just give us a bit of an outline of what you put out this morning and tell us what it was that you found about emissions implications of waiting for nuclear by extending coal-fired power generation in the independent research that you undertook?
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing me to appear before the committee today. I guess there's a couple of takeouts from the body of work that the Climate Change Authority did, looking at the emissions impacts of AEMO's step change pathway, which is effectively the pathway that the government is on, and the alternate government's proposal under the frontier economics modelling. The work that was done by the Climate Change Authority, our science branch and our analytical branch, very clearly shows that Australia faces a fork in the road when it comes to emissions being emitted into the economy. Under the proposed pathway that Frontier Economics have talked about, so let's call it a nuclear pathway, the Climate Change Authority sees that it would lead to an additional 1 billion tonnes of carbon emissions going into the atmosphere from the electricity and energy sector alone. Now remember, Senator, that's only 35% of the total emissions profile of the Australian economy. You need to decarbonise the electricity and energy sector before you can start decarbonising other sectors of the economy. And under that progressive scenario that the Frontier Economics team have modelled, it would potentially lead to an additional 1 billion tonnes of carbon emissions from other sections of the economy. So under the progressive scenario modelled by Frontier, looked at by the Climate Change Authority, it could lead to an additional 2 billion tonnes of carbon emissions going into the atmosphere under the nuclear scenario that's being put forward. Now, the alternate scenario means that you replace your ageing and less reliable coal-fired power stations sooner with cleaner forms of generation that also happen to be cheaper and more reliable, and it also sets you up to help decarbonise other sections of the economy. The thing about the 2 billion tonne nuclear carbon emission bomb that would be dropped on the economy as a result of the Frontier Economics pathway is that that would put the world, that would be consistent with the world being on a 2.6 degree warming trajectory. Australia has signed up to the Paris agreements. That's been a bipartisan position of the coalition and also the Labor government. That commits governments to do their very best to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, or do their very best to keep it below 1.5 degrees. Now, there's a lot that needs to go right to ensure that happens, but one thing that I can assure the committee is that you've got no chance of meeting that if you go down the nuclear scenario as proposed under the Frontier Economics modelling.
And so the implication there is that you would extend the existing coal generation that we have at the moment?
Well, that's in the Frontier Economics modelling. We can only work on the data that's been put before us, and that suggests that you will extend ageing and less reliable coal-fired power stations for longer. That will see an additional 1 billion tonnes of carbon emissions being emitted into the atmosphere, as well as increasing bills for consumers, as well as taking a long time to deliver into the system. So there's a very clear fork in the road for Australia when it comes to emissions. Under the existing policy settings, you'll see 2 billion tonnes of emissions less than under the pathway proposed under Frontier Economics modelling.
So you conclude by saying that staying the course by continuing to roll out a mix of renewable generation, storage and firming at pace is the only option.
Well, that's the technology available to us to roll out at scale today, and that's what the independent experts at AEMO advise is the best pathway to decarbonise the electricity system at lowest cost to consumers and taxpayers. So we'll follow the advice of the engineers and the economists and the experts. Energy policy should be all about economics and engineering, not ideology, and that's the path that Australia is currently on. What I will say, Chair, is that under the existing scenario, pointed out, it gives Australia its best chance of reaching net zero by 2050. Now, that's something that all sides of politics, or the three major parties have signed up for. Under the modelling, as a result of the modelling undertaken by the Climate Change Authority, it would make it virtually impossible, or very, very close to impossible, for net zero by 2050 to be achieved under the nuclear pathway. So I wanted that to be very clear. Under the Coalition's proposed pathway put forward by Frontier Economics, it would make it almost impossible for Australia to hit net zero emissions by 2050.
So in addition to the not hitting net zero, I'm really concerned with this 2.6 degree scenario that you're talking about here. So obviously the Paris Agreement is 1.5, and that a significant number of countries have signed up to that, and it's been what we've been aiming for some time. And you're saying that this alternative pathway is 2.6 degrees. What sort of implication does that have?
Well, consistent with 2.6 degrees. I mean, the implications of that are very clear. The scientists, the economists, governments around the world have told us that that will have catastrophic impacts on our environment, and modelling that we've also seen suggests that there would be a 10% reduction in GDP if you were to go down that path. I'll let the CEO talk to those figures in greater detail, but there are huge implications for us not meeting those targets. I'm not saying it's going to be easy to hit to keep things below 1.5 degrees. In fact, it's going to be difficult. However, what we do know is that plans to slow down the rate of decarbonisation of the global economy put us on a trajectory which could have devastating impacts for the environment and also the global economy.
10% in the economy, that's terrible. Mr Archer, would you like to expand for us?
Certainly, Chair, although I think Mr Keane has covered that pretty nicely. Clearly, the Paris Agreement commitments that countries have made is to limit global warming to below 2 degrees and as close as possible to 1.5 degrees. I think the Climate Change Authority has been on the record for many years now that it is in Australia's interests to be acting as a leader in responding to climate change, and that it would also be in Australia's interest to do so, both not just for global environmental outcomes, but also for economic outcomes as well, as globally there is a transition to a net zero economy. So I think that's been a consistent message from the Climate Change Authority, and I think examining the Frontier modelling report, we felt it was important to further examine the emissions implications of that. There was some information in that report, not a lot, hence the report that we've prepared and released.
Thank you. And the motivation for doing this report?
Can I take that,
Yes,
Senator?
most certainly.
The Climate Change Authority, under its remit, is responsible for providing frank and fearless advice on policies that impact on climate change. Clearly, this is a policy that will have a big impact on our ability to meet our climate commitments and limit the amount of carbon going into the atmosphere. So, just as has been past practice by the Climate Change Authority to comment on policies by the government and also the alternate government, so too will we consider policies at this stage that could have an impact on our ability to meet our legislative commitments. We are here to act in the national interest. We are here to act for the environment and for taking action on climate change without fear or favour. That's exactly what we've done here. We've provided frank and fearless advice about the impacts of a major policy position by the alternative government.
Thank you.
And I should point out, this is something that the Climate Change Authority has, as Mr Keane has said, determined to do within the scope of its independent charter. The response of the alternative government to that, the response came 10 minutes ago when Senator Hume was on the ABC saying they would sack Mr Keane if they assumed government. Like, so sensitive to criticism, to independent criticism of their costly, dodgy, risky nuclear plan, catastrophic for Australian industry, catastrophic for households. All of the problems of imposing nuclear reactors on communities where no geotechnical work has been done, like in Muswellbrook. We've just seen 2 earthquakes over the course of the last 12 months. This outfit, the alternative government's response to independent criticism, is to bully people. Like that's the alternative. Bully people and sack people they don't like.
Order.
That's not, that is un-Australian, and it shows a complete lack of respect for independent organisations.
So, Minister, can I ask you? You say that Senator Hume stood up 10 minutes ago and said that due to this report, if she was to be in charge, she would sack Mr Keane. On what basis?
She said, I was in the interview with her, she said I would see it hard to move forward with him after CCA has become so politicised. When she was asked about, when she was asked in an interview that is forthcoming on the ABC, I should say, due in a few minutes, that was the response of the Alternative Party of government. They don't like criticism. They're very sensitive to it. Mr Morrison and Mr Dutton, very sensitive to it in government. They don't like independent criticism. Rather than have an intelligent debate, they want to thump people they oppose.
That's alarming. Senator Cadell.
Well, I notice it's coming from the person that's already called people bones, heads and sleazy today. This is coming from there, but I'll move on. Earlier today, we had a conversation about the timing of the 2035.
It was they were separate.
No, it was
separate comments.
Yeah.
I accept that I said that. I'm just saying that it was not sleazy boneheads. It was a separate set of arguments.
Different people, much better.
I don't want to be misrepresented.
It's the current government, everyone.
And there was comments around the website originally saying February 25 for the 2035 target, changing now to 2025. Yes. The advice was they're waiting on advice or recommendations from you and your committee. What is the process of getting that to government? I know from I assume from an article you said about the USA and Trump and their policies. So can you go through the thought processes on that?
Well, I don't need to tell you, Senator, that the world's changed dramatically when it comes to climate policy and a whole range of other areas of public policy since the election of Donald Trump. I mean, just ask Volodymyr Zelensky about how much the world has changed. And when it comes to climate policy, obviously, Donald Trump has talked about removing the Inflation Reduction Act, for example. He's talked about, I think he has withdrawn, formally submitted his intention to withdraw from the Paris Agreement. He's talked about trade tariffs. All of these things will have an impact on the technologies that Australia is relying on to decarbonise its economy. So it's fit and proper that the body charged with providing independent, fact-based advice to the people of Australia and to the Parliament of Australia does the work necessary to understand the implications of those dramatic policy changes and the changes in the geopolitical environment. We're doing that work at the moment. We're doing that thorough analysis to understand what the impacts of Donald Trump's election are, what the responses are from other jurisdictions is, and how it will impact Australia. When I stand up and give advice to you and to the government of the day, I need to make sure that it's in the national interest, and that's why we're doing the work necessary to ensure that's the case. And Senator, can I just also draw your attention to the fact that Australia is not alone in taking this course of action when looking at its 2035 NDC. 179 out of 190 countries that have signed up to the Paris Agreement have also decided to delay when they announce their commitment. I went to COP. I met with over 20 of those delegations to understand what they're thinking of. It was the week after Donald Trump was elected, and they all told me the same thing. The playing field has moved. We need to consider things that are in the national interest when it comes to our emissions reduction pathways. That's what the Climate Change Authority has been charged with responsibility to do. That's exactly what we'll do, Senator.
On that, do you have a ballpark of how long you will need to do to assess all of those, given there's a new executive order every day or something?
Yeah.
Things can change day by day. Do you have an estimate when you might be confident to say? We heard September's a deadline. That's what we heard today.
Senator, it is dynamic. We're currently doing the work that's required, looking at these policies. As you said, it's hard to keep up with changes in executive orders just from Trump, let alone the responses from other jurisdictions. We've seen already China making some statements around things that will impact their supply chains. We need to understand that. We're deeply engaged in this process. We've committed a lot of resources within the authority to make sure that we do that work so that we can stand it up and give you and the senators and the people of Australia confidence that when we put forward a number, it's not only in our environment's interests, it's in our economy's interests.
Have you or Mr Archer given a desired time that you'd like to have a response by?
As soon as possible. As soon as possible.
What does that mean?
It means as soon as possible, Senator.
Yeah, but do you have a projected time frame? Or
it means when the work's done, Senator.
And how long do you think it will take?
As soon as possible.
So
we are doing the work. Things are evolving.
Confidence is just an open-ended as soon as possible.
Well, Senator, we're doing a comprehensive body of work looking at the changing policy and political environment. Once that work is done, we'll then consider it in light of the modelling that we're working with the CSIRO on, and then we'll provide advice that I can say is in the national interest. That's what you'd expect me to do, I would hope, Senator.
But a different way of saying, are we 50% through the work? Are we 90%? Are we 20% through the modelling you think you'd expect to do?
Well, I wouldn't want to speculate, Senator. What I want to do is make sure that we're doing the work necessary. Things are moving pretty quickly. Trump is putting out executive orders on a daily basis that are impacting our pathways to reduce our emissions. Again, we want to make sure the work we do is robust and that we can stand it up and say that it's in the national interest.
So can I just ask a question on this? The executive orders that are coming out at a frenetic pace, I would agree, from the United States. Can I just have a bit of an understanding of how they're impacting on the inputs to your analysis?
Well, take, for example, 45Q, which is a tax credit with regard to carbon sequestration. I would have thought that members of the National Party would be very interested in that tax credit. If that's abolished, then a number of the pathways to do carbon capture, the technologies that benefit from that can be scaled, that Australia could potentially benefit from, may not be available in the timeframe that we were previously considering, Senator.
Has that been abolished?
There is current discussion about a number of the provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act that could impact on Australia's pathways to reduce our emissions. That's just one such example where there are question marks around what the policy frameworks are going to be. But we can go into other sections, for example. We know that President Trump has talked about the impact of wind. Whether or not the supply chains for wind technologies will change as a result of the decisions that they're taking is something that we need to consider. Will it speed up our ability to roll out new technologies, or will it slow it down? We need to do this work. Things are fluid at the moment. We're currently considering that as we do our analysis.
And just on this 45Q tax credit, which is apparently of interest to the Nationals, how do you deal with that? If it hasn't yet been abolished, there are conversations ongoing and they could be going for 6, 12 months, who knows? I don't have an insight into what they're doing there. How do you factor that into your thinking if it is just a live question with no action taken?
I think we need to take reasonable guesses on some of these policies. So in that case, let me clarify that statement. I think we need to consider reasonable assumptions, Senator. The assumption on 45Q, for example, is that it has red state and blue state support, so it's probably likely to be more likely to stay. Whereas wind technology, for example, we know that that may have some question marks over it. So it's appropriate that we do that analysis. We're considering all the factors that could impact Australia's emissions reduction pathways so that we can have a robust number to give to you. And I would have thought, Senator, as the Shadow Environment Minister, you'd be very interested in the pathways that Australia could take to speed up its reduction of emissions.
And speeding up emissions reductions pathways and all sorts of things requires timely efforts on many of these things. Do these inputs to your analyses apply to all of the work you do, or just the targets, the 2035 targets?
Could you repeat the question?
So you've been talking about these considerations arising out of what the President of the United States is doing, for example, and that's having an impact on your capacity to deliver on a commitment that was made around the 2035 targets being announced. Does this set of uncertainties or considerations have an impact on all of the work you are doing, all of the analyses, all of the reports that this authority is producing, or just the 2035 targets?
Well, we were talking specifically around the work of the NDC. I didn't realise you were broadening it out.
Oh, no, this is the second question. I'm entitled to broaden it out.
I'll speak specifically to the work we're doing on the NDC. Obviously, it's a changing political and geopolitical environment. We will consider that as we do the important work of advising the government of the day on what's in our national interest when it comes to reducing our emissions. I'd hope you'd expect that, Senator.
I expect a lot from this organisation, definitely, and we'll keep going with these questions. But just in terms of the report you were talking about before with Senator Grogan, you were able to finalise this. Were any of the considerations you've outlined with regard to the 2035 targets and, for example, the impacts arising out of the United States, which have delayed finalisation of your work there, been in any way factored into what you've been able to finalise with this comparison of policies?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I mean, obviously, the geopolitical environment that we're operating in to set an NDC is not something that just impacts Australia. That's affecting all countries that have signed up to the 2035, to the Paris agreements. As I said, 179 out of 190 countries, and I'll just check those fingers, is 195 countries, if we could correct the record, are taking more time to consider the impacts of that because things are changing very fast. What's not changing fast is the emissions impact of nuclear in the context of the Australian energy transition. Those figures can be well considered and well modelled, which is exactly what we've done. We've modelled the impacts of an emissions pathway in slowing down the step change scenario as proposed by AEMO, and we've seen an extra 2 billion tonnes of carbon emissions will be put into the atmosphere as a result of the pathway you're pursuing. Now, as the Shadow Environment Minister, I would have thought you'd be across that. I would have thought you'd have modelled it. Please tell me that in Shadow Cabinet you have spoken up and asked for an understanding of what the emissions impacts would be of various policies.
You mentioned in reference
allowed it through the Cabinet
that the after you referenced 45Q tax credit, you talked about changes to the availability of wind tech, and that therefore will have an impact on capacity to set 2035 targets. I wondered whether...
I was giving generic examples, Senator.
Yes, yeah, I know, but surely that is an input into comparing two energy policies. You've just talked about availability of the generation technology for one of those pathways, therefore being a problem when it comes to setting a 2035 target, but not in any other form of analysis?
Well, I think we've been very conservative in our analysis, actually, because if Donald Trump puts tariffs on wind supply chain technology, that could mean they're more available for places like Australia, speeding up our ability to deploy these at scale. So if anything, the Climate Change Authority has been conservative in its analysis, and the emissions profile comparison with the step change scenario that's set out compared to frontier economics is probably undercooked, to be honest.
We'll rotate the call and come back to you. Senator Van? No? Senator Billick.
Oh, thanks. Mr Keane, you mentioned earlier that Australia faces a fork in the road and we need to be clear about the choices in front of us. So are you able to tell me, based on your emissions outcomes, assuming that nuclear can come online within about 10 years, consistent with the frontier modelling, how much worse would the emissions outcomes be if nuclear was delayed in construction, as it has been in every other recent build?
Senator, we haven't modelled that. We've just modelled the inputs that have been used by frontier economics in their modelling. But I mean, there is no developed country anywhere in the world that has been able to deliver nuclear, large-scale nuclear, on time or on budget. So the idea that you would be able to deliver 7 large-scale nuclear reactors on the timeline set out in Frontier are ambitious at best. So the point being, the emissions profile that we've set out in our report today, an extra potentially 2 billion worth of emissions into the Australian economy. And let me be very clear, this is a 2 billion tonne nuclear carbon emission bomb that this would result in being dropped into the Australian atmosphere. We think that is conservative based on the reality and the lived experience of delivering nuclear right around the world at the moment. So we've put all the details in the report. We're here to give frank and fearless advice and provide independent expert advice about what's in the environment's interest. That's exactly what we've done here, and it's up to you now to determine what to do with that information.
Thanks. You look at the national implications on emissions, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what impact would the nuclear policy have on the New South Wales, Victorian and Queensland legislated emissions reduction targets? Does it make those targets unachievable?
Well, I can't speak for the states, and we haven't modelled that work. What we have modelled is the impacts on Australia's legislated targets, so the 43% emissions reduction target by 2030, and it shows that we will miss that target by 5% by 2030. And it will also see us not even hit the 43% emissions reduction target by 2035 under the nuclear scenario. So it will have implications, but I can't speak to the targets, the implications for the targets on the state-based scheme. So I don't know if Brad can illuminate, shed any light on that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you,
Chair.
Just one other question from me. The notion of holding on regarding the NDC till you see what the lie of the land looks like with so much fluidity in the world. Going to Senator Dunningham's questions, do you anticipate getting a better sense of the lie of the land in the shorter term? Like, I don't imagine you'd wait 4 years of their administration to determine what the NDC would be. So what's that sort of process of weighing up how things are going before you go, okay, we have a level of confidence about what the directions might be here, or at least a sufficient level of confidence to then be confident to set an NDC?
Well, this is a comprehensive body of work. There's a lot of conversations to be had. There's a lot of analytical work to be done. We are working closely with the CSIRO, with our modelling teams, but I mean, we're not going to rush this work. We need to make sure that we get it right because it has huge implications. And we want to make sure that when we put forward the recommendations, we're meeting our commitments under law, but we're also setting our economy up for a stronger and more prosperous future. That's what I'm focused on. And so we'll do the work necessary to ensure that when I stand up and we give the recommendation to the government, it meets those objectives. It's in our national interest. That's what I'm focused on, and we'll get the body of work done to ensure that that's the case.
Thank you. Senator Cadell?
Thank you. You're looking at the analysis. Going to New South Wales, where Eraring has been extended in life as a coal-fired power station, under the current ISP and plan, working there, is there no likelihood or possibility, you see no likelihood that coal stations would have to be extended at the current rate of build?
With regard to, can you just repeat that question?
Under the current plan, under the current ISP,
yes.
You see no likelihood or possibility that other coal stations will have to be included as we're going along as business as usual?
Well, I think it's important to remember that just because you extend these coal-fired power stations doesn't make them more reliable. I mean, I've been the energy minister. I know I'm getting to your question. I've been the energy minister in New South Wales. I've seen the engineering reports around the ability to extend the life of these coal-fired power stations. I mean, you talk about the Eraring coal-fired power station. There's actually a physical constraint in extending that any longer than its scheduled timeline, and that's the ash dam that's associated with it. The ash dam has a finite life, and it would cost billions and billions and billions of dollars to extend that ash dam.
That's not the case anymore. I was at Eraring probably about 2 months ago. They're now pulling it on the books as an asset because they've found a buyer for the stuff and they've rebuilt the whole ash dam. They've worked on it. It's actually no longer got that constraint.
Well, with regard to my time as the energy minister,
I understand.
there was a physical constraint in place around the ash dam.
They closed Myuna Bay because it wasn't up to standard. They've rebuilt it. It's now no longer has that concern.
But there is a physical or a rate limiter in a lot of these assets, whether it be the ash dam or the ability of that kit to be able to continue to work when you need it. That's not like an ideological thing, that's just an engineering reality. These things were built in the 70s and 80s, they're coming to end of life and they need huge capital upgrades to be able to operate. Could some of them be extended? Potentially, absolutely. But then you've got to also consider the economic realities of running these things, and they're losing cash
that's not my
during
point.
times of the
None
day.
of this is my point. I accept the economic realities. I accept the limitations.
Yeah.
Your costing on the extra emissions under a nuclear plan sees that any extension to coal has extra emissions going out. Are you saying there is no risk of that, no possibility of that under the government's plan?
No, what I'm saying is that under the assumptions that we've put in our model are the ones used by Frontier Economics. That's what we've based it on.
Okay, but some of those, given that when you were Energy Minister we weren't extending anything and now we're extending a RARing, or the state is, they've stepped in since the other government has changed.
When I was Energy Minister,
yeah, you did
we
not
weren't
do
in
that.
control of the assets, but yes.
But there is no guarantee that coal won't have to be extended anyway, even under the plan we're currently on, is there?
Can you repeat your question?
Under the plan that the government is on its scenario,
yes,
there is no guarantee that coal plants won't have to be extended anyway.
We can only model the scenarios in front of us.
But you can't give a guarantee, can you?
Are the Frontier Economics scenario.
You cannot give a guarantee
ISP
no coal goes longer.
Scenario.
Just say yes or no.
Cadell, there's a bit of a sort of blizzard of different contentions here.
Yep.
Just so that we can sort this a little bit. I mean, first of all, you said you accept the economic realities. Well, it's about time.
It costs money to keep coal open.
It costs a very significant amount of money. Your plan, Mr Dutton and Mr O'Brien and Mr Taylor's plan, requires these coal assets to continue to be extended in full, the 2 billion tonnes of additional emissions, but all of the additional cost into the system, making our industry less competitive. You say that the government's plan that we were elected to deliver, that there is evidence of at least one jurisdiction extending the life of a coal. I mean, that is from the government's perspective, we want to see as little of that as possible because it puts additional cost into the system. That is why we are so focused on delivering an outcome that has renewables plus storage plus gas to deliver the lowest cost, most reliable system possible. Does that mean that there might be some incremental... I mean, these are decisions that states will have to make, but it's not our intention. Your plan requires all of the coal assets to continue. I think Mr Littleproud said to sweat the assets, which is something you could only say if you'd never been in one. There has not been a single day over the last, couple of years where one of these assets hasn't had an unplanned outage, which puts additional cost in there for households, which puts additional cost in there for business, making business less competitive. We are focused on building an electricity system that is an electricity system for the future. I think comparing the assumptions that sit underneath the plan that the government is working with the states and the private sector to deliver with your $600 billion nuclear plan is comparing sort of apples with antelopes.
Well, Mr Ayres, you've decided to get involved in this conversation, so let's go there. Your plan said it was going to be $275 cheaper for householders. Today we've had evidence that it's $650 more expensive for householders on average since you came in. Your plan said we're going to get to 82, and we're hearing evidence that we struggled to get to 82 in that time frame. So if you can give me a guarantee that not a single coal asset will be extended beyond their current rate of day, there's nothing to talk about. Give me that guarantee and we'll move on. Can you give me a guarantee that no coal asset will be extended on its closed date as it stands? We've got our plan. They're down.
It is time that the Liberals and Nationals acted like adults in this debate.
We put on paper
act like adults. And there is no... we have seen... If the policy that you develop is the kind of policy that you have developed, you are going to be subjected to some scrutiny. And I know you don't like it. I know you don't like it. But there is going to be some scrutiny.
I accept the scrutiny. We put the policy on.
No, you've tried to silence it over the course of this. Your finance spokesperson says she's going to sack the people
Sorry for
she
talking while you were interrupting.
Sorry
for talking while you were interrupting.
Honestly.
I really apologise again, Chair. I'm sorry for continuing with my question. Yeah, okay. But here is the point. You say it yourself. The Frontier Economics are on black and white. We admit that coal is going to have to stay longer. I accept that, right? Minister Ayres, this is your chance. Are you saying coal gets shut down on the times as they stand? You be black and white. You be open. But this is your chance to put it in
right.
right.
Coal won't come out sooner than you anticipated.
Hang on, your modelling is against that.
You don't get to ask questions of opposition senators.
I'm sorry. I thought we were engaged in a robust debate, Senator. I thought we were having a conversation.
Here's your chance for your plan.
You know, we are a pragmatic, common sense government engaging the cheapest possible technologies in a systematic way to deliver a low-cost, reliable electricity system.
For those reading home, not a guarantee.
The sort of rule in, rule out nonsense is juvenile.
Okay. Well, it's simple. We're being honest. You can't give an answer. I'm not saying you're big distance.
There is like today, Chair, just today, what are we, the 24th of February? There is 1.5 gigawatts of unplanned coal outages now, making electricity more expensive because of your failure over a decade to do the work that was required to invest in the new energy system. Your failure has delivered that outcome, and having you in here claim that there's some, like talking about transparency, and actually, it is about time you put your shoulder behind the wheel and actually contributed to the national effort here.
Well,
because 10 years of policy failure has made it tougher for ordinary Australians, and at least what you can say about this government is that we're pushing in the right direction, delivering the lowest cost technology in a planned and systematic and common sense way, and it's about time the Liberals and Nationals started acting in the national interest.
If I wanted your talking points, I'd read them when they get emailed to me at 8 o'clock. I don't need to listen to them anymore. I'll listen to more questions. Happy to rotate if someone else has got questions.
Do you have further questions?
Is anyone else from our side? I'll go. Just a follow-up.
Sure.
I don't know that I trust Mr Ayres enough to say that that interview happened. I'm not going to say that it's wrong.
Yeah.
If, from an emissions point, we are talking about $2 billion more under this plan and nuclear isn't your thing, would you be comfortable working for a government that has nuclear as a thing if it wins, or would you think that potentially you wouldn't want to be there?
Well, I'm surprised at the arrogance of people measuring up the curtains in the lodge at the moment, counting their chickens. I think the Australian people
if that was true,
would be very concerned.
I do not think that an official, even if the tone is pushing them around, can answer a hypothetical question.
I don't think that's a fair question.
Okay.
Senator Cadell?
Look, can I maybe respond and say that my position, as for my position, I'll continue to serve the best interests of the people of Australia and advocate for targets that protect the environment and grow our economy. That's not going to change regardless who's in government. These are positions that I've consistently taken in a coalition government, whereas the deputy leader of that government, that coalition government in New South Wales, which not only had the most rational economic policies, it also had some of the leading environmental policies supported in by the National Party.
Deputy leader of the Liberals, not the government.
That's right. That's right. Correct the record.
Thank you.
All done?
Yep.
Okay. Mr Keane, Mr Archer.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms
Thank
Murray,
you, Senators.
thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming to play with us today, and we wish you well in setting and undertaking and finalising the work around the NDC. I would now like to call officers from Snowy Hydro to the table. Good afternoon, Mr Barnes. Lovely to see you. So welcome to Snowy Hydro. Would you care to make an opening statement, Mr Barnes?
I do have a very brief one, so thank you. Firstly, I'd like to pay my respects to the Ngunnawal people whose land we're meeting on today and pay my respects to their elders. In the past 3 months, we've had good momentum in important areas, but it's fair to say we've had a couple of challenges. I'll start with the Hunter Power project. which has experienced more than 200 days of productivity loss due to weather and some other factors. 1 year after we reset that project, it was apparent that these weather impacts could not be absorbed into the schedule. And in August last year, we released a project update that made it clear there would be a schedule and cost impact. The new target cost is $1.3 billion, with full commercial operation of 30 June this year. Pleasingly, commissioning is well underway. Moving to Snowy 2, there has been good progress on Snowy 2, despite the recent underground stop work on some of our activity. Florence was only stopped for 4 days and has been making good progress, achieving the production rates required for the December 28 project completion. Actually, during the stoppage, we were able to move large amounts of spoil around the site, which has actually increased our productivity now that all work fronts are working again. We received approval for our 4th tunnel boring machine, which we are introducing in order to protect the project's timeline by de-risking a geologically challenging area of tunnelling. Work to prepare for that TBM's launch began in earnest late last year and is ahead of schedule. Our goal is for TBM4 to be tunnelling by the end of the year. Snowy 2 is one of the largest and most complex engineering projects underway in the world, and challenges will continue to arise. Our focus is continuing to be vigilant and working with our contractors with the safety of our people first and foremost. And just to close out, our existing business continues to perform well, bringing competition to the retail market as we continue to win customers with great products and services, and our generation business reliably supporting the national electricity market. So I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr Barnes. So, Davey.
First, thank you. So when you say that Florence had only stopped for 4 days, that's this year or this quarter or?
Well, if we go back a few years, obviously we've had more than 4 days.
Yeah.
But the cessation of work that we announced towards the end of January for some worker safety concerns, that only resulted in a 4-day stoppage. But Florence has to stop for maintenance and various other factors.
But those 4 days you managed to utilise very constructively, moving kit around. So you've got TPM4. Does TPM4 have a name? I feel it's a bit, anonymous calling it TPM4 compared to Florence.
Not yet.
Not yet. Can I pick the name?
We're engaging with our communities, so...
Okay. Well, you'll let us know.
No.
So that will be operational by the end of the year. Does that increase the overall project costs?
When we reset the project, we knew we would have a degree of variability and challenges ahead, and we included for a TBM4 as a potential.
So what are the total project costs now?
12 billion.
12 billion. Which was compared to the original estimates of around 2 billion?
The project that was approved in 2019 was 6 billion.
6 billion. So that's a significant blowout.
But it was when Mr Turnbull and Mr Joyce
I
announced
accept
it.
that, Minister Ayres.
Just
I do
north of
accept that.
$2 billion, these kinds of projects, this one, well, it's a very complicated project, requires a high level of sophistication to build this tunnel and the associated works. It is, of course, nowhere near as complex as the business of building a nuclear reactor in a country community, in a country that has never built one before. This is blown out by 6 times.
I am not talking about the nuclear policy.
I know the Nationals don't want to talk about nuclear anymore. It's, they don't want to talk about it. But I just make the point that these kind of sophisticated projects blow out.
Thank you.
All of the time.
Senator Davey, thank you.
I was focusing on this core business.
Senator Davey, thank you.
She's bringing me to work. Don't interrupt her.
Come on, people. Okay, let's just stay a little calm. Let's take it in turns.
So I know my colleagues have other questions about energy generation, but I want to come back to water. part of the passage of the Restoring Our Rivers Bill, which we have discussed at past estimates, I'm trying to focus on what you can answer and not what the department will answer on Friday, but was a review of the Snowy Water Inquiry Outcomes Implementation Deed, which I understand has now commenced. Are you involved in that review?
Well, we are subject to the regulation. We are given an opportunity to work with the relevant state agencies to provide information. So yes, we are involved, but we don't have a decision-making right in that process.
Right, but you're part of the sort of consultation group that is looking at all of the parameters of that deed. Is there an expected finalisation date for the review that you're aware of?
No.
No, so...
I think the normal answer is on Friday, the Water Department will be able to answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, we get consulted on the specifics of the operation of the scheme and what trade-offs there may be with regard to renewable energy. But there is obviously a broader process of engagement around the review.
And is that review being undertaken at the same time? Is the Snowy Water licence still under review by New South Wales?
Not currently.
Not currently.
There's a legislated requirement that's reviewed every 5 years.
Yeah. Is there a possibility that the outcomes of this deed review may have implications for the Snowy Water licence?
I think that's probably self-evident, Senator.
And because the deed will establish environmental flows?
The SWEWOID sets up...
It's a terrible acronym.
It is. It sets up the framework for the water licence, so to the extent that that's changed, then by implication the water licence may change.
And that has implementations for a lot of your operations, including required annual release, above target water, drought reserves. All of those things could be impacted by changes under the deed.
Potentially.
Are you aware, and I'll ask the department on Friday, whether communities and downstream stakeholders are being consulted as part of the deed review?
I think that's a question for the department.
I'll ask the department. And just finally from me before I hand over the call, because there's a lot, your multifaceted business is of interest to everyone. How are the water storages looking at the moment? And are we going into a drying phase?
Well, we certainly are in a drier sequence that's been going on for approximately 24 months. Our storages are a bit below average. I wouldn't say they're terribly concerning at this point in time, but of course it depends what comes from here, which will determine the trajectory from here on.
You're expecting to meet all your RAR obligations?
Certainly we're on target to meet what we're required to do this water year, absolutely.
Just say, Senator, these water security issues are, of course, front of mind for the government. It's I suppose, another reason that when it comes to nuclear reactors who use 3 times as much water as a coal-fired power station.
The government who wants to export our water overseas in the form of hydrogen.
3 times. Well, we
split our water atoms into hydrogen,
3 times.
Put it in a boat and send it over.
I wonder if you two can take turns to shout at each other. Senator Davey. Enough. Take turns. And you're interrupting him just as much.
I certainly didn't interrupt. I waited until you'd concluded your question.
Oh, come on.
Water security, I would have thought, would be of some interest to the National Party. And in an area like Muswellbrook, for example, on the edge of the Liverpool Plains, the idea that you would station a nuclear reactor there that would use 3 times as much water as the existing coal-fired power facilities.
Same amount of water as
three times as much. The Australian National University study says 3 times as much.
I have an interview with a nuclear engineer on my Facebook page if you want to check it.
I thought we weren't interrupting each other.
She says that it uses the same amount of water. Modern nuclear power plants use very much similar amounts of water as coal-fired power plants.
Well, there you go.
Facebook, it must be true,
We're all doing our own research now, but
plug for my Facebook, anyone?
But if you're so hostile
enough, come on,
to hydrogen and Australian manufacturing, well, that's okay, I guess. But it is simply the case that nuclear reactors use a lot more water, 3 times as much water, as coal-fired power stations, and we are just as concerned about water security in this context as we are in that one.
So you are buying all the water out of the Murray-Darling Basin with the new announcement today saying you want another 100 gigalitres of water away from productive use, away from towns and communities, and you're sitting there lecturing me about water security?
We're looking forward to those questions on Friday.
No, that was a statement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we might just rotate the call. Who else would like to have a go? Senator Cadell.
Thank you. Curry. You mentioned that. What was that number again, the final cost or the cost?
1.3 billion.
Okay. We will come back to that. So what is the status now? Originally it was going to be first power December, he says, without certainty, and commercial sometime soon. What?
The current status is we started commission in December.
Yep.
We expect Unit 1 to be exporting to the grid in April and Unit 2 in June, with all of the balance of plant tied in a bow by the end of June.
Okay. Now, what is still to be constructed there? The gas bunkering's fine, but the gas pipeline isn't there, is that right?
The pipeline is constructed,
right?
But there's a compressor station and heater baths and associated
So just some gas infrastructure things?
Some gas infrastructure. The tests on the turbine are actually the biggest piece of work now. The balance of plant, water systems, fuel delivery, all very well progressed in commissioning.
Okay. Currently running, we got the extension of time, the hours for diesel. It's currently running on diesel?
It's not running at the moment because we've not fired, but the application we made for an extension of running hours on diesel, we actually withdrew because as we got closer to understanding the timetable, we realised we wouldn't need that many hours.
Okay. So we've gone back to the original. How many? I think you went 1,200 or something.
The original approval is for, and we can give these specific numbers, around 1,200 hours of running in total on gas and diesel, of which 10% of that, so a little over 100 hours, can be on diesel.
Okay. Right. My favourite nasty question. Hydrogen co-burn. Different specs of the generators over time, where 15% might have been as they were. We were upping it at where are we at in hydrogen co-burn now?
So we've completed the study with the original equipment manufacturer, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and they have confirmed that 30% hydrogen co-firing is possible, and we've provided that advice to the departments, and it's with them.
Possible as it stands or possible with modifications?
With modification. I think in last estimates you pushed me hard enough to tell you it was about $75 million of...
75?
Yeah, of modifications. That's cheaper than...
Memory now, didn't Mr Albanese announce in 2022 there was $700 million to allow?
I mean, we're only talking about the modification to the power plant. I don't know what was in the announcement in 2020.
So you'll have to do different storage and different infrastructure on site then?
It's primarily around how do you move hydrogen through the plant, so changing pipes and valves and measurements. And
do we have an estimate or business case on what that cost would be?
Well, it's $75 million.
That's for the plan? For the extra additional works?
Oh, well, there's no additional works.
Okay, so 75.
So
we get to pocket 625 back to the taxpayer?
The $75 million is in an advice provided to the department, and they're considering what to do with it.
Okie dokie. Yeah, it was 22. I'm actually reading what I wrote here. $700 million in funding to transition the plant to green hydrogen. So none of that's been allocated. You don't need it. $75 million now. Okay. Done?
For the plant.
Done? It's an interesting descriptor after I say that every time. What isn't included?
Well, the production and shipping and storage of hydrogen is not included.
And we still haven't found anyone to sell it to us?
We're responsible for the plant, and that's the advice we've provided.
But you've got to buy it to the plant to burn it in the plant. Have we found anyone to sell us green hydrogen?
We're not currently assessing that supply chain.
I'll accept that. Well, we'll get there. It's interesting because on the reset, you beat me, I guess. So when the plant was originally 600, went up to 950, I put to you that I'm hearing numbers up to 1.4 million, 1.5 million. You said nowhere near that. I just worked out you beat me by 25 million if it comes in at 1.3 plus 75. That's near that though, isn't it?
Well, at the time you were asking me those questions, the impact of the weather and other factors hadn't become evident at that point, so there was no reason to believe it would go over the revised target cost.
Seriously, on the hydrogen side of things, and I take Senator Ayres and Senator Davies' thing about water security, if we were to produce the amount of hydrogen required for things in a 10-to-1 ratio, it's 270 gigalitres from Australia to produce hydrogen. How, from no matter what colour, how serious are the hydrogen plans for you? There's groups starting up and dropping down every day on their things. Is it something we are actively working on for the next step to make this 30% ready, or is it something that we're just going to get going first and consider down the track?
We're not currently assessing the supply chain for hydrogen. We've done the assessment of the technical feasibility at site, and that's with departments.
That's where it's sitting. It's sitting at, can be done if we do A, B and C, but let's not go down that path. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Mr Barnes, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming along.
It's a pleasure.
Good luck in your endeavours.
Thank you.
And I would now call officers from the Australian Energy Regulator to come to the table. So we stopped them.
Are we on time-ish?
Welcome, Ms Savage, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Of the Australian Energy Regulator. Would you care to make an opening statement?
I think we're only listed for 15 minutes, Senator, so we won't take your time.
I wouldn't pay any attention to the agenda. Seriously.
5 minutes now, so it's fine.
You wouldn't believe the amount of time we spend talking about it and committing to the schedule and then paying absolutely no attention to it when we get there.
We thought we would not take up your time with an opening statement on that basis.
We have time if you would like to make a few comments.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Senator.
We'll go directly to Senator Bligh.
Fantastic. Thank you. And thank you for coming in today. I'm from South Australia, and given the recent events that have happened in Whyalla with the steelworks there, the state government has walked back its plans for the hydrogen plant that was due to go in. Did AEMO include in its energy projections the hydrogen plant coming online in South Australia?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So the Australian Energy Market Operator is responsible for those projections, and so we're the Australian Energy Regulator, so I'm not quite sure that I know the answer to that question. That might be one that you'll need to address to the Australian Energy Market Operator.
Okay.
They've been on earlier.
They were.
You've done it.
We've done. I did.
So AEMO is not a Commonwealth entity, so they're not an estimates participant.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I'm sure, though, that they can... If
they can provide
if you ask
that.
them, they'll give you an answer to
Yes, certainly. Yep.
They're very accommodating.
Yes, no, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Going through historically, specifically in retail, looking at hardships, going back historically, year on year. So June 24, do we know, or what's the latest figures you've got? Is it June 24 or is it later than that?
No, so the latest figures we would have published would be September 2024.
Is it? Can I get the hardship numbers then?
You certainly can, Senator. So at the end of September 2024, the hardship numbers as a proportion of all electricity customers was at 1.8%, so that's down from 1.9% in the previous quarter.
What was the total number?
Total number, let me just grab those for you. So in September 2024, it was 122,445.
Yep.
And in the previous quarter, it had been 131,746.
Okay.
So that's just customers in a hardship program.
Understood.
Did you also want the total number of customers with 90-day debt?
You can tell me that too, that'd be great.
Just while we're here, I may as well
on the right
give
page.
you the lot. So again, the last published data we have, which is September 2024, the raw figures, there was 175,685 customers with 90-day debt. And at June 2024, there was 201,988 customers with 90-day debt.
Can we go back in June 23, like a year before, just year on year? And then
a year before that, it would have been... I've only got the September figures.
September, yep.
Yep. So the annual figure at September 2023 was 177,147.
Consistent. And what about hardship?
Hardship in September 2023 was 104,500.
Okay, that's gone up a bit. And what about 22?
Yeah. Do you want me to do percents? Because the
No, real numbers is fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you wanted then September 22?
Yep, Ta.
For hardship?
And yeah, both, thanks, yeah.
Yeah, so hardship was 78,487.
Yep.
And then 90-day debt at September 2022 was 154,300.
Okay. So...
But obviously the total number of customers.
Yeah, hardship is someone who's part of a hardship plan or is trying to seek some comfort, protection otherwise, isn't it? That's how it is defined.
So under the rules, there's two ways. This is why it gets a bit complicated.
Yeah, that's
under the rules, there's two pathways. So if you are a customer who's experiencing payment difficulty, and that's how your retailer identifies you, you could be entitled to a payment plan. Those customers are included within that category of 90-day debt customers. If you are a customer, though, who is identified as being in hardship, and then you are subject to a retailer's hardship policy.
Yep.
And those numbers are not included in the 90-day debt numbers. So it's a little bit of a quirk. It's something that we are about to give a report to government to say, can we please just have one definition of these things?
Right.
So that customers are not falling between those two categories. But currently under the law and the rules, there are two pathways there.
It was interesting, part of a different inquiry was supermarket where we were talking about hardship in all financial stuff, and there was a categorisation that 90% of people going to financial assistance lines had a catalyst. There was an injury, there was a medical thing, there was something. Is there any examine of your thing? And now that's not the case. Literally people are just finding it tougher. These numbers over the last 3 years have gone up 45,000 people, almost, or more than 50%, 60-odd%. Is there any examining by anyone of the circumstances people are finding it difficult, going into hardship, getting behind in their payments? Are we examining the reasons?
So the data that we collect comes from retailers, and it's literally the raw data that they have. We have done some lived experience work, and we've done some surveys ourselves, So's Energy Consumers Australia. I don't have that data to hand, but it wouldn't cover everyone, right? So
no, that's right.
It would perhaps
be a sample
rather than comprehensive in that sense.
So gone up 50, 60%-ish, but stabilising now?
So when I look at it, I'd say from the previous quarter, hardship customer numbers have come down from 1.9% to 1.8%. When we look at the numbers of customers with 90-day debt, that's also come down. So that's come down from 2.9% in the previous quarter to 2.5%. Yep. But there was the $300 rebate, which will have helped in that quarter as well. Senator.
Right.
Yeah.
So we'd have to wait until the rebates end to see what the... Understood.
And the next data, I think it's we haven't yet seen it at our board, but it should be coming in the next month or so, I'd imagine.
For a quarter, for December.
Yeah,
okay.
December.
But that was the one that had, so September wouldn't have had the rebate on there, wouldn't it? December would have had the rebate.
Well, the rebate would have started applying from 1 July.
All right, okay.
I mean, Mr Duggan might be able to answer questions on that.
Yeah, it's a financial year rebate, so it would have started from 1 July.
Okay, I'm happy. Is anyone else on? I'm happy.
Okay. Senator Waters.
Hi, Senator.
Just a few extremely specific questions from me, but you did touch on some of this content in your most recent fourth quarter report last year. Can you advise, please, if the Queensland LNG exporters purchased more gas from gas supply hubs and short-term trading markets than they sold into those markets in Q4 of 2024 and also in calendar years 23 and 24?
So I appreciate you had actually given us an opportunity to look at this, and we've asked the team to do that. And they're going to need a little bit more time to get those specific numbers, because the way we currently report them and look at them includes producers and exporters, and so we just need to strip out for you. So if we can take it on notice, Senator, we can give you the numbers for just the exporters. The bit we're not sure if we can give you or not, we just need to by participant, because we're bound on confidentiality provisions. But we're going to get some advice on that, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps participant by state would be de-identified adequately, but as much detail as you can give me would be great.
Exporters would probably largely be Queensland, though. So
that's my understanding. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so thank you. So you're still working on that, and I'm also interested in which, if any, have sold more than they purchased. But you've got that detail. And likewise, any estimates of the volumes of gas traded through those, the supply hub and the short-term trading market by exporters separated by purchases and sales. You'll take that on notice as well. Great. And have you noticed any trends in recent years in the volumes of gas supplied and purchased by LNG exporters in those two markets?
So we'll need to take that on notice as well. I think we can answer each of those questions. We just need to extract the data.
All right. Well, I look forward to that. Thanks for your work on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any more? No? Senator Bilk.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. Did you give evidence to the House Select Committee on Nuclear Energy?
I did,
last year. And was some of that evidence that it would take 8 to 10 years for the necessary regulatory regime to be put in place in regard to nuclear timing?
So that evidence was based on my experience of having developed regulatory frameworks in the energy system, and the comments that I made at the time was that when you consider the time it may take to remove the prohibition and to also build a commercial, technical, legal, environmental and safety framework, that it could take 8 to 10 years to do that work. And that's based on things like how long it took to do the contract market monitoring powers, the retail laws, both federally and in the state. So it's a Commonwealth state federal experience that was informing that.
Was it premised on energy ministers agreeing to the necessary regulatory reforms?
That was partly what informed that, yes, Senator.
Because I've noticed that numerous states, Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, have state-level bans on nuclear energy. So how long will it take to deliver the necessary regulatory regime for nuclear energy if the states refuse to cooperate and maintain their current positions opposing nuclear energy?
Well, I probably don't have the level of expertise to answer that question, Senator. I think I was just observing that when we've had to develop Commonwealth state frameworks, it has taken that type of time frame to develop. So the National Electricity Retail Law and retail rules took about 10 years, and that was a Commonwealth state framework, regulatory framework.
You could presume, though, that it might take longer, couldn't you?
I'm not going to speculate on how long it might take.
Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. That's it, Chair. Thanks.
Senator Darmoon.
Thank you. In your latest wholesale quarterly report, you talk about the main drivers of high prices. The first driver that you point to is coal plant outages. There's been a bit of discussion about that today, about coal plants becoming increasingly unreliable, and that decreasing reliability is driving prices higher and undermining that reliability. Can you talk about that assertion?
Sure. So there was certainly quite a range of factors that contributed to high prices in the last quarter. Coal plant outages were certainly part of it. We also saw some particularly, so this is sort of the last 3 months of last calendar year, we saw some remarkably warm temperatures. So it was, I think, actually in Queensland, from memory, it was the hottest November on record or something, or for a very long time. So largely they were driven by the coal outages, spikes in demand, low wind generation as well though, and limited interconnector flows. In terms of coal outages in that last quarter of 2024, the coal outages were 16% higher than they were the previous quarter the previous same 3 months in the previous year, so the last quarter of 2023. New South Wales outages were up about 30% year on year, and gas was up, and Victoria was up about 38%, but Queensland was down slightly by 5%, so that would have reflected the return of the Callide power station as well.
Okay. So I guess given the overall trend, what it sounds like in terms of the unreliability going up, is it fair to say that extending the life of these ageing coal plants will likely have negative impacts on prices and reliability into the future?
Look, I think when we think about coal and its performance in the market, we've also put out a report late last year on the wholesale electricity market. It's called a wholesale electricity market performance report. And in that report, we were looking at how prices are changing and how the market's functioning during the transition. And we're certainly seeing, and we saw this a bit last year, particularly in May last year, when there are, transmission constraints or network constraints, or there might be other outages, or we might have low wind or solar, the opportunity to lift prices by particularly coal-fired generators, marginal coal-fired generators, is quite significant. And so I think there are a combination of concerns. There are concerns about the way in which the plants are operating and bidding. There are concerns about the way in which the plants are performing in terms of their reliability. We've seen a big shift away from planned outages towards unplanned outages. The challenge with unplanned outages is obviously they're unplanned, so they create quite a lot of volatility in the market. And so what we can see is that forward contract prices are staying quite high as a result, not just of that, but of a number of factors. But certainly seeing increased levels of unpredictable plant outages is driving higher forward contract prices. So I think there are a number of challenges there, but ensuring that the plant that does stays in a reliable manner is a key issue from the AER's perspective.
Yeah. And so, I mean, part of that, I think you talked about transmission constraints as a driver of high prices. So in light of that, is it correct that the planned investment in transmission is important to support lower wholesale prices and reliability?
Look, from our perspective, we think there is a lot of investment needed in a range of technologies. So we do need to see increased investment in solar and wind. We need to see increased investment in pumped hydro, in batteries, in gas-fired generation, but also in transmission if we're going to make the transition to net zero in a smooth and predictable way.
Thank you. And maybe just finally, what would be the impact on wholesale prices and reliability of the system if planned transmission projects like VNI, HumeLink, PEC and Marinus were scrapped?
I don't think I know the answer to that question. I'm sorry, Senator. So we haven't done any modelling on that, but certainly those transmission projects are a key part of the integrated system plan. And so they are, from our perspective, part of how we get to net zero.
Yeah. Thank you.
No more? Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming along today and sharing some information with us. We will now let you go, and I will ask for the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to come to the table. Welcome, Mr. Marr.
Thank you.
Our new Commissioner. your first appearance at estimates, I believe.
That's right.
In this role, anyway.
Yes.
Welcome. Would you care to make an opening statement?
If you would indulge me, Chair, I would make some opening comments and then happy to take some questions. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to attend. It is my first attendance in this role. I was appointed to this role late last year as Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, and I'm looking forward to what I see as a really challenging role. In short, my priorities are supporting rural and regional communities and working with industry to make sure that we get the best possible outcomes as part of the current energy transition. In addition to that, also providing advice to governments on the implementation of the previous Commissioner's Community Engagement Review. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and recognise the work of the previous Commissioners for the work that they have done, and I look forward to continuing their work in my tenure as Commissioner. 2024 was the office's third busiest year since the Commissioner was first created in 2015, with a total of 152 cases from the 1st of January to the end of December. In terms of cases or complaints brought to the office, 66% related to wind farms, 12% to solar farms, 11% to transmission, 2% to energy storage, and 9% were in general inquiries. Of the complaints received, almost half were in relation to engagement with rural and regional communities. A third raising environmental concerns, a third safety, and a third amenity, just recognising that not all complaints were just limited to one concern. Senators, like you, my motivation in taking on a public role is to make a real difference. I'm passionate about rural and regional communities who are on the front line when we talk about energy transmission. I see my role as a key contributor and a participant in the effort to make sure the energy transition is more equitable, more transparent and more fair. So, in plain English, that means working collaboratively with stakeholders, including farmers and rural and regional communities where energy infrastructure is largely being hosted, including all levels of government, and definitely including the energy and transmission industry. It means pointing out where things have gone wrong and learning from those situations. It also means seeking to replicate where things have been done well. Key principles for me are building relationships, and I'll come back to this point briefly. Getting all stakeholders to think more deeply and commit more fully to ensuring a balanced approach. As I said, learning from what has been done to date, both good and not so good, and ultimately having honest, fact-based, practical conversations how we can achieve positive outcomes. As part of my first month or so in the job, I've been getting to know who's who in the proverbial zoo. I've met with many of the large energy developers and stakeholders, and they will obviously be a key partner in my role going forward. Given it's a national role, I've always also had the opportunity to visit a number of areas such as the Central Highlands of Victoria, Central West New South Wales, Southwestern New South Wales, and I'm scheduled to go to Queensland the week after next. Those journeys and those visits have confirmed what I previously thought. That is, there is some trouble and some concern in some of these communities. Some feel like they're having this energy transmission done to them rather than done with them. Some are being asked to bear the burden of the energy and transmission projects while receiving few or no advantages in return. Some feel like they're being kept in the dark, not listened to, actions not being followed through, and their concerns not being responded to in an empathetic way. In short, there is a cohort of the community that have completely lost trust in some stakeholders. That includes the energy sector, it includes government, and it includes a whole range of people in between. Those visits, in my mind, have confirmed a few things. The complexity of this issue, there isn't a simple panacea to address all of these concerns. There are a range of views on what energy transmission and generation can mean in many regions. Some places this has gone well. Some places we need to acknowledge and learn that we need to do better, and that will be done collectively. So that being said, there are people in regions where this energy transition is being done well. I had the opportunity to visit the Hay Shire Council in southern New South Wales last week. This is a tangible example of where the community the regulators, state, local government and the energy providers have come together to deliver an extremely positive outcome. It should be an opportunity for us as a community to learn, and while it might be difficult to replicate exactly what is happening in that region, there are some significant positives and some constructive lessons that we can learn. Of course, my role includes working cooperatively with the energy sector. An ongoing theme of my conversations is the value of relationships. If communities and stakeholders from energy sector and government can build relationships based on trust and respect, then we're on our way to a better position. The Hay example is a small example of where we can do better, and I'm committed to replicating that where we possibly can. I think at some level we all accept that our shared goals of long-term reliability, affordability and sustainability, we need investment. And investment happens when there is increased certainty. Ultimately, what we're seeking is to get the transition right as soon as possible and, among other things, keep energy prices down. So this is not a new challenge. There's not a lack of ideas, initiatives or commitments already in play. Many charters, guidelines, frameworks and plans exist, but they need to be streamlined and they need to be strengthened. As I flagged earlier, a big part of my motivation in taking this role on is I'm wanting to see the meaningful progress on the sensible recommendations in my predecessor's community engagement review. As part of that process, we need clearer, more compelling story, explanation and demonstration on the practical reasons for energy transition, a more comprehensive, transparent, countrywide planning framework and practical tools such as the developer rating scheme. So while I'm early in this role, it's clear in my mind that for long-term success, energy infrastructure projects must be better shaped by a spirit of true equity, transparency and shared community benefit. Communities that host this infrastructure must not be left behind. They must be at the heart of Australia's energy future. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Mr Marr. Interesting transition from NFF to the infrastructure. Given, I think while you were there, some of the responses to Mr Dyer's report by the NFF said that barely touched the sides and potentially lacks teeth. Now you're in the role, how are you going to give it some teeth?
I'm going to implement the recommendations. I was with Andrew Dyer when the government responded to this review, and I was open and honest then, and I said I thought it was a good review. It was a great basis for further action. It was very clear. The recommendation or the results, the data presented there gave a very clear picture. And as I said, what we need to do is get better communication, better engagement, better commitment, better transparency, more equity. And I think how we'll do that, Senator, is by building relationships.
Okay. With a lot of the people I've spoken to, and I probably trump the same dirt as you more than once, so many people say that I'd rather have no money and no infrastructure, no towers or something like that, where it's being forced upon them or they feel pressured into it. But when they do get it, I'm finding just inconsistencies like you on different methods. Like there's a farmer out near central West Arana, his property's worth $2.5 million, but he's got a pacemaker, so they spent $20 million boxing around him with transition lines where potentially there could have been a buyout and a relocation. What's the scope of what you can do, talk about, recommend? Can you look at financial ways, or you can only look at implementation or consultation? What I know you don't have powers per se, but what's the scope of what you can talk about and what you can do?
It's important to recognise that the powers are very limited. I think at the core of the role is bringing parties together and negotiating and trying to get a good outcome. One of the real complexities of this role and this issue is the varying circumstances from business to business, farm to farm, family to family, region to region. So that makes it an incredibly difficult job. But what it does do is give you the opportunity to negotiate and look at what might work for those individual parties. And that's what I think the commitment that I have made and that I'll be pushing and trying to influence and encourage all of the communities, including energy providers and generators, to do so.
What are the challenges when we're using state delegated compulsory acquisition powers and you're a federal body and there's different rules in different jurisdictions? Is there any ability to streamline that when you talk about that? Because that's the most frustrating thing a lot of people find is just the different rules.
Absolutely, the joys of federation. It is, again, one of the complexities of this role, the different state-based arrangements. I've met with a number, I think I've met with all of the ombudsmen so far in each of the states, and they have varying powers and varying sort of roles and responsibilities. My aim and my objective is to work with those stakeholders and state governments to try as much as we possibly can to get a national approach, because I agree completely with you, the different regimes across the states makes it more difficult to get a national approach. And energy, much like agriculture, my previous role, doesn't stop at state borders.
Now, when you go down that line, when I said what's the scope of what you can and can't do, and you talk about the individual circumstances of everyone, they are so different. When a gentleman I refer to often from just south of Dunedoo is sitting there, the alignment for the power line is going through his hard stand race dry area feed area for when it's wet. Now, he eventually came to a deal under the threat of circumstances, thinking that he'd get enough money to replace, repair, do this somewhere else, his equipment. But then the taxation levies are that's taxed as an income under income tax, but his claims against capital expenditure to replace these things means he's out of pocket to do this. Is there any scope for you to talk about the taxation and ways we deal with money in these circumstances?
Definitely. I would see that as a core part of my role, to try and, again, provide information and where possible, influence or provide ideas. Not only is it the scenario that you've pointed out, so that, you know, the post-contractual sort of implications, but it's the pre-contractual information and data that is needed by farmers, yes, but other businesses in relation to the implications for succession planning, for example.
Yeah.
You know, these are large assets, and if they are going to be 30, 40, 50-year investments, then they will have an impact on how farmers, in this case, work out their succession planning. So huge taxation implications, and I do think that is starting to be looked at, but I think there's a big gap from where it needs to be.
I might be critical of many things that the Minister has done or is doing, but I am encouraged by your appointment in this role. It was, I think, a good thing to have someone with credibility in a regional way that can talk to farmers from a position of trust, and I think with their best interests, a history of their interests. You said that some concerns of government when you previously amounted to box ticking. You said that you're going to get more teeth, and you're frank. You're with Mr Dyer when these responses came in. I don't want to go into the depths of the conversation, make you betray, but are you maintaining the rage, so to speak, and standing up for what you know and what you felt in the past?
Absolutely. The role's an independent role, and I thought, to be genuinely honest here, I thought deeply about taking the role on. It's a challenging role, and I'm committed to being an independent advisor to government and everyone else, and working collaboratively and constructively to get a good outcome.
Do you believe that is reflected in the undertakings you've had made to you by governments and departments now, that they're willing to make the changes needed to make communities feel better included?
Yes, the response that I've had by and large has been incredibly positive. People see the enormity of this task. They see the challenges. Interesting, to make an observation, trying to answer your question, there is a lot happening in this space. It's a really complex, difficult space, but there are a range of tools and commitments and you know, intentions. I think if we can bring those together and, as I said, streamline and strengthen them, I think we're going to get to a better place.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Van.
Thank you. Just a brief comment and a question. Congratulations on taking on the role. I think you've got very big boots to fill, but having worked with you in your previous role, I'm sure you're more than up to the job, no matter how complex it is. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
No. Are there any further questions?
I'm done.
Mr Marr, thank you so much for coming along. Congratulations on the new role, and we look forward to your work in this area. Thank you so much. Okay, we will now move on to the department. Outcome 2, conserve, protect and sustainably manage Australia's environment through a nature-positive approach. Program 2.1, conserve, protect and sustainably manage Australia's environment. Welcome, Ms Parry. Mr Knudsen. Any opening remarks for this section?
No, thank you.
No? Okay, we will go directly to questions and we'll start with Senator Dunnigan.
Thank you very much. This morning, Secretary, I tried to ask about the drafting of legislation related to salmon farming in Tasmania. Is this the area in which I... Excellent. Okay. So witnesses familiar with the letter the Prime Minister sent on the 15th of February to Salmon Australia, to Mr Doug Paulin?
I am familiar. I'm just going to make sure the team is here. Yes.
Mr Tregetha, okay. So just with regard to this letter, there's a couple of things I wanted to ask of this department. I've asked previously at PM&C estimates, and they've pointed me to this department to some degree. The letter at the end of it from the Prime Minister, as I say, to Salmon Australia representatives specifies that he has asked his department, that is PM&C, and also the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry to work with Salmon Australia to build an enduring partnership. And specifically that the government will introduce legislation to ensure appropriate environmental laws are in place to continue sustainable salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour. It doesn't mention DQ, but can I ask, is DQ part of whatever has been committed to here?
Well, Senator James Tregetha, Division Head, Nature Positive Task Force. As I'm sure you're well aware, under the Administrative Arrangements Order, the Environment Portfolio is responsible for the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, which is the government's main environmental law. So to that degree, I think as was indicated by PM&C, they would be working with us in terms of any reforms in the environmental law space.
Okay. And have PM&C reached out to DQ, to you or other officials to commence discussions on this?
Senator, we've been speaking with PM&C for many, many months about environmental law reforms, a range of issues, including with PM&C. We have a regular catch-up with PM&C, fortnightly meetings my staff have with them to talk through all potential reforms to environmental laws.
Okay. Specifically, though, with regard to the commitment made by the Prime Minister on the 15th of February, have you had a discussion with PM&C about that?
We've certainly spoken with PM&C about the Prime Minister's commitment, like the letter, Prime Minister's letter of the 15th of February, okay. Yes.
And so has a meeting occurred between DQ and PM&C and other interested or stakeholder departments?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by other interested stakeholders.
Well, DAF.
Well, DAF. So certainly, Senator, we have met with those entities with PM&C in relation to this matter.
Ah. Because PM&C said a meeting hadn't occurred yet. When was the meeting?
This is Senator Dean Knudsen, Deputy Secretary. I think from the discussion that occurred in the other committee, I think what PM&C was saying, if you check the Hansard, was there hasn't been a meeting with the industry yet, as opposed to with, we've had ongoing discussions with PM&C.
No, they were very clear to me. They did say they hadn't met with industry, but that a meeting with other departments, particularly DAF, because it was the only one referred to in the letter, had not yet occurred, but you're telling me it has.
So, Senator, again, I think again, I don't want to verbal PM&C, but my sense of what they were saying was it was about the industry sustainability plan that's called for in the letter. That's what I don't think they've discussed in detail with DAF, but that's a question for PM&C, not us.
So we'll come back to the industry sustainability plan, which is news to me. I gather that's what the item to be produced will be when it comes out of this. That's a revelation. But on what date did you meet to discuss this matter?
Well, Senator, as I said, I have to go back to our last fortnightly meeting with PM&C. Right. We have those regular meetings around nature positive law reform. I can give you the exact date of those meetings on notice.
Okay, excellent. I would appreciate that very much. And in terms of given, as you said before, you have administrative responsibility for the EPBC Act, is it your understanding that DQ would take the lead on what any legislative changes would be resulting from this? So, Senator, under the Administrative Arrangements Order, as I said, the Environment Minister is responsible for the administration of environmental law. However, any changes to legislation are usually the providence of Cabinet decisions to implement government policy. The Prime Minister chairs the Cabinet. Certainly the Department supports the Environment Minister to implement any determinations of Cabinet in relation to legislative changes that are relevant to the environment portfolio. So I understand how a Cabinet works and ministers v departments, etc. But in terms of because they're not sitting in Cabinet typing out draft legislation, that would be done at the officer level. So is it something DQ would do, or are you saying PM&C would do that? Senator, the actual drafting of legislation is undertaken by the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. And where is that domiciled? In PM&C? That's a very good thing. And so, but the department issues we certainly issue drafting instructions in relation to changes to environmental law as directed by the Minister and her office, indeed. So we're back to where I was wanting to go. So the Minister would direct you to say, we need to change these laws to do X, Y and Z. Please go away and find ways to do so. So that would be a DQ responsibility arising out of this commitment? Absolutely, Senator. As we... Sorry, bear with me. We implement the instructions of the Minister to implement changes to environmental law, including the issuing of drafting instructions to the Office of Parliamentary Counsel. Yes. Okay. So there's been one, at least, catch-up meeting with relevant other agencies, as outlined in this letter, to discuss this matter, amongst others. So then there will be a meeting with industry stakeholders to understand what needs to be done, I gather, but no drafting, no framework of ideas has been put together yet, no written documentation to guide the discussion around what this response will look like? Well, Senator, as I understand, the PM&C took that question from you this morning, I think. You'll have to... No, actually this afternoon. I guess it was just after lunch. My understanding of their evidence was that they had said that the details of that work were underway and under consideration. Yes, they did. And they also said we'd have legislation by the end of March as well. That was a commitment made by Minister Wong in that discussion. So then... has the department had direct meetings with representatives of the salmon industry in relation to this, not as part of the group of agencies, but individually? Senator, I have not met with members of the salmon industry. Has anyone from the department since the 15th of February? The department has a range of responsibilities in relation to this matter, Senator. I wouldn't presume to speak on behalf of my colleagues. Okay. But in relation to the letter I'm asking about from the Prime Minister on the 15th of February... All I can say, Senator, is in relation to my team's work in relation to legislative reform, we have not had a meeting with the Tasmanian salmon industry in relation to environmental law reform. Which would include this letter, so no. Okay. Senator, I dispute your character. I think the Prime Minister's letter goes to a range of different things. What I'm saying to you is my team have not met with the Tasmanian salmon industry in relation to environmental law reform. Mr Tregurtha, the letter talks about changes to the EPBC Act, and it says that agencies will meet and reach out and build an enduring partnership. I'm asking about whether your agency, insofar as it's involved... So, Senator, in relation to what you've just read out, my team has not met with the salmon industry in relation to that. This is the basis of my questions right now, as it has been all the way along. So thank you very much. All right, well, that sort of
if
covers...
If you move on to a different topic, you might take the opportunity to rotate.
Sure. Happy to.
Yeah, perfect. With the issue that we're dealing with in Tasmania with salmon, there was the department made a submission to the inquiry that was instigated by Senator Colbeck's legislation to fix the salmon industry. Can you just give us a very top level of what your submission said? No?
Well, Senator, I'm not sure we put a submission in, certainly my area.
The department did. I'm sorry if I don't remember the exact part of the department, but someone did. There are. We might pull that up.
Yeah, Senator, if we, Rachel Perry, Deputy Secretary, if we could just get the reference. I'm not sure we made a submission to that particular Senate inquiry on Minister Colbeck's.
I'll have a look.
Senator Colbeck's bill. Can we just...
You're familiar with that legislation, though?
We might mutually check.
Senator, we may well have put in a brief submission in relation to how the Act works. Mr Knudson's just jogged my memory. Yes, Senator. So we did prepare that and submit it to the inquiry. But
sure
I would need to take on, it's been a couple of months, I'd need to refresh my memory in terms of the contents of it.
Okay. I just want to be clear about, we're talking about legislation around the salmon industry. I just want to be clear, the legislation put forward by Senator Colbeck on behalf of the Coalition, what would be the effect of that legislation?
Senator, as we understood from the bill that was introduced, the bill would propose to amend the EPBC Act to place a 3-year time limit on reconsideration requests made by a person, any reconsideration requests made by any third party, after which only a state or territory minister from the state or territory where the action is proposed to be taken could seek a reconsideration of that decision, and presumably also the proponent could continue to seek a reconsideration decision. So what that would mean in practice would be that anyone asking for a reconsideration would have to do so within 3 years of the initial referral decision being made.
And would that have fixed the situation as it stands?
Senator, the bill, as we understood it, was not retrospective, so it would not change the situation as it stands currently. It would serve to operate in the future to prevent future reconsideration requests being made beyond a 3-year window unless it was the state or territory.
But would have no impact on what the current situation is because it's not retrospective?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Now, during the last number of months, there's been a range of commitments made regarding the salmon industry. Can you just talk us through what those government commitments have been?
I'd like to ask Parry for that one.
Senator, thank you for your question. In terms of commitments, obviously, aside from the commitments around the legislation that we've just been canvassing, the government has committed $37.5 million for a range of different activities to protect this gate and to continue to support the salmon industry in Macquarie Harbour. Most recently, this past weekend, the Prime Minister announced an additional $2.9 million for the Mageeans Gate captive breeding program. But I will ask my colleagues just to go through the previous commitments that make up that $37.5 million.
That would be good. And I'd be very keen to understand how the breeding program is going.
Katrina Maguire, Division Head of International Environment, Reef and Ocean Division. So since 2023-24, the government's committed $37.5 million towards the conservation of Mageeans Gate. About $473,000 from the National Environment Science Program to undertake Mageeans Gate population assessments, including using genetic techniques. $1 million from the Saving Native Species program on the captive breeding program and community outreach. $1.15 million from the National Heritage Trust. Also to contribute to the captive breeding program and community outreach. $3.33 million through the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation to work with industry on the re-oxygenation trial in Macquarie Harbour. And then 28.6 million was announced just a few months ago to improve water quality and environmental conditions within Macquarie Harbour and to support critical species conservation actions. And then on the weekend, as my colleague mentioned, the Prime Minister announced another 2.987 million towards the captive breeding program. So I'll throw to Belinda to talk about the success of the captive breeding program so far.
Thank you.
Linda Jago, Branch Head of Ocean and Wildlife Branch. So the captive breeding program started as an emergency conservation action required under both the recovery team meeting for the Maugean Skate and the Commonwealth Threatened Species Conservation Council. The captive breeding program now has 26, it started with 4 adult skates and 50 eggs collected from the wild. It's going well, with 26 of the collected eggs now successfully hatched. And as of 21 February, so just very recently, the adult female has laid over 210 eggs while in captivity. Many appear viable. 53 have also successfully hatched to date, and there's been 11 hatchling mortalities over the course of the time as well, with the remaining 68 hatchlings doing very well.
That's great. That's really good news.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I had. Senator McDonald.
Just out of curiosity, how long does it take a skate to get to adulthood?
Yeah, fair point.
I'll have to just refer to my notes on that. Just one sec. I think it is something like 5 or 7 years, yeah. I'll just confirm that later in the hearing, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to...
No,
hold that out.
You played that question.
Chair from Queensland.
Mr Fredericks, I've got a question for you of this report. I understand it was discussed earlier today. It was the review of the Environmental Defenders Office conduct under the Commonwealth Simple Grant Agreement. Can you take questions on that now?
I can try. You might find I end up taking some of them on notice because the relevant team aren't here anymore.
Mr Fredericks, this report that was done last year, 2024, which I formed part of the scope of review, I see, for the documents that were tabled, so thank you for that, looking into that. I referred to the referral to the Law Society of the Northern Territory, and I'm wondering if you know when you made that referral.
I'd have to take that on notice.
Do you know if you've heard back from the Northern Territory Law Society?
I think at the time, I'll take it on notice, but just to assist for now, I think I got a noting response back from the Law Society and not much beyond that, but I'll take it on notice in case I'm wrong in that.
So when you say a note, do you recall what it said? Like,
I don't.
Thanks for your letter, or...?
I'll take it on notice. When I say noting, it was literally very... relatively cursory, as I recall, noting the receipt of the letter, and I really don't know what else beyond that, and I don't want to mislead you, so I'll take it on notice.
So, given that that was a year ago, and you think it was an acknowledgement of the referral, would you be following up on that?
No.
You wouldn't follow up on that, given that in the report you note that you have a broad obligation to consider the conduct of publicly funded entities and that you should act consistently with public interest?
I'll be really honest, I think I've discharged that obligation. The Northern Territory Law Society is a proficient organisation. I put them on notice. My recollection is they were already on notice and I've left it to them.
Right. Has the Minister's office been advised of your response, cursory or otherwise, from the Northern Territory Law Society?
I would have to take that on notice.
Do you know if you recommended an action to the Minister's office?
In relation to the referral?
Yes.
I did not, no.
Do you remember why you only referred it to the Northern Territory Law Society?
I think my advice at the time was that it was either the relevant action or the conduct by the lawyers occurred in the Northern Territory. I'll take that on notice if I need to add or amend that answer.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All done?
Nothing.
Okay, Senator McKim.
Thanks very much and good evening.
Senator McKim, can you just hold on a second?
Adult skates become mature between 4 to 6 years.
Oh dear. Thank you.
Senator McKim.
Thanks very much. Happy to stop for that information. I'm aware that Senator Dunham asked questions about the legislation that's currently being drafted, and I'm aware in broad terms of your responses to those questions. But could I just start by asking in relation to that, and obviously I'm speaking here about the Prime Minister's commitment to legislate to, in his words, ensure appropriate environmental laws are in place to continue sustainable salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour in Tasmania. Leaving aside my difficulties with some of those words, can I just ask when the department became aware that the Prime Minister had made that commitment?
Well, Senator, the department became aware when the Prime Minister of the commitment made by the Prime Minister on the 15th of February, when the commitment was made. I think.
Oh, okay, no worries. Sorry, Mr. President.
I was just going to say, I think, Senator, that as I think the officers from PM&C have already said today that the department wasn't consulted on the preparation of the letter.
All right, thank you. And I'm aware that, would it be accurate to say PM&C is the lead agency on the drafting of this legislation?
Sorry, Senator, could you repeat that? I missed.
PM&C the lead on.
Yes. Whether PM&C, would it be accurate to describe PM&C as the lead agency in drafting this legislation?
Senator, again, as PM&C indicated, they indicated that in matters like this where there's cross-portfolio, that they would take the lead.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just seeking some clarity here. I understand that Senator Dunham has been told, and apologies, I'm not sure if it was in this committee or another one, that the time frame for completing the drafting of this legislation is late March. Is that the department's understanding?
My understanding, Senator, is that Minister Wong responded in that manner in the session in the PM&C hearing, which was in relation to a question around the Prime Minister's commitment that the legislation would be introduced in the next sitting of Parliament.
All right, thank you, that's helpful. Just to be clear, that your department doesn't have any knowledge apart from that over timing of the completion of drafting this amendment.
Senator, the timing for completion is a matter for government.
Oh, thank you. Is the department aware of the nature of the amendments that are being drafted?
Well, Senator, as I said in evidence for Senator Dunham, the department supports Minister Plibersek in her responsibilities in relation to environmental law reform and the reforms to the environmental laws. So insofar as legislative changes are proposed to environmental law, we would continue to support Minister Plibersek in relation to her responsibilities.
Sure, but this amendment does change environmental law. The Prime Minister has been very clear publicly about that. So have you notified Minister Plibersek of this matter? Have you briefed your minister on this matter?
Senator, the department continues to provide a range of advice and briefings to the Minister about environmental law reform. We've been doing that for many, many months, in the course of her ministry. So in relation to particularities, the Minister is responding to a Cabinet matter, so I'm not at liberty to cover Cabinet or legislative privilege in relation to specifics.
No, I'm not asking you to do that, Mr. Tagirtha. I'm simply asking you whether you've briefed your minister on this.
So Senator, Minister Plibersek was aware. Minister Wong has already, again, in evidence provided, noted that Minister Wong, there had been a discussion between the Prime Minister and Minister Plibersek in relation to this matter.
Oh, no worries. But have you briefed your minister on this matter, or have you just left it as it stands?
Senator, as I've said, we continue to brief Minister Plibersek and her office in relation to reforms to environmental law.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that, and that's, you know, one of the core functions of a department, and I've been a minister in Tasmania, so I'm well aware of how departments and ministers engage. I'm just simply asking whether you've briefed your minister on this matter, and I don't believe that's outside the normal information that the department would be prepared to provide a Senate committee.
So, Senator, just going back to, again, the discussion that happened in the PMNC session, it was made clear by PMNC officials that that is all subject to a cabinet process and therefore cabinet in confidence. And Minister Wong took on notice what could be released through a question on notice on that.
All right, thank you. So just to be clear, you're claiming cabinet in confidence as a public interest immunity claim in response to the question about whether you have briefed your minister on this matter. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, let me help. I'd like to take that question on notice because I think it is quite clear that the drafting of this legislation is subject to cabinet in confidence. I want to take a cautionary approach to that. It's perfectly legitimate, the question you are asking, to be fair to you. It's perfectly legitimate for me to take it on notice in order to make sure that I don't mislead you or do the wrong thing by cabinet principles.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I've got some questions about the program, the trial. That's the $28 million trial for oxygenation in Macquarie Harbour. Are you or any of your officers able to respond to those matters now?
We can take some questions.
Yeah,
I'm aware
Senator,
that
we can take some questions, Senator, noting that the actual deployment of those oxygenation trials is run out of a different department, but let's start with your questions and we'll answer the ones that we can.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So just to be clear, is DAF the lead agency for this trial?
The Fisheries Research Development Corporation, Senator.
So the FRDC, and would they sit within DAF? Would that be an accurate description?
In the same portfolio?
In the same portfolio, yeah. Okay. Can I ask, could someone just describe for me in general terms, please, what your department's involvement in that program is?
So the program, Senator, is important because it is trialling the levels of dissolved oxygen that are within Macquarie Harbour or that could be brought into Macquarie Harbour, which obviously is important given that we're interested in the conservation of the Maugean skate. So as the Maugean skate is a threatened species listed under our national environmental legislation under the EPBC Act, it means that we're currently working with the TSSC, with the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, on that listing assessment. So in terms of the actual day-to-day operations of the oxygenation trial, that's something that the FRDC or the Fisheries Research Development Corporation handle, but we're definitely involved because of the level of dissolved oxygen that then is brought to bear on the harbour, which then informs then the skate conservation.
And I'll just add to that, Senator, the 18.1 million, 18.3 million of the 28.6 million is going towards the rollout and ramp up of the reoxygenation, and that will be administered by this department and informed by the work of the trial with FRDC and the industry.
Okay, thanks. Just to be clear though, this is all that trial in trial phase, is it not?
It is, Senator. It's currently in trial phase, and what the new funding is doing is looking at ramping that up. So it's looking at expanding the trial program with the aim of increasing the level of oxygenation activities that are happening in Macquarie Harbour. As Ms Maguire stated, our department's interest in that around the new funding that has recently been announced. We are just working up how best to administer that funding, how we can roll it out as expeditiously as possible. And again, we are looking at the outcome of that is to scale up the operations, given the outcomes of the initial trials so far have shown to be quite promising.
Okay, so we're still in trial phase, but there's a plan to ramp up oxygenation. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And that's been made, is there evidence that that decision's been made and that extra funding's been granted on the basis that the early stages of the trial have been, I think your words were quite promising?
Yes.
Yes.
But the funding is up to 18.3 million, and that will depend on the level of reoxygenation that's needed and the success of the trial. So it's an up to rather than a definitive set amount.
So the amount that's been announced most recently by the Prime Minister, was that on the advice of your department?
Sorry, I missed the second part of the question.
Was that on the advice of, did you provide advice to PM&C or to the Prime Minister or to the Environment Minister that extra funding was required?
Yes, the 2.987 million that the Prime Minister announced on the weekend, we provided that advice based on discussion with IMAS about the needs of and resources needed to continue to effectively house the captive breeding program.
All right, thank you. So that's obviously the captive breeding program. The money that is allocated for the oxygenation trial of Macquarie Harbour, has all of that money been provided? Have you provided any advice in terms of the need for or the use of that money?
So, Senator, we have provided advice to government on, and that's what we're currently doing, on the nature of the activity, how the trials could be ramped up to achieve sufficient oxygen levels within Macquarie Harbour, and we advise government on delivery mechanisms for the program as well.
All right. Have there been any negative impacts to the marine ecosystem in Macquarie Harbour noted from increased oxygenation that's been done as part of the trial?
I don't have that advice. We would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Thanks. I've got some questions.
To rotate the call, I can certainly come back to you. Is that okay?
Sure. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Dunman.
Thank you. Since coming to office, I know that this current government has made some significant investment to address timely environmental approvals. I was just wondering if you could talk to, when it comes to approval times, what more the department can do to speed things up?
We just need to change of personnel.
Yeah, sure. And maybe what we've seen in terms of the outcomes of the work there.
Senator Bruce Edwards, Division Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. So the government has invested quite a few resources in supporting timely assessments. We've increased roughly by 20% in terms of our regulatory personnel in the last couple of years. That has seen an increase in sustaining timeframes. That's also allowed us to lean in more to help guide good proposals coming forward. So one of the areas we've been investing in is upfront guidance for proponents. So obviously the best and quickest outcome for a regulatory assessment is one that has very low impact on protected matters, and we're seeing better proposals come through as a result. We've also had good investment in some of the systems that underpin our efficiency, so we now have a complete end-to-end regulatory workflow, for example, so our officers can track projects, can transfer them between officers appropriately, and so on. I should just say too, on the staffing front, apart from that increase, which has been welcome, we've also managed to convert a range of non-ongoing staff. So we previously had quite a high proportion of non-ongoing temporary staff, and we now really have a pretty much permanent workforce across the board. That's really important because it takes about 6 to 12 months to train up a regulatory officer in this space. So what we find now is we've got the continuity for proponents, they don't lose the momentum. We also have a solid and stable workforce, which helps with that efficiency. So we've sort of seen good benefits across the board from that approach.
Mm-hmm. And just in terms of the other part of my question, what more can the department do to speed up approvals?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the time in approvals, in fact 2/3 is with proponents. So we have our regulatory timeframes and they're fairly, to be honest, chock-a-block with steps that we need to step through. So a lot of what we can do is some of the items I talked about there around guidance, where the resourcing's actually enabled us to spend more time with proponents both in advance and during their assessments, and that allows you to turn around, for example, draft comments and updates to proponents more. So that's the sort of space that we're continuing to lean into. Those pre-referral conversations in particular, really helpful because we're getting good products or better referrals, if you like, come to us, and that sets up for a really efficient process.
Thanks, that makes sense. Under the former government, there was an ANAO review into the environmental approvals, I understand. Can you just talk us through what that review found in terms of the timeliness and accuracy of approvals at that time?
Yeah, I might start and I might ask my colleague, Mr Wyndham, to add. So that audit essentially found that we're at a pretty low stage of regulatory maturity. So we're missing another number of elements I just talked about. So we didn't have a clear tracking of our processes. The guidance and the internal manuals and support for staff were not great. We didn't have a established training program for people. It basically found that we didn't have a lot of the mechanisms we needed in place to run a good regulatory system, and at the time our regulatory performance was fairly poor. At the same time. So if you like, I might get Mr Wyndham just to step through some of the key elements of that and some of the things we've done in response to that audit.
Yeah, just, Senator, to run you through some of the recommendations from that ANAO audit, if that's helpful. On the back of the investment the government's made that Bruce has just talked through, we have made those systems improvements. The recommendations of the audit related specifically to information management from the referral stage through assessment, approvals and ultimately compliance and enforcement, particularly around conditions. There was a recommendation that went directly to conducting up-to-date risk assessments of non-compliance across the regulatory system. There was a recommendation that sought to improve the oversight of referral assessment approvals and ensure that they're conducted in accordance with internal guidance, procedures, conflict of interest and so on. And we've implemented against that recommendation, Senator. Recommendation number 4 was to establish internal and external performance measures on the effectiveness of environment assessment, and to add just some information about our recent performance, Senator. Last financial year, on-time performance of the department in relation to referrals and approvals was 86%, and so far this year our performance against statutory timeframes has been 87%. Moving on through those recommendations, there was one in relation to implementing a quality assurance framework, and that has been implemented and signed off by the department's audit committee. Recommendation number 6 was for the department to establish efficiency indicators to assist with meeting legislative timeframes, and that has had the benefits in achieving those results that I just mentioned, Senator. Recommendation number 7 was to improve its quality controls to ensure conditions of approval are enforceable. We have a dedicated team committed to delivering good conditions. It's a focus of our work, not only within the division that looks after approvals, but also across the division that looks after compliance and enforcement. And finally, the recommendation number 8 related to developing guidance and quality controls so the department can assure itself that pre-commencement conditions of approval are implemented. Where we're at in implementing all of those conditions, 6 of the 8 have been signed off by the Audit Committee and reported to ANAO. The remaining 2 are substantially complete, and we've just got to go through the process of formally closing those off, Senator.
Thank you. So, I mean, you've just talked about a very extensive set of systems and processes improvements that I assume is very heavily supported by the additional investment that Mr Edwards talked about under this government. You know, would you say that they are that is the action that has supported the doubling of approval times and really addressing some of those, significant non-compliance and delay issues from the previous government?
So, Senator, they absolutely have, and I'd say, but coupled really closely with making sure we're able to upskill and maintain a workforce that reflects our caseload. So we have had growth in caseload, and I can't underline enough the importance around ongoing staff who are properly trained and provide that continuity to proponents. So we see sometimes people do change in and out of roles, and that's really difficult for proponents and for us if we lose that momentum. So the permanent staff ongoing is being very important as well.
Yeah. And
Last question, Senator.
Okay. The minister's talked about delays and errors around the EPBC Act not working. Are these the kinds of things that she's referring to when she's saying these things are not working for industry previously?
I think the difficulty, the Act is quite rigid, so there's a lot of process that we need to step through. And I think that's quite challenging for proponents as well. So when she's talking about things that could work better, and it's generally in the reform context, would absolutely agree with that. There's a number of steps. They're quite prescriptive. It requires us and proponents to step through a range of matters. It presents inflexibility at different times. So my understanding is that that's where the minister would be coming from, and certainly when I talk to both industry and environment groups, they want some rules that are a bit more dynamic and can be updated and administered in the best possible way.
Thank you.
This is just one of the areas where the government's had to rebuild capability in the departments. In this area, I think it's been well traversed in other estimates over time, but rundown capability in an area like Veterans Affairs leads to veterans claims blowing out and very long queues. In this area of activity, it led to average approvals being 116 days overdue, with 80% of those containing errors or not being compliant. It's not a simple matter, building capability, and it has involved additional investments from government, but it's also involved a lot of really hard work from the leadership and staff of the department together to improve the offering to people who are making applications and to firms who are making applications over really important developments and really important, important developments for the economy, but also that engage really significant environmental questions. So that capability has been built over time. I understand that the Dutton plan on these questions is to strip those jobs back out of departments like this, and that means a return to very poor outcomes for people making applications and very poor outcomes for the environment.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Duniam.
Thank you.
I just wanted to get an update on where we're at with the Minister's decision-making on the reconsideration for the permits of salmon farming operating on Macquarie Harbour.
Thanks for your question, Senator. Do you want me to start off and
Sure.
you can kick in? Okay. Senator, the department provided its briefing package to the Minister on the 20th of January of 2025. As we've canvassed in this estimates before, it was an extremely extensive package, extensive amount of input and materials. I think the total package ended up being over 11,000 pages with about 230 attachments. It was quite significant.
Sorry, I just said that. Did you say?
11,000 pages. The Minister has requested further information and advice on the back of the latest IMAS report that has come out. So she has requested we update the briefing and update our advice based on the latest scientific study. So we are just in the process of doing that. Do you have anything more
The
to add,
11,000, sorry, Mr Edwards, are you going to say something?
No, Senator, please.
No, that's all right. So the one thing the Minister has asked for is the updating of advice that was tabled on the 15th of February.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, right.
She has requested other advice, but that was a specific request. She's updated. She requested an updating on the briefing on the 15th of February on the back of the release of the IMAS report, and she has followed up that request with some further legal advice. So we're in the process of updating our briefing to reflect those requests.
Okay, and the 11,000 pages, if I can, while we're on that, was that inclusive of all of the submissions that were received through the consultation hub process?
So, Senator, I might ask Ms Short to give a bit of a breakdown. It's a staggering figure, but I'll just correct my colleague just a little bit. It was 8,000, but we're still in the thousands and thousands in there. But I think
What a relief.
I know.
I know. She only stayed up 7 nights through it, not 10.
But Ms Short has a kind of breakdown of some of the components that was made up of.
Thank you. Rachel Short, Branch Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. So yes, as mentioned, the package was around 8,000 pages. That consisted of 231 documents and largely a 21-page cover brief that had 96 attached documents. It included a departmental advice report, which was our technical analysis, which was around 136 pages, and it itself had a further 134 attachments. So that advice piece of the package was around 3,600 pages. It included all the consultation submissions.
So sorry, just to be clear, in the 8,000 pages, the 2,500 submissions are included?
In the 8,000 pages, yes, all the consultation submissions were included as well. There were 2,551 submissions, and we included a report which summarised those stakeholder submissions, all the attachments to those submissions. Some of them provided additional reports, technical advice, research papers, that type of thing. And every single piece of correspondence that was received as well.
So it's the full package of everything the department had at its disposal in preparing its advice. Has all of the additional information or advice the Minister requested been provided now to the Minister?
No, Senator. We have received that request from the Minister, and we are currently preparing that advice, and we will be updating our brief accordingly.
Okay, so to be clear, was the request from the Minister received on the 15th or sometime relating to the IMAS report? Or
the request from the Minister was on the 15th.
Okay, and you mentioned other advice. That was legal advice. Was that received prior to the 15th or subsequent to?
Subsequently.
Okay, what dates were those requests made?
The Minister requested further legal advice on the 20th of February.
So 4 days ago, okay. All right, and then once that's complied with, then it's back in the Minister's court to make a decision at some point.
That's right.
Okay, all right. Then, if I can ask about the status of the application relating to the Rosebery MMG tailings dam, please.
So, Senator, I'll just get the right document up, but my understanding, so there's two elements to the Rosemary Dam. So there's the design and assessment works referral, and then there's a referral for the actual tailings dam itself. The first one of those, the design and assessment works, is with the Minister for consideration at the moment, and we've been helping her office out with some queries along the way since submitting that, and to make sure she's got all the relevant information to get to that decision point.
What date was that received by the Minister?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator, so I don't have that in my papers.
If you could, I mean, ideally, given I'm not sure what the date is for the return of questions on notice, but we may not be in existence anymore.
Oh, no, we are continuing. Standing
yes.
committee.
I'm not actually.
Oh,
yeah.
there you go. I stand corrected.
No, yes. Well, now I've been educated. So there were two matters. One is with the Minister, and you tell me what date that was received, and the other one?
So the other one is the tailings dam proposal itself, and that's with the Tasmanian government. So it's working through a bilateral assessment. So they're working on an assessment, and my understanding is that MMG is actually doing their documentation, so their environmental impact.
So the ball's in their court.
Documentation.
Yeah. All right, and then Robbins Island Wind Farm.
Sorry, Senator, lots of papers in front of me. So Robbins Island Wind Farm at the moment, so we are in the decision phase of that project, and the current statutory timeframe for that project is the 7th of March.
Okay, so that's the date you're projected to...
That's the date at the moment for a decision date.
Sure, okay.
Yes.
All right. 7 March. Just back to salmon for one moment. I understand under the Act, applicants for requesting a review of permits, in this case salmon farming permits, can apply to a court to compel the Minister to make a decision. Is that right? Has any such application been received that you know of?
Not to the courts, as far as I understand. No.
Has any communication between the applicants and the department occurred around the timing of decision making?
We have received some.
We might just have to be a little bit careful on that one. Do you mind if we take that on notice in case we are cutting across legal professional privilege on this? I don't know. I'd be surprised if such a letter.
He was about to tell me as well.
I was surprised. I'd be surprised.
I could see you jump at the
It's not that. It's, to be honest with you, I'd actually.
No, I understand.
It really wouldn't bother me, but I just got to be careful on legal professional privilege.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, just to be clear, that's not a.
I understand that. That's why I took it on notice, and I'll get some advice.
Sorry,
good idea.
I won't contradict the Secretary.
I
was just going to say,
don't do that.
I was going to say there has been.
He doesn't know. No, Bruce, seriously, if there's some,
there has been references, certainly been references in the press, for example, and we've been aware of other approaches.
But no, I was thinking formal communication with the applicants or anything legal, but understand you need to take it on notice, and then, of course, if there is a PII claim, am I...
If there is, then that particular element doesn't qualify. Yeah. So yes, taking it on notice seems very wise.
If we could go to the matter that was in the press recently, which was the extension of the Woodside Northwest Shelf project, please, which might necessitate a change. Thank you. I was just wondering how many requests have been made to the Western Australian Government counterparts for information associated with the extension application?
So, Senator, it's hard to provide an exact number. So we normally have an ongoing conversation in confidence with co-regulators, and we'll talk about different information that's needed during those conversations. So sort of throughout, from the end of last year until more recently, they would have been ongoing. So a lot of those are verbal conversations. We touch base on a range of projects, talk about information needs and so on. So I don't think we're able to actually provide an exact figure about how many times we would have asked or indicated an interest in receiving certain data.
But did the Minister write to the WA Government making a request for some or all of the information at the end of January this year?
Yes, she did, Senator.
Yes. So, and is that normally what happens? A Minister will seek this sort of information, or is it normally, as you say, a to and fro between?
So the standard practice is to and fro. Sometimes we'll be more formal in those requests. Certainly at that stage, we're sort of cognizant of timeframes, working with state officials who are doing their very best job to provide what they could. In that instance, the Minister took to write to her counterpart to encourage a quick process if we could get one there.
Okay, all right. And what date... so the information has been received by...
Yes, the information was received on the 5th of February, Senator.
5th of Feb, so pretty quick turnaround. So has the Minister now received the decision brief relating to this extension application?
No, Senator. So there's a couple of factors in terms of, obviously we have reset the decision timeframe for that project. And in doing so, we obviously needed the data that we've been referring to. There was another application the department received in relation to this project, which we also need to consider. And we need to go through Australian Government Solicitor legal review. So essentially, the delegate made the decision based on those factors. Once we received the data from WA, which is very helpful to receive, it's several hundred pages, and we were left with 23 calendar days to finish all those steps.
So you sort of request.
Defined. So hence we extended the time frame out.
Sort of an extension, sorry, I'm tired. So what do you project the time frame will be for decision making? There's obviously an end date on what you've just talked about.
Yeah, so we've revised the decision date to the 31st of March.
31 March, okay.
And I'll get you to wind up. I can come back.
I'll come back to this, yeah, that's fine.
Is that right? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, folks. I've got some questions firstly about the Vitronite Vulcan South mine. Got the right folk here for that. Great. So when we last had some queries about this, there was an investigation on foot into Vitronite, which is in my home state of Queensland, for clearing habitat and commencing mining before they got approval. And that was under investigation as of November when we last checked in. What's the status of that investigation now, please?
Yes, Senator Graham Rossi, Acting Division Head for Environmental Permitting and Compliance. That matter is still subject to an ongoing investigation.
Okay, do these things have a time frame associated with them?
Not really, because it depends on the collection of evidence, the available evidence, and going through a process before you consider whether there's a prima facie case and a matter to be presented before a court.
Okay, so you haven't reached the stage where you can form a view whether there's a prima facie case yet?
That's correct.
Okay. Can the department confirm whether or not that investigation into essentially the first lot of breaches is also looking at a subsequent alleged breaches of bulldozing a haul road through koala and greater glider habitat that apparently it was the company committed to protect in the referral docs?
That's correct, Senator. It's part of the investigation.
So that's been rolled in, so two separate incidents now being looked at in the one investigation?
That's correct.
Okay. So how and when did that second incident occur?
Well, I'd probably have to take that on notice.
I think it was October, but it's around about October.
Yeah.
And I understand that actually this project was approved about 5 seconds before Christmas. What was the date of the approval?
Senator, the date of the approval was actually the 9th of January.
Okay, so maybe 5 seconds after Christmas. Okay, so you've got an investigation on foot into the first breach and now a second alleged breach, and yet you've issued an approval for the project. How does that make sense?
So, Senator, I can speak to that. So, essentially, as you say, there are allegations at the moment, and as Mr. Grossi mentioned, there's no certainly there's no determined outcome of those, and the time frame is also unclear. The Act requires us to progress with decisions according to statutory timeframes, and there was one in this case. We obviously can't preempt what might come out of those, so we can't consider, again, what's not fact at the time. There may be no contravention in that. So we do have to move forward with the facts in hand, and that's what we made the decision based on, including the established environmental history of that proponent.
Okay. You could stop the clock, though, and say you were seeking further information, which information could be obtained in the course of doing said investigation. So you actually had a way of stopping the clock. Why didn't you do that?
So, Senator, there's no defined time frame. So I think from a natural justice perspective, we may be holding a project for a month or a year or 2 years.
Breached what they said they were
for an
going to do.
allegation.
So that seems fairly reasonable to me.
It's not the view we reach, so we do have a statutory time frame. We have got a duty and obligation under the Act to make decisions on the facts at hand.
Right, and you actively... Did anyone suggest that stopping the clock was at least possible and then decide against it?
So we're aware it's possible. I don't know if anyone suggested that, but again, we took our mind to what are our obligations at the time with the referral, so we've progressed along those lines.
Okay, obviously fit and proper person test is relevant for when you issue an approval. Surely the fact that you have not one but 2 incidents underpinning an investigation that is on foot at the time you're thinking about approving a coal project, surely you should think about that as a fit and proper person test and presumably say, well, maybe this company isn't someone that we should be giving approval to if they've shown disregard for the rules.
So, Senator, they're allegations, so they're not proven at this stage. So we did consider the environmental history as it is for the facts that have been established to date.
What was the environmental history?
I'd have to take that on notice, but clearly...
Do they have any at all? Have they got other operations?
I don't know, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice.
If they've got a clean record, well, maybe it's because they haven't done anything before and now they've established that they've got 2 alleged breaches. Anyway, the Act is just so incredibly weak. Thank you for reminding me.
I think the word alleged probably...
Well, there was of course,
you wanted
an opportunity.
To go defending a coal mine?
Senator,
the Labor Party defending coal mines once again, opposing them and defending them?
I did not defend.
Perhaps
I
we'll go
said
to the Minister.
alleged.
I heard what you said.
There was...
I could allege something about you.
Look, I might...
You're guilty.
You could, but we're in estimates right now.
Okay, but it wouldn't mean you're guilty.
Senator Billy.
Minister.
Look, I might leave observations about environmental law reform to another date in the interest of time, but it is extraordinary, really, to complain about the complexity of the legislation. In any case, the officials have...
Complexity. I am, in fact, trained in that area. It's about one thing I do have expertise in.
That doesn't mean it's not complex, though, just because you understand it.
Well, it's woeful was the contention I was making, not that it was complex.
Well, that's, yeah,
anyway,
indeed.
I digress. Can I move on?
We were keen to get cracking some time ago on these questions and shorten up approval times and deal with the kinds of questions that you're interested in. This is a can-do government that wanted to resolve these issues in the interest of the environment and in the interest of faster approval times, but we've got a Senate of
far too many games,
people
Minister,
that are not interested in those kind of outcomes.
Or not for sale to the WA mining industry, perhaps.
We'll leave it
You might
there,
want to
I
look at some of the
suppose.
tactics that were played by your team, Senator Waters.
I beg your pardon, Chair? Was that a comment from the Chair?
It was a comment from the Chair, out of deep and abiding frustration. My apologies. I will...
Okay. Well, my apologies to everyone that's enduring this little spat. We'll attempt to come back to the matter at hand. Can I move to the Beetaloo Basin and the Independent Expert Scientific Committee advice that was requested in July of 2024 in relation to potential impacts or risk to water resources in the Beetaloo Basin that I understand was provided to the Minister in December. I'd like to know when the Minister or the Department first received a draft of that ISC advice regarding the Beetaloo.
Thank you, Senator. Simon Banks, Division Head, Environmental Water and Aquatic Ecosystems Division. As you said, the Minister requested that advice on the 5th of July 2024. The advice, then the ISC went through a process over about 5 committee meetings to develop that advice, and they also dealt with some of the issues out of session. The advice was finalised on the 16th of December and provided to the Minister on the 17th of December and then subsequently published on the website on the 19th of December.
Okay. At what stage in that process did the concept of a plain English summary present itself?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't know when, I think it's probably as part of the normal ISC advices
Well, I don't think it is a normal ISC process, so I do have some questions about that. Did ISC do the plain English summary, or did the department draft it?
I understand the ISC, so we work with the ISC, but at the end of the day, the advice that's provided is agreed by the ISC as an independent expert committee,
yes, the
and then published on the website.
The plain English summary which accompanied the advice is what I'm asking about.
Yeah, look, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, but I do imagine that, again, that's one that the ISC would be closely interested in if it's representing their advice.
Well, indeed, because having a look at some of the detail, the plain English summary finds that there would be a minor impact on water resources from fracking, and yet nowhere in the rest of the ISC actual advice is that conclusion drawn or are those words used. So hence the line of questioning. I'm interested in who came up with calling these issues minor when ISC in fact highlighted quite a number of uncertainties and potentially large risks.
Yeah, look, Senator, I'll, like I said, I'll take that on notice in terms of that process.
Okay.
Go to a dinner break in 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Did the ISC advice that in relation to the Beetaloo Basin look specifically at Tamboran and Empire Energy's proposed projects?
No, Senator. The advice was general. The request for advice was that the ISC was asked to look at was related to potential impacts and or risks of. Sorry, I'm just trying to find in my notes the. No, I lost it. Potential impacts and or risks of cumulative impacts and gaps in current scientific understanding of the hydrology and hydrogeology of the Beetaloo Basin, and that was in relation to the appraisal activities in the basin. So it didn't deal with specific projects.
No, but did it deal with the cumulative impact of those proposals?
That was part of the request for the advice.
Okay. Yeah. Were there separate ISC advices for the Tamboran and Empire projects? Or was this meant to take the place
I don't believe there's been any referrals related to those two projects, but I'll check.
Sorry, Senator, you're talking about separate advice from the ISC?
Yeah.
So no, there was just the one, one advice, and again, it was I think the general understanding about the science, the knowledge, the risks, and the operating environment in the Beetaloo.
Okay, I do have some more questions, but I'm coming back after the dinner break. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We will break for dinner now, and we'll return at 7:25 with the same outcome, 2.1. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We will return to outcome 2, program 2.1, and we'll kick off with Senator Duniam.
Oh, thank you. So we were talking about the Woodside Northwest Shelf Extension project. Is everyone at the table? No? Anyway, we'll see. So 31st of March is the date that things notionally come to a head. There was also mention of another application which will somehow have an interaction with this process. So what is that application?
Senator, there's been another application received for reconsideration of that referral decision. So we obviously need to turn our mind to that application before we can finalise the decision.
Okay, so that application overrides the existing process that's on foot, or is it a concurrent process? How does that work?
No, so yeah, happy to step that out. So we've got the referral that we're considering for the project itself. There's an existing reconsideration, which was part of the Living Wonders, the larger set of 19 reconsiderations about coal and gas. So working to finalise that. And this new one that we've just received, we're just turning our mind to that now to see if that's substantive in nature.
What time frame do you have on, or how long do you expect us determining whether it's substantive or not will be?
So we've had a little look at that. We've set the statutory time frame of 31 March on the basis that we believe we can work through
both issues. Okay.
Yeah, in that time frame.
And is the original reconsideration request going to be dealt with in that time as well? The Living Wonders, that all the same? Okay.
Yeah, so the plan is to provide that to the Minister as soon as we can within that time frame.
Sure, okay. With regard to this set of decisions that are to be made by the Minister, if the government is in caretaker mode, what happens?
So the normal caretaker provisions apply. Regulatory decisions can be made. It would be a matter for the Minister to determine sensitivity around certain matters. In the first matter, she would consider whether she would like to make particular decisions, which is always something that we do. And in the caretaker context, I think it's really the Minister's call about whether something is sensitive.
Yes.
If she does choose to do that, whether she would like to consult with yourself and others before making that decision, or whether she believes that she shouldn't proceed with that decision.
And is there, in the event that the Minister chooses not to proceed, are parties informed that things will just be put on hold until after an election?
Yeah, that's something we'd work with the Minister through on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, okay. Obviously, I mean, I'm a supporter of the project. I'd love to see it go ahead, as with my colleagues. Just back to the additional application, do we know who the applicants are that made this second request for reconsideration?
It was the Conservation Council of Western Australia.
Conservation Council of Western Australia, okay. And what date was that received?
The 12th of February.
Okay, and the proponents of the extension application are advised of all of the details around that?
So we have filled them in that we received that application. Yep, they're aware of that.
And so we'll go through the same process we've stepped through on the salmon stuff, is that right? But potentially shorter form.
Well, in this case, we need to determine whether it's a valid reconsideration and whether it in fact needs a similar process to the salmon farming or not. So
sure.
we're still just trying to figure that out. It's pretty recent.
First stage, okay.
Yep.
All right. Just with regard to the process leading up to the interaction between the state and the Commonwealth with regards to this project, we were waiting for the outcome of the rock art monitoring program, is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Yes.
That was a key piece of information that we were waiting on that report.
Yes, okay. And so we couldn't progress that until it had been received. Was there a DQ representative on the body overseeing this project?
So DQ sits as an observer. So it's a project that has, it is led by the WA government in conjunction with Curtin University and the Emerging Aboriginal Corporation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just as an observer, no voting or other rights, okay. And so on the way through, did the representative, this observer, report back to the department about what was happening around why there might be delays, etc., at the WA government end?
I'll have to take that question on notice, Senator, because I'm not sure if the observer sits in like at what point the observer sits in. I don't know that it's every piece of their deliberations, and the report was, again, we've canvassed the size of the report. I won't go into page numbers in case I get that wrong again. But I know it was a very substantive, highly technical report. So that was the iterative process that we were engaging in with our WA colleagues since December, was trying to get access to that information so that we had the latest data and information and a final report, or as complete a report as we could get in order to undertake our processes.
Okay, thank you. And just given the impact that a delay or non-approval of this particular extension might have on the government's future gas strategy, has DISA been informed of where things are at or been kept abreast of this process and where DQ's at with it?
So no, Senator. And in fact, our advice from our own internal gas colleagues is that this is not a substantive impact to the overall supply and demand of gas.
But, sorry, that advice was from whom?
From our own gas colleagues within the department.
So an assessment's been made that this wouldn't have a major impact?
Well, we did seek some general advice to better advise the Minister about any potential consequences, and the general advice was that this is within the tolerance of the predicted rollout of gas.
Okay, and so that's from the energy part of the
That's
department. Right. Okay, all right. If I have any further questions on that, I'll ask on notice. I did just want to go back to, if I can, I wonder if Ms Short is still here somewhere. I just had a couple of questions about those 8,000 pages of documentation relating to the salmon reconsideration. Sorry. Just with regard to the package that's been provided to the Minister, so there was a 21-page covering note which sort of sums, as best it can, sums up everything. I think, did you say there was a 136-page or thereabouts departmental technical analysis? Correct. Is that right? Yes. So those two documents were generated by the department based on what was contained in the balance of the 8,000 pages, or the full package. Was there anything else that the department generated? You talked about attachments or something?
Yes. Should I go through it again, Senator?
Perhaps just in very high level, if you can.
Okay. So the 8,000 pages, it's actually 7,978. We rounded to 8,000.
Don't come to the table anymore, it's getting lower every time.
Yeah, if we do it at 11 at least, 2,000.
That package consisted of 231 documents.
Yeah.
The cover brief itself was 21 pages and it had 96 documents attached. The attachments included one technical advice report from the department that we generated, which itself had 134 attachments, and that package, the technical report and its attachments, were 3,600 pages.
Wow.
So that's kind of the substance of the department.
How did you transmit it to the Minister, out of interest?
On horseback.
Electronically, trolleys?
It's a very good question, Senator, and I'm happy to enlighten you. So it goes through our parliamentary workflow, but in fact we have to courier boxes literally to the Minister for these big decisions like this one. So that's what we did in this case as well.
How many acres of trees?
Sure, it's recycled.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Did you want to rotate before I go on to the next issue?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to go back a little bit to what we were discussing before the break, which is the funding that's been allocated to oxygenation in Macquarie Harbour. And I just want to be clear that we're all share a common understanding here. So firstly, there was the oxygenation trial. I think the agreement for that was signed in late 2023, and that trial is still ongoing, with completion due, at least as far as I know, later this year, in October this year. I'm happy if folks want to update me on any timeframes there. Then we have $28 million announced by the Prime Minister in November last year, of which 21 million was committed to scaling up oxygenation in Macquarie Harbour. And then, of course, there's the funding that we were discussing earlier before the break, which was announced last weekend, which is around the captive breeding program. So I'm specifically interested in that second tranche of funding, which is the 28 million, of which 21 million was committed to improving and scaling up oxygenation in Macquarie Harbour. Can I just firstly ask, was the department consulted as part of the preparation of that announcement in November last year, and was the department supportive of that funding allocation?
Senator, yes, the department was consulted in that funding package, the 28.6 million, and supportive of the elements of that package. So of the 28.6 million, 21.2 million is to go to, up to 21.2 million is to go to improving and scaling up oxygenation and also habitat remediation in Macquarie Harbour. So 18.3 million of the up to 21.2 million is for oxygenation. So there's a component of that 21 for habitat remediation.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that clarification. But that's not part of the trial.
No, this is, so what I said earlier is that the trial is underway, and the results of that trial will inform the detail of how the up to 18.3 million for oxygenation will be rolled out and utilised.
I mean, maybe I'm just misunderstanding what a trial is, but how can a government allocate 18.3 million to doing something that the effectiveness of which is still under trial?
I think because...
And why would the department, sorry to interrupt, but why would the department think that's a good?
So I think it's fair to say that the results to date are promising in terms of the reoxygenation, and that gave us enough confidence to set aside the funding, to recommend the funding be set aside in order to scale it up. But as I said, the specific design of that 18.3 million will be further informed by the trial that is to be completed later.
And I think the key word there, Senator, is scaling up. So I think the initial trial was showing that promising results kind of in situ, smaller scale. And I think what the government's intent is behind increasing its funding and thus increasing the trials is really about that scope and scale, is to see whether or not this will work on a much larger scale.
Yeah, but pardon me, but the trial's not finished yet. The trial's not finished, due to finish for another year. The trial was fully funded at $7.29 million. I've got the timeframes here, which were provided by the FRDC to the Senate in response to a question on notice from Senator Wilson. The final report's not due till the 31st of October this year, and as I said, I'm happy if you've got an update on that, but that's the information that was provided in the additional estimates 23-24. And again, I'm just asking, I mean, how could it be a good idea to allocate money to something that is still under trial and hasn't been finally reported on yet? Isn't it just, I mean, isn't the fact that this is just corporate welfare, and this is all about politics and nothing about process or science?
So, Senator, I think, again, the government felt confident in the early outcomes of the trial. They were showing and continue to show promising results. It was, again, part of the recommendation from the Imogen Skate recovery team that oxygenation trials continue and expand. So the government felt confident enough in terms of the recommendation from the recovery team, coupled with the early promising results of the original trial, to expand and scale up the trial, so that it could be much larger, to see what the positive impacts of that would be. So the government felt confident that it could expand what it was doing.
Is this money part of the trial, or is it not part of the trial? I'm confused.
Sorry, I missed the question. Is that the additional 18?
Is the $18.3 million part of the trial or not part of the trial?
No, it's not part of the trial, but the design of it will be informed by the trial, and the information that will be collected and analysed will build on the trial. So there's a longer time series to be able to assess the effectiveness over time.
So when we've just heard evidence in support of this, that the Threatened Species Advisory Committee recommended scaling up the trial, that's not about this money, because we've just heard evidence that this is not part of the trial.
No, sorry, the Maugean Skate Recovery Team, as part of their planning and conservation planning, recommended that not just the trial continue, but that additional investment be made for reoxygenation, and that would be informed by the results of this trial and by the levels of production that might occur.
So I think, the recovery team in the department was interested in scale. So it was seeing positive impacts at a localised level, and I think the next step was to see it at scale.
Is this $18.3 million contingent on the final report of the trial being positive? What if the final report of the trial says oxygenation is just not working? What happens then to this $18.3 million? Is it contingent at all on the trial, or are we just going to do a bit of the trial and then play our head and sink, nearly $20 million of taxpayers' money into something that doesn't work?
Senator, I think that's why I've been going to great lengths to say it's up to $18.3 million. So that will be informed by the results of the trial.
Okay, thank you. Where is the threatened species classification of the skate? Where is that at the moment in the process?
So you might recall at the last estimates we gave evidence that the Minister Plibersek approved an extension to that advice by 30 October this year, and that and a request that the committee do it as soon as possible and feasible.
And nothing's changed since then?
No, but the committee obviously will have a look at the latest IMAS report, as well as any other new information that comes to light in that period.
All right, thanks, Ms Maguire. And given that the committee's been asked to do it as soon as possible, is there any expectation that would happen earlier than October?
I think the chair of the TSSC gave evidence last time that they would try and do it as soon as possible, but taking into account any relevant information. So, that's the condition on which they anticipate that will influence the time frame.
All right, thanks. And just a couple of final questions on Macquarie Harbour. Thanks, Chair, and thanks to my colleagues on the committee. Can I just ask in relation to UNESCO and the fact that about a third of Macquarie Harbour is inside the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area. I understand UNESCO has been in touch with the government to raise, or at least in relation to, the impacts of salmon farming and deterioration in the Macquarie Harbour marine ecosystem on the Maugean skate. Is that right?
Yes, Senator, I can confirm that the Director of the World Heritage Centre did write, seeking information about the impacts of the salmon farming operations on the Tasmanian World Heritage property. He wrote that letter on the 23rd of April in 2024. And I can confirm that our UNESCO ambassador responded to that letter on the 18th of July 2024, indicating that we're working through the related processes under the EPBC Act and will provide UNESCO with a comprehensive response in the coming months once the matter is settled. So we will be working with our Tasmanian, given that the Tasmanian government is also the managers of the World Heritage property, we will be working with them on a more fulsome report back to UNESCO when the EPBC decisions and considerations have been finalised.
All right, thank you. And can you provide a copy of that response to the committee, please?
I can. I believe it has actually gone out under FOI, but let me confirm that, Senator, and take that on notice.
All right, thanks. And final question, Chair, if I might, just on the $18.3 $3 million that was announced in November last year, or in regards to the original $7.29 million in funding, will any of that money be allocated to any of the corporate salmon farmers that operate in Macquarie Harbour? Is any of that money going to be used to lease or use any of their equipment?
Senator, we're still working through the details of how that funding will be rolled out. As you'd be aware, the pilot work is being done in conjunction and partnership between FRDC and the fishing and the industry, but we're still to work out the details of how the additional up to $18.3 million will be rolled out.
So you can't rule out that some of that money may go directly to the salmon farming corporations that are actually causing the problem in the first place.
As I said, Senator, we're still working out the details of how it would be rolled out and informed by the research and pilot work that's underway now.
And informed by consultations with the salmon industry?
Informed by consultations with a range of different people and stakeholders.
Including the salmon industry?
And including the recovery team.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Some data on full cam, if I can, the exposure in that, will that be here?
Sorry. I think full cam's in climate estimates.
I'll throw it away.
Yeah.
Listing white ash forests in southeast Queensland under the EPBC.
Sorry, Senator, just getting the right person.
No, that's okay. Thank you, Doctor. December 24 last year, there was a paper released, White Ash Forests of South East Queensland listing under the EPBC Act. You're aware of that document?
Thank you, Senator. I'm Ilse Kiesling. I'm the Acting Division Head for the Biodiversity Division, and yes, I'm aware of that assessment.
Just some concerns raised with me. I'm taking this at a very high level. I don't get down to the details. It lists that timber harvesting can be listed as a key threatening process. It's on page 25. I've got that here for a species. But they say it's at 99% of its pre-1750 extent. How is it assessed that logging is a concern if it's at 99%?
Yes, so Senator, there are a range of threats to that particular ecological community. As you say, forestry has been a threat to that community in the past. It is the reason actually as why there is such little area of that ecological community left, but it's also fair to say that there are a range of other factors that are putting pressure on that ecological community, including things such as weeds and pests and other climate change and other various factors as well. And that's
where I get on that, I say such little of that left. I read the document saying 99% of that ecological community is left.
Senator, so that would not be the case.
Right.
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me here, but the fact that the ecological community is up for assessment is because it is proposed to be in decline, is considered to be in decline. The assessment is working through whether or not that is in fact the case.
Right. When I read through it, trying to understand it very quickly yesterday, it's talking about most of the environment for it being unsuitable, untouched by logging because it's steep, it's not defined, it's actually says all the reasons that logging or harvesting hasn't affected it, but it mentions, I think 54 times on my word count, not a guarantee, that logging is then a threat. It goes to some length in its paperwork talking about how logging hasn't been a threat, but then it mentions it 54 times.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So, as I mentioned, that logging is identified as a historical threat.
Historical, okay.
And the emphasis in the assessment is that there are a number of other pressures on that ecological community. And in fact, the ecological community was put forward for proposed listing because of the pressures of the Black Summer bushfires. So, fire regimes is one of the principal factors that this ecological community is being assessed.
That's where I want to get to on fire, because Mike, there's a phrase that I haven't heard before. This edge effects appears in this document. What exactly is edge effects?
An edge effect is where an area of an ecosystem butts up against another area,
right,
or another part of an ecosystem. It is an area where weeds and feral animals can be of particular impact because they essentially bleed from one area into another area. So it's where the edge means that it erodes. There is a potential for the edge to erode because of the pressures of these various impacts.
The farming equivalent of you can't have good weed control if your neighbour doesn't have good weed control.
That would be exactly right.
Right, okay. On page 26, there was a point where I'm getting to the paper stuff. It says that the existence of firefighting infrastructure, including fire towers and communication towers, are threatening the processes of environmental concern. I had trouble balancing that fire is seen as a significant threat, but fire trails, which can help fight fighters, are an ecological problem. How do we balance that?
It's a very good question, Senator, but I just make the point that with the fire trails, one of the issues is that fire trails enable access to a range of other people. So those fire trails are not just for firefighting or fire monitoring purposes. They do allow visitors of all kinds, which then promotes issues such as weeds and introduction of feral animals and accidental fires and all sorts of other things.
So what's the balance of that? Is it ministerial decision whether fire trails versus fire risk? Where does that happen with recommendations, or happens at ministerial level? How does that work?
Fire management is principally a responsibility of state governments, and depending on the tenure of the land, the land manager themselves.
Okay. If the minister decides white ash forests are endangered, if it becomes a part of habitat, what's the process for allowing state forest managers for prescribed burning or access fire trials? What is the process to protect the area from fire if it's prescribed?
If the ecological community is listed as a threatened ecological community, it would become a matter of national environmental significance, and it would undergo all of the same considerations that other matters of national environmental significance would need to be taken into account of. So in short, anything that would have the potential to have a significant impact on that ecological community would need to be referred for consideration under the Environment Act.
What indicative timings are there for approvals or consideration of those matters now?
I'm sorry, Senator,
what's the decision? If I have a state manager, I come to you guys, I want to put a fire trail in, I want to do a backburn, what's the approval time for those sorts of things?
So, Senator, it's actually more a question for the regulator over
Hello,
there.
regulator.
I can assure you that we've dealt with a number of these over the years.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'll have a question. I'll just this one.
So states, as you know, manage those fire regimes. Yep. The majority, if not all of them, manage it with a line to local, state and federal responsibilities. So what they'll generally do is what most states have done, and I'm not sure about Queensland, but they're probably the same. They work through their plans, their fire management plan. They'll do a self-assessment around those different acts, and for example, in our case, that's the basis of the EPC Act, to do a self-assessment. Yep. And most of them manage to design their fire response programs around needing to refer their activities. In some other cases, South Australia, for example, we've done a strategic assessment of their entire fire management program. So that is in fact baked in as they can do that consistent with the EPC Act. So they had a different approach, but the majority work through and do their self-assessment. Generally, as you know, like fighting fire, protecting lives and properties is extremely important. So if people get caught in an emergency response, for example, in Victoria, over the break with the fires through the Grampians, the Victorian government approached us for a national interest exemption in an emergency situation, which we granted.
How long did that take?
We did it in about 24 hours.
Right. So if you've got a big thing, there is a quick response if required for a backburn or anything like that.
Yeah, that's right. So that was them fighting a fire for a reasonable period of time. They were fairly comfortable. They hadn't yet had a significant impact, but they could see several very difficult weeks ahead of them. So they put an application to us to give them coverage under national environmental law to manage that fire.
Totally going off the beacon track because you've spiked my interest on this. Honestly, seriously, are there lands that you can't apply to backburn in an emergency? Like a national park, is there like a can't go somewhere or you can go somewhere to protect more of it? Like the great conundrum for a vegetarian, would you eat a chicken to save 2 chickens? What are the untouchables?
I'll follow the chickens, Senator, it really depends on, again, we protect matters of national environmental significance, so you may be in an area where in fact you have no negligible impact on a nationally protected matter. Again, states at the local level, and again, if I picked on Victoria, they've got the CFA, they had a very clear organised plan. They'll either implement ahead of a season what their plan is, or be aware about where those hard lines start to butt up a little bit. In that case, again, they spread out to us in an emergency situation. We responded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rupert. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Waters.
Can we harken back to the ISC advice on the Beetaloo Basin, please, about unconventional gas exploration? I was asking before who wrote the plain English summary, and were you able to get a response to that in the interim?
Yes, I was, Senator. So the ISC advice, which was basically responding to the Minister's request on potential impacts as a result of unconventional gas exploration and appraisal activities in the Beetaloo Basin, is the entire document as submitted to the Minister and published on the website. So, and that includes the plain English version. So there's no plain English overlay by the department.
Okay, so ISC wrote the plain English version.
That's right.
Okay, great, thank you. So, noting in the body of the ISC advice, they conclude that there's major gaps in knowledge that affected their ability to provide advice, that even with those constraints, they identify a number of high likelihood or high consequence risks from potential exploration and appraisal fracking projects, including things like fragmentation of vegetation, importantly groundwater drawdown and contamination. They then also note that they rely on the application of industry best practice and mitigation strategies being adopted, but they don't assess whether or not either of those things are actually occurring in the Northern Territory. How is it that all of that level of uncertainty and warning led to the Minister to say that she would not require Tamboran and Empire Energy to get an EPBC approval, to seek EPBC approval?
So, Senator, I can take that one. While there's uncertainty, there often is, as you know, in environmental impacts, there's actually a substantial amount of knowledge both through that work and previous bioregional planning in the Beetaloo Basin, which does give a high degree of confidence in terms of the general matters that are in that area. We, of course, on an individual project level, there's a number of steps they go through. There's a self-assessment that needs to occur. They need to determine whether they should refer a project. In the case of the projects you've referred to, they're primarily regulated by the Northern Territory Government, both on water and their mining operations. And we've worked with the Northern Territory Government to assure ourselves that that we're of the view that those projects do not require at this point assessment. And that's, if anything, I think that ISC advice has been of assistance there because it does point to having suitable regulatory regimes in place, such as the Northern Territory arrangements.
Okay, so the advice makes the assumption that there's industry best practice, but on January 14 it was reported that 2,000 litres of contaminated water spilled onto vegetation surrounding one of Energy Empire's wells, and that is just the latest in what is now over 16 environmental and compliance breaches from that company alone. That's not even to go into Tamboran, including things like failing to report significant finding of artefacts, failing to store dangerous fracking wastewater, using more groundwater than licensed and clearing habitat without authorisation. Is that industry best practice?
Senator, I think the range of the things you've mentioned there are against state level, in this case territory level, regulated matters, so I can't provide a view on those, but they are directly regulated by the Northern Territory
Yes,
government.
but there's evidence
Commonwealth.
that in fact the industry best practice, which ISK said if you're doing industry best practice, no problem, that's evidence that industry best practice is not in fact being carried out. So how is it that the Minister can conclude, based on that ISK advice, when those assumptions have been disproved by reality?
So the Minister makes a decision on the project in hand. I think what you're talking about on one hand, the IESC general advice about the Beetaloo. What we consider is what we know about the activity that's underway. So we've worked extensively with the Northern Territory government to understand the activities underway. They are of the belief that they are manageable and that they're below reasonable practical in terms of environmental impact. We've also worked considerably with those companies to make sure they understand their obligations to self-assess and to refer if they do believe that they will hit that significant impact mark.
Has anyone reminded the Minister she can call those projects in?
I know there's several people that believe they should be called in. We're not of the view that they should be called in.
Has
as the
anyone
regulator.
reminded the Minister she has that power, was my question.
So the Minister's aware that she has the call-in power.
Okay, and she's still choosing not to. Righto. So I'd like to understand why Tamboran and Empire have been treated differently to Valhalla Black Mountain, which is a separate proposal in the Beetaloo that has been found to be controlled action, even though it's only being assessed on preliminary documentation, which I'll ask you about in a moment. But why? What's the difference there?
So I will throw to my colleague in a minute, but essentially, again, we do a case-by-case understanding of what the projects are and their potential impacts. Ms Calhoun can work through the project you're talking about in Western Australia.
Just like to understand why that one met
but there are a range
threshold.
of additional matters that project impacts. There's not necessarily our view of what's happening in the Beetaloo at this point in time. But Ms Calhoun will be able to give you some more detail.
Yes, so just interested in why that one has been deemed to be controlled when the others don't even merit a call-in letter.
So Kylie Calhoun, Branch Head, Nature Positive Regulation Division. The Valhalla gas project firstly is located in a different region of Australia, so it's located in the Kimberley region. The proponent did refer their activities to us, and we did determine that it will need to undertake a full environmental assessment. It's likely, we consider it's likely to impact a number of threatened species in that region. And also migratory species. And there's also likely to be indirect impacts on the outstanding heritage values of the West Kimberley National Place and potentially likely impacts to water resources.
Yes, so what was the difference in the water trigger being applied there versus Tamboran and Empire?
Primarily the location of the project and the information, the discussion that we had with our Western Australian colleagues about the location of the project and where it would be impacting what were matters of national environmental significance in that region.
So can you just say that in a different way in relation to water specifically?
So water is one element where there's determined to be likely impacts based on the extent of the project that was referred to us.
Okay, so it was bigger than the others, is that what you're saying?
It's, I guess, a different scope and stage of the project potentially to what is occurring in the Beetaloo.
A different scope and stage? What do
Well,
you mean?
they've referred a different scope of actions to us for this project, which is aligned to what's being assessed by the Western Australian state colleagues, to where they're in the Beetaloo. It's, as we understand it, is more the exploration stage that still is occurring.
Well, the aquifers don't discriminate between what's production and what's investigation, exploration. So science doesn't make that distinction either.
So this project also triggered on heritage values, on threatened species and communities.
Yes,
so
she said that.
Again, case by case, we have to look at the complete impacts. And as Ms Calhoun said, this one's been going through state assessment for some time. I understand there's several thousand pages of analysis, so it does lead to, there's quite a few impacts there that we would need to also understand.
Okay, did it make a difference that the proponent referred itself?
Only in that we assess the project in front of us, but the same process applies. We talk to state and territory regulators frequently to understand and to assess risks associated with different activities.
Okay, so are you concerned that it might send the message that if a company ignores the law and doesn't refer, that they can do what they like and they won't be assessed, whereas if someone does do the right thing and refer on the off chance that they might trigger the Act, that they will then have to follow the assessment process. You're concerned that sends a message that just keep your head down, don't refer, we won't really investigate, everything will be fine for you.
No, because I
Never mind
don't believe
groundwater
that's the
impact.
case, Senator. So we have talked thoroughly to the Northern Territory Government and we've talked to the company, so we've got a good understanding of that activity. I think it's also a simplistic interpretation of what's a very complex act, and we have to look at exactly what's put in front of us and what we understand about other activities happening, and they're all different. This is why we have different approval conditions in certain projects. We've got different matters or different mitigations that we have to consider, and that's exactly what we've done in this case.
Okay.
If we're moving on, we might rotate the call. Senator Waters?
Yes, I do have a few more questions though, but
Yeah,
not
I can
on,
come
not
back
on
to you.
this.
That's fine. We'll go to Senator Dunman.
Thank you. Just to clarify on the call-in powers for the Minister, maybe questions for Mr Edwards. Does the Minister have the power to call in a project where the federal government doesn't have jurisdiction?
No.
So how is jurisdiction determined in relation to the Beetaloo gas project?
So again, it's about essentially the Minister would do a call in when she's determined that something be likely to have a significant impact on a nationally protected matter under the Act. So you wouldn't call in, for example, a project that might be fairly low scale with fairly low impact, because you'd be saying that on one hand that may need to be controlled under the Act, or in fact that's what you'd be saying, and you'd have to be very confident that would be the case before you called such a project in.
And so what advice did the government give to the Minister around her jurisdiction?
So we haven't provided advice around that, but again, the conversation is around the scale, the activity, the interactions we've had with the regulators, with the companies, our knowledge about what's happening in that particular project area.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Dunyan.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to go back to this Woodside Northwest Shelf extension. Are you happy with the process that's been undertaken there between the State of Western Australia and the Commonwealth? Does it sort of accord with what you think is good process?
I'm sure the Minister is satisfied with the way that the department is engaged with government on this question. If we've got anything else to add over the course of the evening, I will.
So what do you say about comments from people like Mr Rhys Whitby, who says, I suspect that there's a nerdy little bureaucrat in an agency in Canberra somewhere who's trying to cover his butt. That's my suspicion of this process. That's a Labor State Minister. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
No, I don't agree that we've got a very fine department composed of people who work very hard in the public interest. We've increased the size of the department so that applications get done more speedily and that the environmental and other development questions are considered properly. Under your government, of course, when these things were assessed, 80% of the assessments had errors, some of them, so many errors that they weren't compliant. I don't blame the people who worked so hard on them. I blame a government that refused to resource the department effectively. Now, I understand from today's press that Mr Dutton proposes to return back to go back to sacking all of those very fine public servants who are coming to grips with the mess that what passed for a government in the Morrison-Dutton period left the country with. So we're going to keep working hard on these issues, and not very impressed with people applying sort of pejorative language like that to the work of very fine, qualified Australians who are doing their best for the country.
Okay, well, would you define what WA Premier Roger Cook said as pejorative language? Lord knows what's going on over there, referring to Canberra. Mr Cook said, this is the same department, don't forget, that said we should have 40km/h speed zones on the Pilbara highways. I'm angry that some boffin over in Canberra said we didn't get the paperwork in time. It's just not true, Mr Cook said on Thursday. Do you agree with that?
Well, he's a terrific bloke, the Premier of Western Australia. It's not up to me to give a running commentary on what Western Australian leaders say. He's entitled to make those observations, and we as a government really enjoy working with the Western Australian government. They're a very fine state government, doing a very fine job.
Okay, very good. So to nature positive then, to whomever would like to answer it, I just wonder, given the bills that were on the notice paper were discharged in the last sitting, does nature positive remain a policy priority in the form it was presented in the December 2022 document? Does that remain the government's policy?
Well, I suppose that's a question for me, not for the officials, isn't it?
If you'd like to answer it?
Yes, I would like to answer that. I would like to answer that question. Of course, we have to deal with the Parliament that the Australian people elected, including the Senate, the Australian people elected. That's the truth of it. I don't think if you went and talked to people who voted for the Greens political party, they wouldn't be very impressed that their representatives in Parliament have voted against a tough new environment watchdog with strong new powers and penalties. Fines for serious environmental crimes going up from around $15 million to $780 million. Transparency and more environmental data for public and interested organisations to engage with. And I think people who voted for the coalition wouldn't be very happy to find out that their Senate team voted against faster approvals for business, more planning work with states and territories so that suitable projects can be more quickly approved. That's the truth of the matter. If you're the kind of Australian who wants all of those things to be achieved, effective environmental regulation and faster work on getting important national projects moving, then you have to vote Labor this time around. That's the truth of it, because the Senate hasn't performed its function on this occasion.
Okay, so my question was, does it remain a policy of the government? So, let's say the Senate doesn't sit again and we come back and it's a Labor government after the election, which I'm sure you'll be working tirelessly for, Senator Ayres. Will these policies be back in the form that they were presented in December of 2022, including the laws that your own government discharged from the notice paper?
Well, I think everybody sensible in this debate agrees that our national environment laws need updating. And this is, I think, my first estimates doing environment, I think. Did I do one before? I'm not sure.
You've done parts.
I've done parts of it. I've done parts.
But we welcome you to our family.
But I seem to.
I
I love being here. I seem to remember that these aren't observations confined to the Labor side of politics. In fact, I think Mr Samuel, who was commissioned, I think, by the previous government, made a very similar set of observations. Your side of politics have stood in the way of reform that would have seen many of these issues resolved. Greens political party stood in the way of the same reforms. The government remains committed to getting reform in this area, and the alternative is a return to cuts and chaos and delay and disinvestment and poor environmental outcomes, bad outcomes for business, investors, international investors finding other places around the globe to invest in resources projects and manufacturing projects, and environmental outcomes that let Australia and future generations down. To apparently, according to Mr Dutton, public servants who provide a real service to businesses and to the Australian people get in the axe because Mr Dutton doesn't like public servants. Well, we We think there needs to be reform. We think that this department should be resourced effectively to do the work that Australians need it to do, including Australians trying to get important projects approved. That's our view. We'll work with the Senate in the event that we're elected again at this election. We'll work with the Senate that the Australian people elect. But if you're interested in that kind of reform, then you wouldn't be voting for your side of politics, and you wouldn't be voting for the Greens political party. That's for sure.
So I'll ask again: after an election, should your government be re-elected, will nature positive reforms as outlined in the December 2022 document, including the laws that were discharged by your own government, form part of what your government takes forward in government?
Well, we're going to pursue reform that achieves the kind of objectives that I've talked about. I mean, this government has, over the course of the last 2 years, ensured that Australia protects more ocean than any other country on earth. The Murray-Darling Basin Plan has been rescued after a decade of neglect, which left farmers and the basin itself in real trouble with no policy response from the previous government. In fact, even worse, cooperation with some of the worst elements of the previous New South Wales government to absolutely drive the Murray-Darling Basin Plan over a cliff. We've doubled funding for national parks. We've approved enough renewable energy projects to power 8 million homes, $1.2 billion for the reef, $1.5 billion for Antarctic science. We've protected Jabiluka from mining, and we've added it to the Kakadu National Park. That's the kind of approach that Australians could expect to see in the event that the government's re-elected. The government continue to pursue, along with sensible environment law reform, and I'm sure you'll be paying attention to what the Minister and the Prime Minister and others say in the lead up to the election, but that's the kind of approach that we'll be taking.
Can I just intervene for 1 minute and just say that we're now coming up on lapping ourselves, so we were now scheduled, if we run to time, to finish at 11. So if I can encourage people in this section, if you have anything that you can put on notice, that would be very useful. And you have last question for you, Senator Dunningham, before we rotate the call.
Sure. So I'll ask again. I've simply, and you've asked me to pay attention to what the Prime Minister and Minister have said. They've been saying completely different things on this, I might point out. Prime Minister said that nature positive is dead, buried and cremated. Minister was negotiating with the Greens and other crossbenchers to get these laws passed and won't reveal the documentation that was exchanged by way of letter.
I don't think there's any evidence to support that view.
Beg your pardon?
I don't think there's any evidence to support that view. I understand you want to make the partisan
there's a
points.
Freedom of information request that has been fully redacted. That is the evidence. Now, my question to you is, will you rule out nature positive coming back in the form it was introduced into Parliament that you discharged from the notice paper in the last sitting?
Well, it's been discharged in the notice paper.
After the next election, will it be part of what the government brings forward? Yes or no?
It's been discharged.
I'll ask again
but
after
under
the rotation.
Under the last government cut 40% of the Environment Department's budget. That meant that planning approval times blew out. That meant that there was a dysfunctional approach in terms of dealing with applications in a speedy kind of way and an effective and compliant kind of way. That's what we'll be focusing on, is making sure that this department has the leadership and the resources to do its work effectively. That's what we'll be focusing on.
I'll be back after the rotation on this very issue.
So thanks, Chair. Just a quick one on the North West Shelf Extension project that's been covered a little bit already today. Regarding the existing gas plant, has there ever been any environmental or compliance breaches reported at the site?
Sorry, Senator, I popped down compliance question you have?
Yes. For the existing North West Shelf project, not the extension, but the existing one. Have there been any environmental or compliance breaches reported at the site?
So that's not approved by the EFBC Act, so that predated the EFBC Act.
It did too.
So
Okay.
without preempting my colleague, I think the answer would be no from a Commonwealth perspective.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And would you, in the consideration of the extension application, consider any state-level breaches as part of your fit and proper person test?
We'd certainly look at a full environmental history.
Yes, and so that would include state-level breaches?
I believe
if there
so.
were any? Okay,
Yes.
so are there any?
I'm not up to that stage,
Okay,
Senator,
not
so
there yet.
we'll
Okay.
get that report
But
from
that
our
will
colleagues.
be considered. All right, thank you. Moving now to Woodside's Browse proposed wells near Scott Reef. I understand that they have not only put in a referral for the proposed gas wells, but they've also recently put in a separate proposal for carbon capture and storage, storing that beneath Scott Reef. Why has that been referred separately? Why not have it as the one referral?
So the Browse referral has been in train for a number of years, and that CCS component obviously wasn't part of that, so it would form a separate action. But I'll just see if Ms Calhoun has any more.
Yes, but there's a rule against having piecemeal referrals. There's a court case about it from decades ago. So why were you not insisting that they roll that into the existing referral?
So actually, there's a rule around us needing to consider whether something is part of a larger action or not. There are, as you know, there's a number of individual referrals in the Browse and Karratha example, and we're satisfied that in fact the most sensible way to deal with that is a separate referral. Again, that other referral has been in place for a number of years, so I think to revisit and try to now vary that would have been a more complicated approach.
Okay, when's the time frame for the decision on that?
For the CCS?
No, for the gas wells.
The gas wells. That's currently on hold. We're seeking some further information and consideration around that project at the moment.
Okay. And sorry to interrupt you, but can they do the gas wells without the CCS, or is the CCS a necessary part of them doing the gas wells, ergo you should in fact be considering them together?
No, they can be standalone projects, which is one of the reasons why referring them as a separate project fits within that definition of the larger action and how we define what is part of an action or how it's connected.
So if they get approval for the gas wells, I hope they don't, but if they do, but then they didn't get approval for the CCS storage under Scott Reef, what would they do?
It's a question for the company.
Would it impact on the first approval if they didn't have the Scott Reef storage?
So, no, Senator. So, again, it's only fairly recently they've referred that concept. So I don't think a couple of years ago when they referred the Browse wells, for example, they necessarily had a plan around CCS. So that's really independent of that project.
All right, thank you. Watch this space. Just a few quick Queensland questions. Walker Corp, who obviously have a long and sordid history with trying to overdevelop a Ramsar wetland and who pulled their application, they're back. They're back. And according to the 7 News, they've got a concept plan for a scaled-down proposal that's got 900 apartments now, 900 luxury apartments on the foreshore of a Ramsar wetland. Are you aware that they're now back and proposing a fresh destruction to be visited upon Moreton Bay?
Sorry. We are aware, Senator, but again, only really through those similar reports. So my understanding, I think I read that they had briefed the local council, for example, and presumably some of the local community, but at this stage we haven't been given any detail about a potential
so you've
referral.
read it in the media like I have. Have Walker Corp corresponded with the department, or have you corresponded with Walker Corp?
I'll just check with my colleague.
Senator Declan O'Connor-Cox, Branch Head, Queensland Assessment Branch. So we were aware through those same media reports about a potential new development that's being considered at Toondah Harbour. So we have reached out and had an initial chat with Walker Corporation. And they're at the very early stages of that proposal. They understand, of course, their obligations under the EPBC Act, and they undertook to come and talk to us when the development was further thought out.
Okay. Did they give a sense of how long that would be?
No, Senator.
Okay. Did you, in the course of that conversation, and please tell me as much about it as you can, but did you convey whether or not the previous proposed setback, which I think was 250 metres, would still be kind of like your red line this time around?
No, Senator, it was too early in the process of developing their proposal, so we were just after information about what their plans were and when they intended to come to us. So it was too early.
And did they didn't give you a sense of time?
No.
Did they give you a don't call us, we'll call you?
They said we understand our obligations and we will come and talk to you when the proposal is more fully fleshed out.
Okay, thank you. Moving quickly to the Caloundra Transport Corridor Upgrade Project, which originally had $7 million of federal funding allocated for it, but thankfully got pulled in November of 2023, but that hasn't stopped them because they've now made an EPBC referral, I think in October 2024. I might have the date wrong. Can you provide an update on where that referral for the Caloundra Transport Corridor Upgrade Project is at?
Senator, I don't have material in front of me for that, so sorry I can't give you an update on that, but given those timeframes, you said it was a very recent referral?
I think so. I understand from my own terrible handwriting that it's been assessed as controlled. It's going to be assessed by preliminary documentation.
Yeah.
So I guess I was wanting an idea of roughly how long you think that process might take.
So it sounds like it's been declared a controlled action assessment approach preliminary documentation. So we would have provided some guidance to the proponent on the type of information that was required, and I expect that they're, that's still with them. I can confirm that on notice, but really it's up to the proponent on addressing the information requirements to complete that preliminary documentation for us. So it's not something that I can answer in terms of.
There's no clock on that. It's just how long that takes.
Right. But I can confirm that on notice.
And just an interesting question. Well, I find it interesting because I'm a nerd. But economic and social factors are relevant to an approval decision. Does the fact that the federal government has withdrawn its federal funding support, does that therefore have any relevance for when you're deciding economic factors in the final approval decision?
Well, those decisions are taken on a case-by-case basis, and so, of course, as you note, Senator, we take into account socio-economic considerations, and there's a range of factors in that, like jobs and development for the region, and I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the circumstances around that, but certainly socio-economic considerations are part of the decision making.
Yes, well, I knew all of that, but my question was, does the revocation of federal funding fit in your category of economic and social factors that you consider?
Senator, really the funding of a project, whether it's from government or another source, is not particularly relevant to our consideration.
Okay.
And
that's good. I just needed an answer.
Yeah,
thank you. Now, the Ballymore Resources Gold Mine in the Whitsundays. So I understand that you've had some correspondence with the company. It's obviously like a gold mine on the shores, close to the Great Barrier Reef in endangered Proserpine rock wallaby habitat, amongst other endangered species. I think that the last update I got was that you'd had a meeting with them in May of 2024, and they assured you that they were their legal obligations were. So my question is, has anything changed since May of 2024? Have they made a referral, or have you had further contact from them? Have they said anything further to progress a potential referral?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not familiar with the status of that. I do recall that in previous evidence we've noted that we had discussions with that company and that made sure that they understood their obligations, but I just don't have any briefing in front of me to provide you with an update on whether they have referred or we've had further communications with them.
Okay, well, thank you. I look forward to that.
Last question, then we'll have to rotate.
Okay, yep. Happy news, because this is in fact my last question. There's a proposed coal mine just near Bundaberg by Fox Resources that's got a bit of a checkered state history. Have you had any correspondence with Fox Resources proposing that coal mine near Bundy?
Do you know the name of that coal mine, Senator?
No, I know the proponent's name, Fox Resources, and that it's for coal and that it's just outside Bundaberg.
I think I'd have to take that on notice,
Okay.
Senator.
Yep, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Dunnigan.
Thank you. If I can go to... Is it the case that the Nature Positive Task Force was the part of the department dealing with the drafting of legislation, etc., for Nature Positive and Environment Protection Australia? Yeah, okay. Given the government has withdrawn or discharged that legislation and there's no real clarity on what comes next, despite my want of trying, what is your division, Mr Tregurtha, doing as we speak? What role, what work is on foot?
Thank you, Senator. So the Nature Positive Task Force continues to work on environmental reform. We've heard the Minister say the government remains committed to environmental reform, and I think, as you'll have seen, the Prime Minister did talk about ongoing discussions in relation to ensuring that future reforms are successful in streamlining processes for business and for ensuring a sustainable environmental laws going forward. So we continue to work to support the Environment Minister in relation to environmental reform more broadly.
Okay. So there's more laws being drafted in line with the government's nature positive agenda?
Well, so Senator Minister Plibersek, when she introduced the stage 2 of the environmental laws into Parliament last year, did give quite a substantive response in relation to a range of issues, not all of which were dealt with through stage 2. As the ministers said, and as I've just noted in my answer, the government, including the Prime Minister, has continued to commit to further discussing reforms with stakeholders. So, as I said, we're continuing to support that work.
So we agree. We agree with the spokesperson who said it's a priority. We need to reform all of the EPBC Act. It is outdated. It is no longer fit for purpose. Everyone agrees. We agree with that character. Yes. Who said that?
Very wise man.
Yes.
But he also said that the EPA is the worst piece of legislation that could come into
a broken
place,
clock is right twice a day, Senator Dunham.
It was...
the legislation won't be reintroduced.
Ever.
But we are focused on...
5 goes, have we got an answer?
We are, well... I mean, I was inclined to go all night, but
I had an agreement with the chair that we wouldn't, but if you would like to have that happen, I'm here as long as you are.
I think it would have been much better for the country if the Senate had engaged in a serious way with the government's reform agenda, but that legislation won't be reintroduced.
That way too, it might have worked out.
And that opportunity for reform has been missed. But of course, there are still issues there that need to be resolved. And as I said, you know, that's the direction we'll take. Your plan is still a secret. We are for a strong and effective department to do its work within the parameters of the framework that it's got in the most capable way that it can to meet the objectives that it's required to. But we'll wait and see what your proposition is with bated breath.
Sorry, I zoned out. The stage 3 reforms are still being worked on by the division?
Senator, like in accordance with the Minister's commitment originally, we continue to support the government to develop reforms.
Okay, so the stage 3 reforms are still being worked on by that division. That's all right. Okay.
Senator,
yes.
To be fair, that's not what the witness. Yeah.
Oh, so
he can restate it if he can.
No,
he gives evidence, and he can restate the evidence he gave if he likes.
So we continue to work on environmental law reform in accordance with directions from the Minister and the government.
Do the Minister's
Senator.
directions include stage 3 reforms?
So, Senator, as I said, I think previously, when the Minister introduced stage 2, she made a range of commitments in relation to progressing reforms more broadly. We've been continuing to work with her, the Minister Plibersek and her office in relation to environmental law reforms since that announcement.
Did they include stage 3?
Well, that was stage 3 when she made the announcement. We've continued to work with her under the direction of her and her office.
So yes, okay. That was a long way of getting to that exact answer.
Well,
that was the answer he gave initially.
It isn't fair.
Well,
honestly,
I've asked for a direct answer, and it took
and you got the same
3 iterations.
You got the same answer
to get yes. Stage 3 is part of what we are working on.
Senator,
or is it not what he said?
The evidence is on the record. What the witness said. That's the beginning end of it.
So stage 3 remains alive. Okay.
That's your interpretation, Senator.
He said what he said.
Alive or is it not? Is stage 3 a priority of this government, Minister?
The evidence has been given.
He said what he
Minister
said.
Ayres, is stage 3. You were able to tell me that the EPA is never coming back. You've just after 5.
I've just said. I said again. I said that.
That's not what he said.
Honestly.
Well, did he not say the EPA is not coming back?
He didn't.
I said what
so
I said.
is the EPA coming back? You said we would not reintroduce the laws.
I think here's the trick. When you ask the questions, pause, take a breath, listen to the answer, and then reframe.
What was your answer? I may have misheard
Amazing
you.
what you get when
Well, you should look at. I mean, honestly, you should look at the Hansard and have a look afterwards.
What did you say?
I gave you an answer. The answer was that I agreed, and the government agrees broadly with the observations that I can't be bothered going back through my folder.
I've got that part.
That you had made in some previous point. That if only you had. If only you had followed through with your political party, maybe the cause of reform would have been a little bit further down the road. We are focused on the business of working with this department to do the work that that this department can do within the framework. We think that there needs to be more reform. The legislation that was before the Parliament will not be reintroduced.
In the next term?
I said what I said. And the comments that you were traversing with the official that the Minister made, I agree with.
So, just in relation to what you just said, will not be
which is exactly the same as what I said 7 minutes ago.
Yes, will not be reintroduced this term or next term.
Well, I said will not be reintroduced.
So does that mean next term? Yes.
What it means? It means the words contained in the sentence from the beginning of the sentence to the end of the sentence mean that they will not be reintroduced.
So that's a commitment that after the election, the Labor Party will not reintroduce these laws.
I think what I said was the legislation that was before the Parliament will not be reintroduced.
Another version of it. Okay.
Well,
the AUSParliamentLive Allen report that was commissioned by WA Industry, are you familiar with that? Has the department asked for any access to that modelling that was done by those various industry groups?
No, Senator, we have not asked.
Okay. Do you intend to, given obviously it seemed to castigate the reforms that were on foot based on what knowledge they had, have you made contact with them about the contents of what was published?
No, Senator, that firm undertook that report, was commissioned entirely separately by another entity. The department didn't commission that report.
No, I know
we have
that.
not sought access to it at this point.
So given they were stakeholders who were part of the consultation process the department ran, they've gone and done their own modelling. My question is, have you been in contact with these stakeholders to seek any clarity on the work they've done?
Senator, the department regularly discusses the environmental reforms with a range of stakeholders, both from environment groups and industry groups, as you'd be aware, and we've traversed in previous estimates hearings a number of times. We continue to have those discussions with our stakeholders as we need to and as they ask for.
So, can I ask about Environment Information Australia, or what its sort of
Senator, we're
current
just going to get
form?
the right official statement.
Yes.
Yep.
So it is an entity, isn't it? But not legislated for. Is that correct? So the current form of EIA.
Senator Lynn O'Connell, Deputy Secretary. The current form of EIA is as a division within the department. Clearly the legislation before the Senate was to apply obligations on the head of EIA, the legislation that's not going forward, and that would have involved doing things like making sure the State of the Environment report was released, to do environmental economic accounts and report those on certain timeframes, and other statutory obligations to report on environmental indicators.
So it's operating without, well, the head of EIA is, and is that you, Ms. Yes. So in all but the legislative capacity, you're operating as the head of EIA without the laws having passed. Yes, is that?
So, Lisa Nitschke, Acting Division Head. I'm acting as a Division Head for a division within the department, Senator.
Okay. And does it constrain your ability to do what it was originally envisaged for EIA without having those laws passed, or have we found a way around it?
I wouldn't say we found a way around it, Senator. As a division within the department, we are providing both a critical underpinning function to support the department and the government undertake its regulatory and policy responsibilities, as well as taking forward the government commitment to improve environmental data and information and give business and public the easier access to environmental data that they need.
Okay. And so if the laws had passed, what additional resources would be available to you, or is it all budgetary measures were dealt with and so there's nothing attached to that?
That's correct, Senator. They're all budgetary measures.
Okay. But, Senator, it's also fair to reflect that the legislation would have passed those compulsory obligations on the head of the EIA to perform certain functions and do a number of other things. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I asked in corporate in relation to travel to COP16 and I was told to come back a bit later. Is this later?
It's too late.
Too late?
You missed it.
No.
Where was I supposed to ask that?
Sorry, my apologies. You said COP. I have so many COPs. COP16, that's here.
Yes. Okay. So my question was around the breakdown.
I was thinking COP29, but you're right.
No, we're on. How do they number these things? Because they don't seem to be in any order, like 19, 72, 43. So if I could just ask, my question asked earlier was, we've got an aggregate figure of the cost for travel to Colombia, and I asked in a question on notice SQ 24000981 for a breakdown of the accommodation costs, and I was told that's not available. And I thought corporate might have been able to help, but they've told me to come to you, Mr. Manning.
Greg Manning, Division Head, Nature Positive Integration. So I think, Senator, I have the accommodation cost for the trip. I think corporate indicated that's what you were after, the accommodation cost?
Yeah, per traveller.
Per traveller. So the accommodation for the trip was booked in bulk, not by individual officer, in accordance with the way the CBD was done. So I can give you the total figure for that was $17,432.69.
And what other? So it was the total cost was $158,000, and so just shy of that, well, just shy of $20,000 was accommodation. The other $130,000 relates to what, airfares?
So the actual final cost, once we've finished all of the acquittals, I think the figure that was in the question on notes at the time was the point that was acquitted in the system at that time. So there were some additional costs. I think that the total for the trip, just to be, and I think we have finished all of those acquittals now, was 178,688 for the whole trip. So I've given you the accommodation costs. The additional cost, yes, there were the flights, which was a total of, for the folks that we sent over there, was $138,399.94.
How many people was that for?
7 people was part of the official delegation from the department.
Sorry, flights of $140,000 for 7 people?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Are there any other costs associated with that?
Not with the flights. The other costs included, there were other miscellaneous costs associated, for example, taxis, transfers, meals, various things like that, vaccinations for staff.
And that would be the balance, which isn't much.
Correct.
Another 20,000 isn't much, so it's still a lot, but... Okay, all right, thank you very much for that. I didn't have any more questions for this outcome, Chair. I only had a couple of ones I expect we won't go very far on relating to cultural heritage, but this is it for me for this section.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Can I just, Chair, make one clarifying point? Sure. Senator McKim asked whether or not the letter from UNESCO in relation to the World Heritage Area and Macquarie Harbour, I had indicated that I thought it had been released under FOI. I've confirmed it has not been released under FOI, so I stand by my comment that I'll take it on notice, the consideration to release the letter.
Thank you, Ms Perry. Very helpful. I'll now release outcome 2.1 and call on 2.2, protecting Australia's cultural, historic and First Nations heritage. Okay. If people could leave swiftly and quietly, that'd be great. And we'll go directly to Senator Duniam for his few questions.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to get a sense of what and again, this might have been for corporate, I'm not 100% sure, but the costs of external legal advice in relation to the Section 10 declaration on McPhillamy's gold mine development, both before and after her decision.
Senator, I can confirm that the external legal costs relating to the Kings Plain McPhillamy's Section 10 declaration, all external legal advice on the Section 10 process, but not including current litigation, was $44,170.30, GST inclusive.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to the declaration, and I'm getting a bit rusty on this, there was an element in the declaration signed by the Minister that referred to the pecuniary impact that might be experienced by the applicant if a decision is made to declare the area protected. What are the steps that are gone through to assess the pecuniary or proprietary impact to an applicant?
So, Senator, we can talk about AUSPA processes generally,
yes,
but we won't be talking about the McPhillamy's case in specific because the matter is before the courts.
Yes.
So I can ask Dr. Beswick and Ms. Dumazel to go through general AUSPA processes, but we won't be talking about specifics.
That's fine.
Wayne Beswick, Branch Head, First Nations Heritage Protection Branch. The pecuniary and proprietary impacts is a standard part of the assessment for Section 10 declarations, and the team bases that analysis on the material it has before us, particularly the submissions that are made by the proponent.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of information in, and the Minister is presented with it, what weight is given to the information provided? How is that weighed up against the other considerations?
Yes, Senator, it is one of the considerations that the Minister factors in. There is no specific weight ascribed to particular elements of the information. It's an analysis that's provided to the Minister, and the Minister, in exercising her discretion whether to make a declaration, takes into account that information.
It's Michelle Ginzel, Head of Heritage Division. There are two key tests for AUSPar for the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act, and that is around significance and threat. They're the two key tests.
So relating to impact on cultural heritage?
They're the two key tests for consideration
Yes.
matters under the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act.
Yes.
So the information on pecuniary interests is an input.
But it's not a test.
It's not a test.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just with regard to, any proprietary or pecuniary losses that might accrue to other parties, so beyond the applicant, if it is an applicant that has a project that would have benefit economically in a community or a region, is that in any way taken into account? Is that part of the submission from an applicant?
We take each case before us, so every case is different. So,
sure.
And so it really depends on what we do as a department. Is we consider each case against the provisions of the Act. It's dependent on the case before us.
And so there's no... Is there analysis done by the department beyond just simply taking what is given in terms of pecuniary or proprietary